Hey guys, welcome to Fanfic Fanatics. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku built a hero team without a quirk? Part 1. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is The Knights of Twilight by Slow Writings. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. The state of the world is made up by an infinitely long series of incidents and choices. Someone moves left instead of right and the whole world S timeline can be flipped on its head, if only you look out far enough. And yet, no matter what, some things are bound to remain the same. In this case, all it takes to shift the world on its head is a little extra time, and a different answer to an old question. The same question as always, but this time, the answer is a little different. Smash. The tension leaves Toshinori's body in an instant as he takes a deep breath. He hadn't planned on working today, so he was underprepared, but it seems like he didn't overdo it enough that he was in any danger of cutting down his time long term. Judging by the tension in his lung, if he paced his last 15 minutes carefully he would be alright, allowing him not to rush. He exhaled, thankfully able to shrink down for a little while with no one was there to see him. As he began to clean up the sludge the unconscious villain was made of, he sighed deeply. The man had an incredible quirk, which made it a shame that he used it to be a villain. The obvious answer was that it was likely a bit of both worlds. The poor man likely struggled to obtain work with an ugly quirk, but at the same time, the man was very enthusiastically trying to murder a child, which made feeling bad for him slightly harder. Once he had successfully gathered the sludge into a bottle, he would have to buy fresh groceries, but that was admittedly not a catastrophe for him, considering how much money he made. He looked to the boy who the villain was attempting to take control of. The stick-thin boy was unconscious and seemed to be injured in various places. Oh dear, best be gentle. But thankfully he had been fast enough that it looked like no sludge had gotten into the boy's lungs any longer, and his stream of thoughts was cut off when he noticed the boy's shoes. Bright red. Memories of a road, of heckling children. If it was like that for him, when the quirkless were still not a rarity. Oh. The poor boy seemed to be injured far more than a single villain encounter would typically make you. Scratches, bruises, and faint burn marks lined the child's skin. While any attempts to investigate himself would likely be fruitless, he would be pointing it out to Naomasa. The man himself couldn't take the case, sure, but he could find someone honest who would. But that was for later. He took his phone out, connecting to the Hero Network in order to contact the nearby police. He could jump there, but he wasn't in uniform, and he didn't quite want to leave the young boy alone. In another world, where the chase was even a little longer, he would be unable to think rationally. Too pumped on adrenaline and fearful of being caught in the great lie of the #1 hero, he would do something unwise. He sighed, before chuckling to himself quietly. Even on his day off he has to go be the hero. As his phone dinged, confirming that a police transport was on the way, he began to gather up the boy's things. One object stood out. A notebook, with burn marks and crinkly, dried-out pages. Hero Analysis for the Future. Volume 13 inches O. Izuku woke up to the strange feeling of a hoarse throat. He slowly rose, feeling himself leaning against a wall. That was strange. Last he remembered he had been walking home. Take a swan dive off a roof. A medium-sized invisibility suit. As memory came back to him, he quickly shot up. Where was he? What happened? Whoa, hey, my boy, it's all right. You re-safe. He looked in front of him, vision clearing. He was being attacked by a villain, but right when he fell unconscious, he had seen someone else in the area, seemingly defeating the villain, which meant. He took a solid look at the man in front of him, who had gently placed a large hand on his shoulder. Light fog seemingly emanating around him. The man was tall, and didn't seem to be wearing a hero outfit. But he had long blonde hair, dark eyes, and a gentle smile. Which meant. All Might. The #1 hero laughed cheerily at his reaction. Why yes, my boy, I am All Might. You LL be happy to know I gave that crook that was bothering you a good smash. The police are on the way to pick up the villain, but they are still 10 minutes off. Are you all right, young man? Did that slimy man harm you at all? Taking a deep breath to regain his composure. Nerd out later when your idol isn't right in front of you. Izuku nodded faintly. I am all right, All Might, sir. You stopped the V-villain before he could hurt me. He might have gotten into my lungs if you had been any later. All Might seemed to smile at that, breathing out. I am happy to hear that, my boy. This is rather embarrassing, but today was meant to be a day off for me, so I was a little slower to get going. But I suppose a hero s work is never done, no. And you were plenty heroic yourself there, my boy. Keeping your composure and preventing that villain from harming you further by opening your mouth and trying to breathe must have taken great willpower. Izuku blushed at that. Thank you, All Might, sir. Could I please have your signature? The hero smiled, flashing a thumbs up. Sounds like I've beaten you to the punch, young man. I saw that you had quite a lot of my merch, so I took the liberty of slipping it into that notebook of yours. It seemed a little damaged, so I made sure to use a loose page at the end. All Might gestured to his burnt-up notebook 13, sitting next to his backpack. Kak Bakugo, stop that. Had left it plenty fragile, but there it was, clean as day. The signature of his idol. I treasure this for the rest of my days. All Might was so cool, he really lived up to the hype in person. But All Might seemed to notice the tension in him, sitting down opposite him. Young man, you seem troubled by something other than this incident. Is everything all right? He shuddered, gulping. Was he really that obvious? See, can I ask you something important, All Might, sir? Of course, young man. We still have a few minutes, anyhow. Oh, okay. He took a deep breath. Do you think someone without a quirk could be a hero like you? It takes every ounce of control Toshinori has not to say the first thing that comes to mind here. Which is, unfortunately, no. That if someone like All Might could get as injured as he did, there was too big of a risk for someone with no power to be a hero. But that s not what this young man needs to hear, is it? Not when there was another option. It was also, perhaps, not what a young Toshinori needed to hear either. Perhaps, without Nana, he could have been a hero anyways, but he would never know. He briefly contemplated the idea of offering a boy like this his quirk, but he somehow felt like it would be a waste. Not of the quirk, but rather of the boy himself. So, he took a deep breath, and answered in the way he knew was right. I could tell you yes, my boy, but I would not want to lie to you. I do not think a person without a quirk could be a hero like me. Oh. I see. Thank you, All Might. I LL. But I will say something else, instead. I will ask you, why would you settle to be someone like me, when you could be more? Sorry, what? He took another breath, organizing his thoughts as the boy sputtered before returning to silence. He would need to word this carefully in order to get across what he wanted. I will admit, young man, that while you were unconscious, I did get to take a look at some of the pages in that notebook of yours. The boy tensed instantly, mumbling. I am sorry, All Might, sir. I know my notes are creepy, and weird, and I would rather call them powerful, my boy. For someone of your age, with next to no training, they are very well put together. What? All Might. I don't know what you mean. Can I tell you a secret, my boy? I did not learn how to access my quirk until I was about your age. The boy was stunned, before he began to mutter, but that would mean. He nodded. Yes. I was assumed to be quirkless until that day. Even back then, many years ago, the quirkless were not treated kindly. I am only learning recently that they are perhaps treated even worse, now. I understand that perhaps you were mocked about your desire to be a hero, no? At a loss for words, the boy nodded. Many young people who desire to be heroes sharpen their bodies. Instead, my boy, you have sharpened your mind. I am sure you wish to attend UA, the hero school I went to, yes? Then you should be able to answer this. It is staffed by many heroes, no? Even if not all of said staff are in the field anymore or never were, the upper administration is made up entirely by those in heroics. Tell me, who is UA-S principal? The boy was silent for a moment, considering. The high-specs hero, Mr. Principal. Wait, you mean? Yes, my boy. While I think you could use that mind of yours to be as a good spotlight hero as any, even if there was a risk, and you could make an even better underground hero, capable of saving many lives, or even the best of both world-s as a twilight hero, there is always the fourth path of heroics. Sure, they aren't talked about much, but support heroes perhaps save even more lives than we do. Recovery Girl, Sir Night-Eye, Mr. Principal, Cementos. Support heroics, you think I can be like that, All Might? The boy was precious, that's for sure, and a bright mind at that. Perhaps he reminds Toshinori of his younger self, but this is someone he wants to see succeed. I don't think so, boy. I know so, with enough training of both your mind and body, young man. Despite possessing no quirk, you can be a hero. He had a plan to help this boy. Now, sure, it meant he would have to call up Nedzu-sensei, but he had plenty of ways to pay the principal back. He just needed to get this kid's name. The boy was silent for a moment, seemingly thinking. Toshinori mentally patted himself on the back. He totally nailed that speech. The boy promptly burst into tears. Oh dear, 4 days later. Aizawa Shota knew that something was happening, and that something was presumably good, if the rat's cheerful demeanor meant anything. 4 days ago, said rat had received an unexpected call from an old alumni that had left him positively beaming, and whatever that was had seemingly come to a head. So when he got called into a meeting with his boss, he kept his hopes up, despite not knowing what would be happening. Nedzu had 2 offices. A drab, formal one and his personal office that he filled with his precious items. Very few knew how to access the secret one of the 2, and him being one of them was somewhat a point of pride. He popped open the ceiling tile, crawling into the small and homely underground chamber, slumping into the chair opposite the rat, who was quickly typing into a PC, like usual. Ah, Shota-kun. It is good to see you made it on time. We have much to discuss. He sighed, only half genuinely. What is it? I was napping. Nedzu chuckled. Of course, of course. To be blunt, the contract for Muamina-san-s hiring has gone through. They aren't a hero, which means they won TB teaching a hero course. Instead, they are scheduled to take over Nomori-chan's general education homeroom. Now, of course, she needs a new one, so I have decided to have her take over 1A-s. He was only silent for a moment before responding. Considering I-am still here, I imagine you re not firing me? Nedzu chittered quietly. That s correct. You see, 4 days ago, I got the most fascinating call. A past student of mine called, discussing his desire for a child he met to seek a path in heroics, but said that most schools would not provide the necessary environment for that child to grow. Nedzu-sensei, I have known this child for about 20 seconds, and I will probably do anything for them. Please, I will grovel and beg. So, a big-shot kid wants special treatment, what s the big? The child possesses no quirk. Shota-s eyes widened slightly as he shook himself a little more awake. This was pretty important then. And the kid wants to be a hero. Impressive, if not a little risky. That would be the case, if not for the fact that the child, upon learning about it, expressed an interest in support heroics. I have seen a few pictures of some of his notes, at that. They're very well put together for someone his age. To want to train a support hero, that could only mean, you want to try the project again? I thought you said the board wouldn't approve it. Nedzu smiled darkly in a way he didn't let out often. And that s the second piece of news I've gotten. You see, this student of mine, let's call him Yagi-san, for now, is in a position of, shall we say, influence? On top of that, they were fairly desperate for the chance to offer a boy who s circumstances were not pleasant to succeed, to the point that he offered to do all but anything for me. Thus, I simply asked him to gather as much dirt on the school board as he could, and I would play my role. Ah. Shota matched his mentor s smile with one of his own. How many did you manage to boot? Of the 22 members of the board, 6 have recently been arrested for various crimes, including embezzlement, discrimination, and fraud. Since it's on such short notice, right before planning for next year begins, we Vase simply decided to vote with only 16 members. 10 of which are on your side on most things, bastard. Nedzu laughed again. I take that as a compliment, Shota-kun. He pulled out a small file. Shota grabbed it almost enthusiastically. He had been the one petitioning for it for years now. Sure, it meant he would have to cut down on hero hours in order to get the sleep necessary to functionally run it, but it would be worth it. When do we start? The rat flipped his monitor, revealing a long list of named files. As soon as we start digging through these student admission forms, we finally get to use that last checkbox. Instantly, plenty of the present excitement left his form. Of course, all things start and end with paperwork. Nedzu moved to the door, smiling. While you do that, I will personally address our potential support hero. See you later, Shota-kun. Shota sighed as the rat slipped through the exit, before looking to the 400 or so students that made it past the filters. Well then. Nothing else to do but start. Hitoshi quietly sat in his room, filling out the UA admission forms. Loudly, his foster siblings ran through the hall, playing. He wasn't per se complaining, though. This most recent home had been nice. The couple that was looking after him both had mental quirks, so they didn't treat him cruelly. He didn't know how long it would last though, so he wasn't getting his hopes up. He wasn't per se confident in his odds of getting into the hero course, but UA General Education was great for how not overly expensive it was, and it presented the chance to sneak into heroics through the sports festival. There was no harm in trying. He slowly checked off boxes, with all sorts of options, from body type to former education to location, until he came across one last box. Please check this box if you have any interest in alternate heroic paths, including underground heroics, action heroics, twilight heroics, support heroics, or other. He always did fancy the idea of being an underground hero, like Eraserhead. The checkbox was likely for statistics or something, but he had no reason to lie. He ticked the box, finishing up the form, and packing it up to hand in. Unknowingly, he has perhaps made the best choice he could have made. Izuku slowly made his way home from the library, gently rubbing his aching shoulder. He could avoid a week of school in order to recover from a villain attack, but he would have to return eventually. He would have loved to never return to his middle school ever again, but if he wanted to get to UA, he need to complete his education. And he wanted to get to UA, even more now, ever since Yagi-san S. He knew All Might S name. Whoa. Suggestion of support heroics, he had felt more motivated than ever. Sure, it wouldn't be what child Izuku wanted, but it was the next best thing. Heck, maybe it was better. As he approached the apartment, he thought back to 4 days ago. Izuku had finally calmed himself down as he watched the police bring the villain away, thankfully camera-free. He looked to All Might, who was standing somewhat awkwardly next to him. Thank you for your words, All Might. I won T let you down. All Might seemed to smile at him, which was a good sign. Of course, my boy. Now then, I never got your name. Midoriya Izuku. Sir, very well, Midoriya Shonen. I want you to have this. It s my personal phone number. Midoriya looked in shock at the provided piece of paper. All Might, sir, I couldn't t. This is. All Might quickly raised his hands. It s all right, my boy. This is my personal number, no relation to All Might. Heck, when you use it, call me Yagi Toshinori, okay? All Might s name. He had All Might s name, and his phone number. This was perhaps the best. Take a swan dive off the roof. One of the best days of his life. Now, my boy, I tell you to send me any updates on your preparations that you can. But I imagine trying to send a message to what is functionally a celebrity is probably rather hard, so, if need be, I can check up on you instead, alright. Izuku was practically beaming. Why you've got it, All Might Yagi-san. All Might left then, citing things to do, but Izuku still felt on top of the world, even when he had to answer some questions regarding the villain attack. If having All Might s phone number meant having to console his mother for hours when she arrived at the station, that was neither here nor there. As Izuku arrived at his door, however, he heard faint talking. He would have guessed it was Auntie Mitsuki coming to visit, but the other voice talking to Mom sounded fairly masculine. And quiet. That was about as far away from the Bakugo matriarch as you could get. He opened the door, curious as to who it was. Mom, I am home. Izuku, come into the living room, dear. He walked into the living room, not sure what to expect. Perhaps it was a police officer. Instead, he was greeted with a sight out of his weirdest dreams. His mom, smiling nervously, drinking tea with the UA principal. As he definitely did not gawk at the Nedzu, the hero turned to him, smiling. Am I a rat, a dog, or perhaps even a bear? More importantly, I am Nedzu, the UA principal. It is a pleasure to meet you, Midoriya-kun. Yagi-kun has been telling me much about you. An albino stoat? With grafts from a dog for the paws, bare ears, and a mouse tail. No, T, that's what you are, right? All three people in the room were silent. Izuku had figured that would be the best response to Nezu's arrival, but he wasn't sure. Had he ruined his chances with a horrible first impression? He was drawn from his panicked thoughts by Nezu's chittering laughter. It seems like Yagi-kun was right on the money about you, Midoriya-kun. Come, sit. We have much to discuss. Izuku scrambled to sit next to his mother, who was smiling. What have you been chatting with Nezu-san about, Mom? Midoriya Inko smiled faintly at her son, clearly suppressing anxiety over having a hero in her house. She had almost fainted when Izuku had told her about meeting All Might and getting his number. He hadn't told her about the hero thing, though. Oh, he was mostly talking about T, dear. I think he was waiting for you. Nezu nodded. That is correct. You make incredible tea. By the way, Midoriya-san. What is your recipe? It's a family secret, Nezu-san. I see. I guess I have to get to know you further to find out. It was a smart move to make. Keeping the attention of UA-S principal would perhaps keep his eyes on her son for longer. While it wasn't T needed, Midoriya Inko would do anything to help her son, even if she wasn't confident in the idea of heroics, even down to discussing tea with the scariest pro in the country. But that's beside the point, Midoriya-san. Midoriya-kun, you are interested in quirk analysis, yes. May I see some of your notes? Sure. Yagi-san said they re good, but I'm not sure. Everyone always says they re creepy. As Nezu grabbed the notebook, number 14. It was about half full of rewrites from 13. Rewriting his notes was a relaxing task. He smiled. People call me creepy too, Midoriya-kun. I can also say I'm plenty powerful, as Yagi-kun would put it. Both of those ideas can coexist. Izuku hadn't thought about it that way before. If the notes helped, what was wrong with how detailed they were? Nezu closed the notebook. These are very good for your age, Midoriya-kun. I admit I also took the liberty of looking at your performance at school as well. Bypassing the subpar marking habits of your teachers, which is a project for later, you are very wise for your age. I say with training, you could be smarter than most support heroes I know, even. Both of the Midoriya's eyes widened, but Inko regained her composure first. Thank you for complimenting my son in the way he deserved for years, but, that still doesn't explain your presence here. Did my son do something to get your attention? Nezu smiled at that. Why, it's simple, Midoriya-san. Your son survived. I suppose a more detailed explanation is necessary. Your son, as someone without a quirk, must have faced great difficulty. Bullying, discrimination, lack of access to developmental help other than his mother, and yet, he is still as bright as he is, and still hasn't given up his dreams of being a hero. Nezu looked to the silent pair of green-haired individuals, smiling gently. This is something I wish to nurture, Midoriya-san. I believe that your son has the power to change the world. I would like to teach him myself. It has been many years since I have taken a personal student, but I could not think of a better choice. Izuku sputtered. You want to teach me? Nezu smiled sharply. Of course, I do not often lie unless it is to my enemies. Inko looked to the small hero in front of her, face stern, fists clenched. She was silent, both parties looking to her. One in curiosity, one in silent pleading. I don't think I've been the best mother, as of late. Izuku's eyes bulged. Mom, no, she smiled at him, eyes watery. No matter how dedicated you were, I never bothered to support your dreams. But to see how brave you were after that attack, and then to hear from someone like Nezu that my baby boy has that potential, I be a fool not to let you pursue it. I am sorry I never said yes to you, Izuku. You should do this. Mom. Both Midoriyas promptly burst into their standard tears, hugging softly. It was the final step for Izuku, really, to hear what he had been hoping to hear for years. After a few minutes, both of them regained their composures. Izuku smiled at his mother. Thanks, Mom. I won't let you down. Of course, dear, you could do anything, and I would still be proud of you. Suddenly, Both realized that they were not alone in the room. Nedzu-san. Am sorry for, Nedzu, sir, we. They were once again interrupted by faint laughter. Do not worry at all. There was bound to be some emotions when I raised my request, and I see both of you wear your hearts on your sleeves. Believe it or not, it is a trait I admire. It shows genuineness. Both Izuku and his mother had gone beet red at that point, but they both laughed faintly. Izuku looked to Nedzu, nervousness returning. What exactly would you teaching me entail? Nedzu clapped his hand, grabbing a small briefcase sitting next to the chair he was in. That only dwarfed him slightly right. For starters, we would be pulling you out of the terrible school you re in at the moment, of course. I am certain you can finish your remaining middle school work in half the time, and after that it will give you time for you to help me prepare for the project that will make up most of your next 3 years. Both Inko and Izuku raised an eyebrow at that. And what is that project, sir? The mammalian hero extracted a small file from his briefcase. You see, your arrival has offered me the opportunity to begin a plan I have wanted to try for many years. Recently, our school board at UA has undergone some changes, which presents me this chance. The file was a pale brown and was covered with a simple plain text logo. The Twilight Project. Izuku looked at the file. Twilight. Like Twilight heroes. Heroes who bridge the gap between underground and spotlight by staying off the rankings and being to some degree secretive. Like Midnight and Sir Night-Eye. Nedzu smiled. The very same. This project is to bring about a new class at UA, one for those that conventional heroics would deny, in the form of underground, twilight, and investigation heroes. And you, young Midoriya-kun, would be their support in order to guide them towards a bright future. The room was silent for only a moment, before Shota cracked open an eye from his spot in the teacher's lounge, looking over to the two new arrivals. Nedzu walked in, smiling brightly, quickly paging through a small notebook. Behind him, a green-haired teenager paced nervously, eyeing everything in the room with something between panic and awe. He remembers his first day at UA, and the building is even more grand than it was 15 years ago. He can't hold it against the kid. Shota-kun, just who I was hoping to see. This is Midoriya Izuku. Shota stood up, smirking slightly at the principal. Take it he lived up to the hype. As the boy seemed to wilt anxiously, Nedzu smiled. Of course, have a read of this. Midoriya-kun, this is Aizawa Shota, and he is going to be the teacher and manager for our new class here. Should nothing change, you are likely going to be working with him quite closely. Shota grabbed the notebook, opened to a page depicting himself. As he read through the admittedly very well put together notes on himself, Midoriya seemed to look him up and down before his eyes widened. Oh my god, that's Eraserhead. Shota eyebrows raised at that. That was quick. Good job, kid. Sorry, Eraserhead, sir. I won tell a soul. He nodded. Of course. Take the compliment though, kid. These notes are pretty well put together. Where do you find this stuff? The kid twiddled his thumbs nervously. There's lot of talk about you on underground forums, from people who you saved, and there was a few photos and one really grainy video, so I could extrapolate from there. Most of it's probably wrong, but... He internally sweated, knowing a kid could figure this much out from so little, but he didn't show it. Relax, it good stuff. Just give me a link to those forums so I can check them out. If Nedzu approves of you, I do too. Call me Aizawa, kid. Midoriya seemed to nod, nervous face setting into a determined one. Okay, Aizawa-sensei. Good enough. Now come here so I can give you your first job. The trio made their way over to a computer, Nedzu jumping up onto Shota shoulder. That's a lot of names. He nodded, sighing. Each year, 40,000 students apply to you. A hero course. Of course, most of those are pointless. First, we filter out around 30,000 in the form of spam or those without the necessary performance. Of the 10,000 requests left, 2,000 of them noted an interest in alternate heroics paths, such as Twilight or Underground. Using one of the RAD SAI, we got that number down to about 8,000 viable students for this project. Over the last 24 hours, I filtered out another 500 by hand, mostly by removing those who I felt would likely do better in the standard path for heroics, and noting those who would be well suited for it. Midoriya nodded. And how many people do you think are going to be in the class? Shota smiled darkly. 11. 12 if you count yourself. The kid's eyes bulged at that as Shota backed away. Good luck with that, kid. I am gonna go take a well-deserved nap. As Shota reached the door, instead of seeing the expected look of frustration or shock, he instead saw the boy quickly steel himself, pulling out a paper and pen, seemingly his preferred medium. Behind him, Nezu smiled, looking at Shota smugly. I guess Nezu was right about this kid after all. Not a day later, when Nezu and Midoriya handed him a list of 11 kids to interview, one of which sent him to Fukuoka, he was simultaneously impressed and deeply disappointed. That disappointment turned to satisfaction again when the green-haired boy cheerfully suggested bringing Hisashi along, in order to make the potential students feel welcome in their interviews, much to the intense chagrin, albeit simultaneous excitement, of the Crocodile. At least it meant he could bring a buddy. Despite moaning, Hisashi was totally on board with this road train trip. It had been a while since the duo had done much together, what with their conflicting schedules, and now that Shota had been cutting back on his hero hours, he was slowly becoming the vaguest bit more chipper. Tokyo was a fairly easy choice to begin with 2 viable students. It also meant the duo could take a visit to Tensai, which Shota, no matter how grouchy he was, would never complain about. The first student they sought out was one Hagakure Toru, a cheerful girl with a particularly unique quirk. Her parents, sitting on either side of her, seemed to match it, equally invisible. Shota let Hisashi take the lead with asking questions, mostly playing up the image of being in the background, taking notes. The questions were all fairly standard fare. How do you perform in school? Just above average. Hagakure played at ditzy, but she wasn't stupid. What are your extracurriculars? Cheerleading. Why do you want to be a hero? To prove that someone with a weak quirk could be a hero. Etc., until eventually the girl began to fidget nervously, uniform giving her movements away. Hagakure-chan, is something the matter? The girl flinched. He imagined she would be blushing if he could see her face. Oh, this might be rude, but why exactly are you interviewing me? As her parents gave her, presumably, matching looks, Hisashi smiled. No worry, Hagakure-chan. I was just about to get to it, actually. She passes all the criteria, right, Aizawa? Shota flashed him a thumbs up. Sweet. You see, UA is trying to expand the type of heroes it teaches, so they've been preparing this fancy little project I think you LL like. We call it the Twilight Project, but really it LLB Class 1T. Much more boring, you know. What follows was a slightly dramatized retelling of their plans for the class, up to and including pre-year training over the upcoming 9 months, an altered curriculum, and support for living affairs. Over the course of the explanation, all 3 Hagakures seemed to become more and more excited. So, what do you think? The Hagakure matriarch hugged her daughter enthusiastically. Toru, this is incredible. You could be such a cool hero. I know, this is so cool. Can I? The father, a well-dressed man in a suit, nodded. This is an excellent opportunity for you, Toru-chan. We will support you every step of the way, of course. The 3 invisible figures turned to Hisashi. What do we need to do to make this happen? Shota spoke up. Then, sign a bunch of these contracts and take the entrance exam. This functions about the same as a recommendation, but Hagakure will be taking the regular exam alongside the standard theoretical tests, although the practical may be treated slightly differently for her. If she passes, UA will pay fees for her to either get an apartment or have your family move. There are plans for in-school housing, but as of now it's only being considered for later in the year. Fortunately for you, Tokyo isn't far from Musudafu in our modern era, so it would be easy for her to visit. Shota stood up. The necessary files will be sent to you over email this evening. I have one question for you before we get going. Hagakure, the small one, nodded, and Shota looked her dead in the presumably eyes. Do you think someone without a quirk belongs in heroics? Hagakure didn't hesitate for more than a second, earning her points with Hisashi. I mean, sure, it's not like they could go punch the bad guys, sure, but I'm a set of clothes away from being pretty much the same, right? Am sure they LL probably be smarter than me, too. Shota smiled at that. You pass. See you at the entrance exam. As the Hagakuris seemingly cheered in the small meeting room, the two teachers snuck out, smiling. See, Shota, that wasn't so bad. Shota scoffed. Sure, now we just gotta do that 10 more times. PSH, you re no fun. The remaining interviews all went something like this. Why do you want to be a hero? The large boy sitting in front of the pair seemed to flinch lightly. In the back, the boy's father remained silent, allowing the boy to do the talking. Mezu Shoji pulled off his mask then, revealing a mouth covered in years-old scars and sharp teeth. I do not wish to be rude to you, sir, but I told you my story not too long ago. Why do you think? For most of my short life, people have called me ominous. The lanky girl sitting in front of them lifted a pencil into the air, floating with a pencil around her head with a faint purple aura. A moment later, the pencil snapped in half. Perhaps it is my strange appearance, my upbringing, or even my quirk, but I haven't ever been particularly bothered by that label. I may look like a villain, but all I have really wanted to do is to prove that those who live in the dark can shine bright. Hazashi smiled at the girl, one of the few that had appeared without a guardian. Well, Yanagi-chan, I think you LL fit in with this group just fine. Oh my god, you're present, Mike. As Hazashi smiled at the gawking girl in front of him with equally interested parents, Shota smugly grinned at him. I guess I'm gonna have to take over this one, Mike. Don T want any bias for the fan. Ah, come on, Shota. And that was how they went, little listener. They all got my votes of approval, to be honest. Izuku smiled at the two teachers. He had gotten to know them quite well recently, notably Aizawa-sensei. The man seemed to be far more mellow now that he was getting adequate sleep, and behind that grouchy surface was pile of sarcastic wit. He was also grateful that Aizawa-sensei had filtered for people that would treat him cruelly for his lack of quirk, without him even needing to ask. Thank you so much, Aizawa-sensei, Yamada-sensei. It no biggie, kid. It was nice to go on a little tour of Japan anyways. We saw all the sights, too. Aizawa-sensei nodded. It the class I'm teaching anyways, kid. I am getting paid to do it. Besides, it was preparation for your own entrance exam, anyhow. Izuku raised an eyebrow at that. Nedzu had told him that his own entrance into the school would be a surprise. The rat hasn't told you yet. If all of your selected students get in, so do you. Oh, as Yamada-sensei quickly ran over to attempt to console him, Aizawa-sensei snorted. You LL be alright, kid, but I recommend getting to work on those training plans. 9 months isn't exactly an eternity. Izuku took a deep breath. He had 9 months to get 11 students into some degree of shape, have them pass the entrance exam, then get them through whatever else could happen. He supposed if he was going to attend UA, he had no choice but to go plus ultra. Kyoka Jiro hadn't really processed the whole special class thing just yet, but she was getting there, kind of. The plan to make stronger heroes of the non-spotlight variety was a good thing, of course, and she wasn't exactly going to look a gift horse in the mouth. It still felt weird that they were interested in her though. The pre-UA training though. She could do that. She was happy to admit she wasn't the world's strongest person, having spent most of her youth cooped up inside her room making music rather than training, so the suggestion of, gain some lean muscle, wasn't a surprise. It was the method of training that surprised her. As she made her way towards the dirty Dagoba beach, she thought back to the emails she had gotten. The analysis on her quirk by one student number 9, supposedly staying anonymous as motivation, the idea that they would all hopefully meet at UA, was undeniably impressive, and if they were that smart in other aspects, she wasn't surprised the student was studying to be a support hero. Piece of trash. I am gonna pick you up so hard you piece of you LL wish you weren't ever thrown away, you Huh, that wasn't expected. As she walked towards the steps leading to the beach, she spotted the source of the rather crude language. The boy had frazzled purple hair, Dirty clothes clearly made messy by exercise, and seemed to be swearing vehemently at a particularly large pile of trash. She cleared her throat lightly. Instantly, the boy's eyes widened as he went beet red. Oh, shit, Yua, hi. She snorted. Hey, getting mad at the trash. The purple boy glared lightly. Oh, screw you, lady. You try heaving a bunch of trash around. She reached for her bag, pulling out a pair of gloves for herself. Well, I am about to, so I guess we LLC, huh? The boy took a step back. Oh, real, you a part of the weird-ass UA thing? She smiled at him, arms and jacks crossed. Yep, you got a freaky-ass email deciphering your quirk and then telling you to bulk up. He nodded. Right on the money, Shinso Hitoshi. You. Juro Kyoka. Shall we get to it? Shinso nodded. Sure. Sorry for being rude, by the way. It's a bad habit. I get it, chill. Creepy boss student probably put us together because we had similar personalities or something. The boy chuckled lightly. Sure. Let's go with that. Help me heave this fridge. That I can do. Look. I'm telling you, man, Kong King has Godzilla beat every day of the week. We've been over this, Yosetsu. Godzilla could just stomp him. Yeah, duh, but Kong King is super fast. He could jump over him and wring him by the neck, Sen. You two have been debating about this for the last 30 minutes, Hiro. I am not afraid to turn this car around. Sue, we re in a boat. Details. As Suyu sighed only half genuinely, she grabbed back onto the edge of the small rowboat the trio were using to train. She was fond of her friends, sure, but they got on her nerves sometimes in a somehow affectionate way. Yosetsu sighed, welding together another brick of water before unwelding it, water dropping into a bucket. Sorry, Sue. You know how I get when I use my quirk this much. Debating stupid stuff helps those jitters, you know. She smiled at her friend. I know, Hiro. We almost done here. I just want to take a breather then do a few more laps, then Sen can spin us back to land. Sen smiled, spinning his fingers and toes. Finally, you think spinning is a fairly untiring task, but not when you gotta do it for 2 hours. We gotta stop by somewhere for food on the way home. You two can visit my place, Hiro. Mom would be happy to cook for you both. Yosetsu whooped at that. Aw yeah, Auntie Beru cooking. Like I drop of ichor in a pool of piss. Yosetsu. Suyu smiled at the antics of her friends before she dived back under the water, beginning a lap around the lake they were using to train. They were a trio that got looks pretty much wherever they went, but she certainly wouldn't trade them for the world. Sen Kaibara and Suyu Asui had been friends since they had moved to Nagoya when they were both young, but the appearance of Awase Yosetsu a few years ago had firmly formed them into a trio, impolitely dubbed the Weird Quirk Trio by some rude classmate. Fortunately, they had found the name rather endearing, so it stuck. So, when they each individually got interviewed for a unique opportunity for UA, they had all conveniently enough vouched for each other, which was enough to get them placed together for training. Wait, yo. No, Suyu quickly popped her head out of the water, looking to the boat. Yosetsu was making a giant water hammer, because of course he was. I LLB fine, Sen, S my last one. See, look, S. Yosetsu S bragging was interrupted by his welding failing, leading to both boys being splashed. As Senator laughed maniacally at Yosetsu, Suyu sighed. It was going to be a long 9 months. Thwack thunk swish Mashirao expertly dodged a swing of the opponent's weapon, swinging in with his own, restarting the dance of blades. Swordplay wasn't Mashirao favorite method of combat, sure, but he could acknowledge that it had a very satisfying flow to it. Admittedly, combat through the use of giant knitting needles was a new one for him, though. Kodai's attempt to parry his most recent swing failed, and she was quick to step back, yielding. Loosening her concentration, the 2 large needles returned to their previous size. They shared a bow before Mashirao smiled at her. You have improved quite well over the course of this week. If you keep up this training when you get back to Matsu, you will pass the entrance exam for sure. Kodai smiled at him, flashing a thumbs up, MMH. He had to admit, Teaching someone was a rather fun task. It was a reasonable use of his time, considering the girl was in Tokyo for the week due to a business trip her parents attended. According to Toru, the email the mysterious student number 9 had sent her contained a fairly complicated training regimen alongside quirk analysis. His email, however, had been different. While sure, the quirk analysis section was filled with ideas such as muscle density and momentum-preserving movement and whatnot that almost but not quite went over his head, the training section pretty much amounted to, keep doing what you redoing. The follow-up email to provide a, hopefully, future classmate with assistance was gratefully accepted as a break from his rigorous training. Kodai was an excellent learner, at least. Despite struggling to bring herself to speak, the girl was earnest, kind and well-meaning. Being friends with Toru also meant that he had gotten very good at noticing subtle body movements, so it wasn't hard for you to understand what she meant simply from her grunts. Somewhere in his room sat an as of now unopened sign language dictionary. It would take work, but it would be useful both in talking to his new friend and in heroics. Mashirao looked to his phone briefly. We got about another hour before you have to make the trip home. How about one more exercise in hand-to-hand for the road? Kodai smiled, shifting into a battle-ready position after pocketing her needles. MMH. Izuku slowly made his way through the urban streets of Musutafu, muttering to himself. So far, his plans had been going excellently. Each candidate had been receptive of their created training regimens. He had been weary at first, considering he had little to go off of regarding the personalities and lifestyles of each candidate, but after a few tweaks he had received no further complaints. He had managed to successfully link up most students, with the exception of Yanagi, who requested to train on her own, and Shoji, who simply lived too far away, but the boy had politely explained that he preferred isolation anyways, considering they would learn plenty of cooperation during high school. Of course, that just left one candidate left. The rather enthusiastic individual required unique training thanks to both their physique and personality. This situation caused Izuku to do something he did very rarely. Personally seek out someone, in person. Sure, for most people this action was fairly standard, but it was practically kryptonite to Izuku. He steeled himself as he approached a small park, the only area that both the candidate, who had moved to Musutafu some 2 months ago, and Izuku, who never went outside, would both be able to find, reminding himself that if he became a hero, he would have to do stuff like this every day. Crash! Izuku was broken out of his thoughts by a loud noise coming from a small tree-crested side area. Approaching the sound of the noise, he peeked into the area, hidden out of sight by a bush. You think you can come into our turf, Pipsqueak? Something tells me we need to teach this one a lesson? The scene in front of him was eerily familiar. 3 rather large boys in middle school Gakurans, Bisupa Middle School, if his memory served, surrounding an injured boy with mouse-like features. He quickly looked around the area, looking for something he could use. There was a rock there, maybe he could chuck it. The only way you getting any use out of a rock that small is to run up to those asshats and brain M with it, Greenie. Izuku snapped around to face the new arrival who had appeared behind him. Typically, he would have panicked, but he was already pumped up on adrenaline. The new arrival wore the same middle school uniform as the boys, although it was adjusted to match the boy S large size. You want to stop those kids too, right? Izuku nodded faintly, trying to remain calm. The boy dwarfed him, but he managed to remain just hidden enough. The boy had dense lime green hair and pale green skin, but the part that stood out to Izuku the most were the 2 sharp fangs on either side of his face. The tall boy smiled sharply. I know those 3. They're in the other class. They're all talk, though. If I screw this up, run and grab the tyke, alright? With that the boy stood up, walking towards the crowd. Oi! Instantly, the 3 boys turned to him, sneering. Oh, it's the caterpillar from 3B. What S he gonna do, try and bite us? The tall boy laughed hoarsely. Oh wow, you really are dumb. Suddenly, a large dagger-like construct emerged from his hand. He played with it, glaring at the now shuddering boys. Don T you know it S rude to try and fight someone who won T fight back. The ringleader, a boy with small shards in his hands, stuttered. Hey, we LL. I am gonna count to 5, and you 3 will skedaddle, okay? Lest I dunno, bite you? As the three boys quickly scrambled away, quipping in various ways, the new boy laughed again, and Izuku's mind finally caught up enough to recognize the figure. Kamakiri Tagaru. Quirk. Razor sharp. Kamakiri quickly approached the small boy, helping him to his feet. Thanks a lot, Kamakiri-senpai. The boy flashed a toothy grin. It's no big deal, brat. Call me up if those guys cause you problems again, alright? It's guys like that I hate the most. The younger boy smiled at him before running off to who knows where. Immediately, Kamakiri-'s shoulders dropped. Alright, Greenie, get out here. Izuku did as he was told. Wow, Kamakiri-kun, that was incredible. Such excellent use of your quirk, too. The boy scratched the back off his neck lightly, chuckling. The best thing about having knives for a quirk is that most of the time I don't even need to use M. Those guys wouldn't have put up a good fight anyways, so they weren't worth cutting. As for you, I appreciate the balls for being willing to try. Red shoes. Izuku tensed instantly at the mention of his shoes, but Kamakiri appeared unbothered. Relax, Greenie. Nagasaki has a pretty high population of quirkless, so it'd be crazy of me to be an ass, especially since I want to be a hero. Izuku nodded, grateful. It was still difficult to realize that there were plenty of people out there that wouldn't treat him with cruelty. Thank you, Kamakiri-kun. Suddenly, Kamakiri-'s phone vibrated. Oh dang, right. I gotta get out of here, I got a meeting to get to. Before the large boy could run off, Izuku regained his composure. Kamakiri-kun, wait. Your meeting is here already. Kamakiri looked back at him, before seemingly making the connection. Oh dang, for real? Sick. The large boy gestured behind himself before walking off. Well, come on then. If we gonna have a meeting, I am doing it with food. I am starving. So, Kamakiri mumbled, cutting his sandwich with a knife that thankfully did not come from his skin. Midoriya Izuku. Huh? I guess Greenie wasn't far off. Izuku smiled, doing his best to not shy away. To be fair, your surname is quite literally just praying mantis, Kamakiri-kun. Kamakiri huffed lightly, smiling. Point taken. Now then, about this setup for training. I think it's damn good, but I have a condition for it. The training plan was pretty simple, all things given. Kamakiri already had excellent control over his quirk, so most of the training would go towards using his quirk in unique ways and practicing martial arts. Izuku wished to oversee the training personally, considering Kamakiri didn't have a buddy to ensure that he wasn't creating bad habits. And what is that, Kamakiri-kun? I want you to train with me. Izuku looked to the boy sitting opposite of them. Train with you? Kamakiri-kun. You know I am. The boy raised a hand in interruption, face stern. Quirkless, I do know that. I also don't particularly care, as I told you before. The case is that I'm going to be working alongside you for 3 years minimum, and I can't say I like the idea of working under someone who can't defend themselves. I am happy to protect the weak, sure, but I want respect someone who chooses to stay that way when they could get out of that hole. Looking at the face in front of him, Izuku was reminded of Bakugo in many ways. The boy shared the anger and passion for combat, but it seemed to be tempered, quite literally forged into a blade, and thrust in the direction of positive change rather than putting someone down. Kamakiri took Izuku's silence as a gesture to continue. I dealt with a lot of hell for looking like a creepy bug dude, you know? I can own it as much as I can, but it still hurts a little. I like my greens, and I prefer darker places, but the one place where I'll differentiate from the bug I match is that I LL never be fragile. I dare to ask what bull people have crammed down your throat, but if you have the choice, you should take it. Izuku was quiet for a moment, before he nodded, shaking the boy's outstretched hand. The first connection had been formed, like a puzzle piece locking into place. Alright, Kamakiri-kun. I LLT train with you. The buggish boy smirked. Alright. Next time we meet, Greenie, I am gonna run you through the ringer till you fold like a paper bag. Izuku smiled nervously. Alright, 4 months later, 5 months to entrance exam. Thunk thunk thunk. Izuku slammed down the weights, breathing heavily. Okay. Kamakiri whooped from his standing position next to him. Hell yeah, Greenie. You LL never be Hercules, but we LL certainly make something out of you.
Izuku smiled, calming at his friend, wiping his brow. Thanks, Kamakiri-kun. You they've been improving a lot on your academics, too.
The larger boy scoffed. Thanks to that advice of yours, Midoriya. Time for a break. As the two boys made their way to a couch inside of Kamakiri's small home, Izuku smiled. He hadn't been expecting to find a friendship in the insectoid boy, but despite their differences, they were getting along well enough. Like most times he thinks about it, Izuku is reminded of Bakugo. Of what could have been. But somewhere deep down he knows it may be too late for that, and he has a future outside of the boy now. Maybe someday. So, how speeding through the last of your pre-high school work treating you? Shaking himself out of his thoughts, he grinned. Oh, it going well enough. Admittedly, I've been distracted for the last while, though. Nedzu-sensei can directly teach me unless I get into UA, but he been providing me with so many interesting books. They're all so fascinating. Like this study on mutant emitter dualism they've been going through most recently that has some really interesting applications for your quirk, and...
Kamakiri laughed, but not condescendingly. Going way over my head, buddy. You found out anything about that meeting this afternoon yet, though? He shook his head. Nope. Apparently I LL find out when I get there, and it pretty secretive. Some side project for Nedzu-sensei, as far as I can tell. Kamakiri nodded. Right, that guy does love his secrets. No point in dwelling on it, I guess. Do you wanna try that spin move you they've been theory crafting for me? Oh, do I? Toshinori sat nervously in Nedzu-sensei's office, doing his very best not to look like a distressed schoolboy. The principal had assured him that this meeting was a good idea, and considering that he trusted Midoriya himself, he wasn't worried about the secret of his quirk getting out, but so few people knew of it. He was worried the knowledge would put a target on the boy's back. But then again, perhaps the boy might even say yes, no matter how unlikely it was. A few minutes of waiting later, and Midoriya quickly burst into the room. Sorry, I am late, Nedzu-sensei. I went to the wrong office, and All Might. Toshinori smiled gently at the green-haired boy. It good to see you again, Midoriya Shonen. Come, sit. As Midoriya scrambled over to his seat, Nedzu smiled at him. I am sure seeing Yagi-kun here has made you well aware that this meeting must remain secret, yes? Midoriya nodded, of course, before reaching into his small bag, not the bright yellow backpack, this time, rather a smaller blue one, a gift from Nedzu, apparently, and switching off a small device. There, now nothing will be recorded. Never hurts to be safe. He shuddered slightly. Even if Nedzu couldn't teach the boy just yet, it was clear he was already rubbing off on him in small ways. Or perhaps, the boy could simply express his inner self better, now. Toshinori nodded. My boy, do not be alarmed, but I must show you something. Breathing out, Toshinori released the energy of One for All, returning to his shrunken form. Instead of screaming out as he expected, Midoriya seemed to only flinch, before looking at him with wide eyes. Theory 5, Transformation Emitter, Type of Energy Pool. Could it? Toshinori nodded, gaunt face set. This is my true form, my boy. I received an injury 5 years ago that resulted in the loss of a lung in my stomach, alongside general injuries to the rest of my body. I can be in muscle form for a few hours each day. Toxic Chainsaw. No, that fight ended cleanly. Toshinori's eyes widened, but he wasn't entirely surprised. You know your stuff, Midoriya Shonen. No, the fight was never aired. The idea of the symbol of peace being injured that greatly would be too much. Midoriya nodded, pulling out a sleek black notebook, simply labeled, Conspiracies. Looking over the cover as the boy paged through it, all of the words seemed to be gibberish. A code, then. Smart. Eventually, Midoriya reached a page towards the end of the book, dated to about 3 months ago. Right, this villain you fought, was he called, All for One? Both adults tensed. Nedzu managed to break out of shock first, looking to the younger boy. Midoriya-kun, how do you know that name? Midoriya-kun, realizing he said something rather serious, flinched slightly, looking to his mentor. Rumors of someone who can give and take quirks are everywhere when you don T have one yourself, Nedzu-sensei. When mom said I needed to find more hobbies, I started my conspiracy notebook, so I decided to look back on the rumors I heard when I was younger. Finding the name was hard, sure, but it was out there. Yet, stories of someone gaining or losing their powers stopped short 5 years ago, right when you described your injury happening, Yagi-san. Toshinori nodded. Stories of All for One are generally suppressed by the government, but it's no surprise there are still a few floating around. At least it makes explaining this next part easier. Toshinori began to tell the story of his quirk, front to end. Since the boy knew of All for One already, there was no point in hiding much of it. As he finished his speech, he looked to Midoriya, whose eyes were set. The boy's fingers were twitching, as if desperate to write what he had learned down, but it seemed that he knew better. A quirk that can be passed down. It makes sense that All for One had a counter quirk, considering it only half of the quote, but, why tell me? This was the point that Toshinori was waiting for. Well, I've been a pro hero for about 40 years by now, which means, I'm going to have to retire soon. And that means I like to pass my quirk on before then. Toshinori looked to the boy in front of him, smiling softly. And, I believe you would be one of the best possible candidates for it, my boy. Midoriya was only silent for a moment before he shook his head. Nervously, he responded, I'm sorry, all Yagi-san, but I can accept your quirk. I got a new calling here, and it's not something I want to give up. I want to prove someone without a quirk could be a hero. Toshinori could not deny he was somewhat disappointed, but his satisfaction with Midoriya overrode it as he smiled brightly. That is perfectly fine, my boy. I'm proud of you for standing up for your convictions. But I do have one request from you. Midoriya nodded enthusiastically. Of course, I am coming to teach at UA next year. When that happens, can you help me look for someone to inherit my quirk? Of course. The meeting went on for a little while after that, discussing other topics, such as Midoriya's remaining middle school education being done online. A wise choice, his efforts to prepare the Twilight candidates, an incredibly interesting project that Toshinori would be following, if at a distance, and discussing various topics with Nedzu. Toshinori didn't consider himself stupid, but he certainly couldn't keep up with the duo when discussing quirks, at least. Finally, though, the meeting came to an end. As Midoriya enthusiastically waved goodbye, door closing behind him, Toshinori smiled at his old teacher, now principal. Midoriya is quite a fascinating child, no? Nedzu smiled softly in a way he did not see often. You were right about that. I am grateful you brought him to me. If he had been led astray from heroics, he could have been a disastrous opponent. Toshinori shuddered at that. Right, I suppose I should get going. Nedzu cackled lightly. Oh, nonsense, Toshinori-kun. We need to discuss getting you a proper teaching license before you come to teach here now that you need to consider training someone. Toshinori flinched. Oh dear. 5 months later. UA entrance exams. Mezu decidedly felt out of his depth, to be perfectly honest. While Fukuoka and its surrounding areas certainly weren't rural, the small suburban area he and his father called home there had nothing on the sheer density of Musudafu. And then there was UA. 4 hulking spires of glass, interconnected to form a rather fitting H. On the grounds surrounding the building, hundreds of teenagers wandered around, each aiming to fill one pillar, be it management, heroics, general education, or support. Mezu shook himself out of his stupor, making his way towards the entrance building. Surrounding him were students of all shapes and sizes, shadowed by massive trees. Finally arriving at the main building, he made his way towards an attendant who was handing out passes to the many students applying for heroics. The attendant, a woman he didn't recognize who probably wasn't a hero, smiled at him. Hello, dear. What's your name? He nodded curtly. Mezu Shoji, ma applying to the heroics course. The woman's eyes brightened. Ah, you're one of the special ones. Here, take this. I'm not sure what it says, but apparently it's important. Alongside the simple paper pass he was provided, he was passed a small white note with thick black text. Show your bravado and slay the Titan. The note explained practically nothing, but considering what he had heard about UA's principle, it wasn't surprising. It would likely make sense when it mattered. Undeterred, Mezu made his way towards the entrance hall. He still had the theoretical exam to write, after all. Math, 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 a bit of history, some English, and more math. If I never see another math sum again it'll be too soon. I hate to break it to you, Yosetsu, but that was a test to get into a school. The whole goal is kind of to eventually see more math, Hiro. Ah, stop screwing with my vibe, Su. Sen smiled at the antics of his friends as they sat in the rather large hall, preparing for the practical portion of their exam. It had been painful and long, sure, but he didn't think he did terribly. They had studied hard under their quartermaster Frog, after all. He looked to the small ticket he had been given when they walked in. Exam Site A portion of what was apparently ground beta. Yosetsu and Su apparently had different tickets, too. A smart move to separate those who would know each other, he supposed. As the bickering died down, a figure walked onto the stage, steps accentuated by the speakers surrounding him. Hello, exam candidates. He flinched as he recognized the booming voice of Present Mike. This was going to be loud, but it had to be considering the presence of passive muttering across the room. Now then, let's cut right to the chase, ya dig. The exam this year is a little different, yo. The screen behind the hero lit up, displaying the mock city alongside a rather cartoonish Present Mike. Now that we gone through our theoretical exams and filtered down who s here, we got a list of lots of promising hero candidates. 500 applicants today, that s a lot, huh. Thus, we divided all of you into specialized groups of 125 applicants. Each group will be dropped into one of the 4 sections of our lovely exam area site beta. There, you be doing some. The screen behind the man lit up. Robot elimination. Across the field, a pretty massive number of robots, deployed by a Rouge villain are here to cause problems, and it's up to you to defeat them. The screen lit up with 4 robots, alongside a variety pillars, each with a button on top. There are multiple ways to earn points. First, and most obviously, beating up the robots. The harder they are, the more points they give. Don't be afraid to bash them. They re-recyclable and super cheap to repair. After that, you can nab objectives by pressing on these buttons. Don't try to stop others from touching them, alright. That's cheating. There even 2 secret ways of getting points, but I won't tell you those. Lastly, the large screen highlighted the largest looking robot, labeled with a 0. And finally, we have our 0 pointers. They're a different one in each zone, and they all piloted by our friendly hero Ectoplasm, so don't worry about them hurting someone or the other way around. They worth no points though, so try to avoid them. Sen clenched his hands, psyching himself up. Fight robots, hit buttons, and be cool enough that the heroics teachers let you in. He could so that, probably, hopefully. Exam Site C. Hitoshi was stewing internally as he stood at the entrance to the massive exam site. Robots. He couldn't use his quirk on those, because of course not. But at the same time, they wouldn't have gone to the effort of seeking him out specifically only to give him a challenge he couldn't beat, right? Suddenly, his thoughts were launched back to a conversation he had had a few months back. Opening parenthesis. Jiro heaved another box into the bin that would be shipping the rubbish to the junkyard, huffing. So, what are you gonna do if you can't use your quirk? Hitoshi looked away from the scrap metal he had been dragging along. What? He had divulged about his quirk not too long ago, and thankfully it didn't perturb his new friend. I mean, it not like you always fight people. What about robots, or deaf people, or people who don't talk? Huh, never thought about that, Jiro scoffed. I mean, they're always. Closing parenthesis. Hitoshi looked the slowly opening door in front of him, spying various objects littered around the artificial city. Specifically, a nice-looking metal pipe, laying there tantalizingly, stood out to him. Huh, so that's what the strength training was for. Exam Site B. Crash. Another robot smote through the power of Yui*'s giant pencil. Hey, pen mightier than the sword and all that. Yui looked around the exam site. She had bashed 5 robots so far, including a 2-pointer, and she had pushed a few buttons. She had no idea what her score was, but she was feeling good. She huffed, shrinking down her pencil again. She had plenty of energy left, but she would need to pace herself on the large size changes lest she tired herself out. She had trained for the last 9 months, and she wasn't going to fail now. Not right before she achieved that dream she had wanted since being a child. Target spotted. Yui snapped around, noting a uniquely colored 3-pointer, seemingly leading a band of 5 1-pointers. A mini-boss. Yui really was treating this like a video game. There were a lot of them, but she could take them, even if it might hurt her. She tensed, regrowing her pencil, and thud. Her charge was interrupted by a crashing noise as something burst into the 3-pointer, destroying it instantly. Quickly, do not let the others scramble. Nodding to the sudden arrival, she quickly dashed forward, disposing of the now vulnerable weaker robots. Objective completed, she looked to the new figure. The bulky boy had many arms, one of which had an end that appeared to be a mouth. Apologies for taking those points for you. I believe that there are some kind of points for cooperation, and you look to need help. Understanding the boy's reasoning, Yui nodded, face stern but smiling. MMH. It would be efficient for us to proceed together. May you perhaps use your quirk to supply me with a weapon when we come across more robots. She nodded, pocketing it alongside a few pebbles for the boy to throw. MMH. The two nodded, no more words needing to be exchanged, and off they went. Central Tower, Site Beta. I wasn't expecting much from that boy with the purple hair, but he certainly has panache, LL give you that. Izuku looked to the proctor, a hero from Tokyo, with a small smile on his face. He could agree, considering Shinso's strategy of, bash any robots he sees with a pipe, was as valid of a strategy as any. He was grateful for the approval, at least. Any approval of his candidates increased the odds of them getting in. After all, even if none of the examiners knew exactly who was and wasn't TA candidate to be allowed to join their unique class. He looks like a mini Eraserhead. No. I want him in 1A if Aizawa hasn't gotten him already. Midnight watched the screens with enthusiasm, considering it would be the first time in years that she had a homeroom for a heroics class. Looking to his hopefully future homeroom teacher, he saw the man smiling subtly behind his capture weapon. Even though he feigned disinterest, he was clearly interested in each of the 11 candidates, considering who screens were being displayed on his own personal monitor. We have plenty of interesting candidates this year. That one with the explosion quirk, in Site A. He awfully strong, if not rather bull-headed. He T going for any bonus objectives, which means he LL probably lose to someone who does. But with refinement, I think he has potential. Izuku tried not to flinch at the mention of Bakugo Katsuki. Even if they were likely to rarely meet at UA, the boy still admittedly scared him. Nedzu had offered to deny the boy entrance, but Izuku had refused. Partly because there was theoretically no evidence of any problems, and partly because deep down Izuku still wanted to see his childhood friend become a hero. Perhaps maybe he could even realize his wrongdoings. Perhaps not. None of the other teachers bar Aizawa-sensei knew that, of course. Nedzu smiled from his chair. Would you look at that, everyone. It been 15 of the 20 allocated minutes. That means it time for the fun part. Midoriya-kun, if you would please. Izuku nervously looked to the presented button in front of him. All of his candidates had shown enough bravado to at least get into the standard hero courses, but if Nedzu wanted to start his project, he would need proof that Izuku candidates were sufficient. He gulped. It was this or wallowing in Gen Ed. He hoped for the latter. He pressed the button. Exam Site D. Awase dashed through the site, chasing after robots as he went. He was surprised to say it, but his quirk was the perfect tool for this scenario. Locking robot parts in place made it pretty easy to destroy them. He couldn't wait to get this done and see his buddies. Knowing their skills, they get in for sure. Here they go. His inner monologue was interrupted by a rumbling noise. He looked behind him, seeing the various students dotted around the area running away. He shuddered, freezing as he looked up. A 0-pointer stood tall a few blocks away from them, creating rumbling shakes with each step. The large robot had 4 large pole-like legs, slowly walking across the exam site, threatening those beneath it. On the top, a cube-like structure sat, a large eye on each side indicating where its pilot sat, completely out of reach. Yosetsu thought back to the note that he had received. Slay the Titan. Ah, so that's what the secret part of the test was. Oh, you son of a. Exam Site A. Reiko stood vigil on a roof of an artificial apartment building, staring down the massive bird construct that dwarfed the area around it. Many matching green plates made up the propeller wings on each side of the robot, guarding it from attacks, alongside massive claws, with which it perched on a large building, observing the swarm of smaller bird-like drones that were now swarming a portion of the exam site. Even the boy who had been creating explosions since the start of the exam had steered clear, and yet she would need to find a way to take it out. Oh, bloody hell, how am I supposed to get up there? She looked to the roof opposite her, spotting a rather plain-looking boy glaring up at the same robot she was. From her memory, the boy used his quirk to launch himself across the site, spinning his limbs to boost his momentum. Hello, do you have the goal to smite this beast as well? The boy snapped over to her. You too. Hell yeah, you can float stuff, right? She nodded as the boy looked to something in his hand. Can you get me up to that thing S level? I think I can take it out in one shot, but S risky. She looked within herself, judging her remaining energy. She could do it, but it would leave her completely drained. It was now or never. Very well, may fortune bless your strategy. Closing her eyes and breathing deeply, she called upon her quirk, taking stock of the surroundings. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open, as various objects floated into the air, forming a rudimentary staircase. Go. The boy didn't need to be told twice, dashing up the series of blocks, using his quirk to jump across the gaps presented. Exam Site B. Toru looked to the other 2 figures standing next to her, before looking up to the tank-like robot that was slowly approaching. The rest of her fellow examinees had run away, but the other 2 figures stood aside her, showing they had the same goal as her. How the hell are we meant to beat that? The purple-haired boy looked closely at the area where the pilot likely was. If I can get up there, then I can disable the pilot, but I have no clue how to. The heteromorph girl next to him croaked. I can get you there, Kiro. Get on my back. Invisible girl, can you distract the robot somehow? Invisible girl. That was a cool name, not the time. Distractions. I can do that. Just look away when I shout. She nodded as the duo literally jumped away, one on the back of the other. Toru looked up at the robot, pulling out the one item she had brought with for this exact reason. The brightest flashlight she owned. She took a deep breath, reaching for the physical control of her quirk. This would make her sleep for like a week, but it would be worth it. Here's my ultimate cool as #### move. Toru style light refraction BAAMMM. And suddenly, there was a flash of light. Exam Site B. Are you certain this will work? Toguro stood proudly, braced for speed, legs secured to the large pencil he was standing on via hooked blades. I saw it in one really old anime once. LL be fine. S either that or we fail, so what do we have to lose? He looked to the hulking robot in front of him. The robot resembled a bacteriophage, S many legs preventing anything from getting close, while the top structure was secured to hell and back. Which left one weak spot. The large multi-armed boy nodded at him, picking up the enlarged pencil. Very well. Prepare for flight. The other member of the present group, a girl who had thus far hadn't said a word, walked up the pencil, adding additional size to it without adding any weight, which was clearly taxing for the girl at this point, as she groaned in pain as she did it, before whispering quietly. Good luck. Toguro wouldn't need luck. He had Greeny S new technique, and he was ready to use it. And suddenly, he was in the air. Exam Site D. The 3 examinees braced, preparing to execute their hastily put together plan. If this plan ends up with me in the hospital, you are paying the bills, headband guy. Now is not the time for sarcasm, the leg is coming down. Yosetsu looked to the boy with the tail and girl with the funky earlobes, reaching inwards for his quirk. He really hoped they all got into UA for this. He owed the two of them at least one nice dinner for this, but it was pretty much the only plan he could think of that would work on such short notice. Suddenly, a leg of the quadrupedal robot crashed down close to them, and Yosetsu dashed forward, grabbing a hold of the leg with both hands. Improvised special move. Weldcraft reversal, freeze and bash. Suddenly, the robot's leg froze, gears and shafts stopping instantly. The structure creaked as his two comrades dashed forward, the girl sticking her earlobes in and the boy charging forward to strike with his tail. Yosetsu braced for impact as the moves hit. Exam Site A. Reaching the top of the makeshift staircase, Sen braced, spying ectoplasm piloting the large robot, just behind the eye. He pulled out his greatest weapon, a stone he had plucked sometime during the exam. He began to spin his various body parts, taking a deep breath. This is my most stupid technique. Spiral meteor beam. He spun rapidly, building up a massive amount of momentum in his hands, before leaping up in a chaotic mess of movement, before he landed, and threw. Hey, ectoplasm, are you feeling gassy? What? How did you? And the clone would say no more. Toguro leapt off of the flying pillar, aligned perfectly with the large pillar between the robot *s legs and head. Take this, you piece of scrap. Knife cyclone. A blast of sound emanates from Kyoka*s heart, hitting the large robot dead on. At the same time, Mashiro's tail perfectly hits the weakest point of the leg, the joint. Instantly, the construct crumples. The shot aims true, and without it *s controller, the robot crashes to the ground. Sen quickly scrambles down the staircase, pieces dropping as he does. Not a moment later, the buzzer sounds. The practical exam is now over. Please proceed to the exit. Nedzu smiles proudly as he observes the gawking of the judges. So, do you think I can go along with the Twilight Project now, President? Madam President, in her small seat off to the side, looks silently at the screen in front of her. These students had promise, and even if Nedzu*s project could be a headache later down the line, she had no way to deny that those students had promise. Very well, Nedzu, you will have your class. A few feet away, Midoriya Izuku hits his euphoria limit. His candidates all exceeded their expectations, going far and beyond what he had anticipated them to do. Sure, he had assigned each of them to exam sites with 0-pointers that their quirks countered, but he had expected at most a single 0-pointer to be defeated, not all 4. He, as no one can particularly blame him for, promptly faints on the spot. The week that follows was a blur for each of them. The knowledge that they should get in, but they don't know for sure, irked each of them individually. Most took the time to recuperate, while a few did take the time to prepare for alternate forms of study in the event that UA failed them. Inko needed to physically pull her son away from his notes quite a few times. Thankfully his new friend helped her in that regard as well. The two kept up their exercise over the break, with Kamakiri regaling the boy with the story of his own entrance exam, ignoring how Izuku had gotten to see it over the cameras anyways. Until, of course, the fabled day arrived. Did the principal purposefully delay the letters so that one of them could make it to Fukuoka at the same time as the rest? That is for him to know and us to ponder, of course. Toguro. What is it, Ma? Your letter *s here. Toguro scrambled out of bed, practically tripping over himself in the process. Oh, ### yeah. No bad language in the house, Toguro. Sorry, Ma. Toguro grabbed the letter, smiling at his mom, who returned the smile, sharp teeth glistening, before he dashed back to his room. Opening the letter, he found a small disc, which quickly was placed onto his table. He poked it for a few seconds before it suddenly flicked to life, illuminating his dark room. On the screen stood 2 figures. He recognized the one as Principal Nedzu, but he didn't have a clue as to who the second one was. The tall, scraggly-looking man looked the paper at he was holding, face perfectly neutral. Kamakiri Toguro, you scored 75% for the theoretical portion of the exam. A respectable score for a test of the caliber of UA*s entrance exam. Kamakiri pumped his arm. Greenie S studying had paid off. Principal Nedzu smiled. Now then, as you are applying for the hero course, your practical performance is more important. During the exam, you struck a good balance, scoring an admirable 35 villain points, alongside 10 collectible points, bringing your score up to 45. On top of that, we have 2 more secretive scoring methods: rescue points, for doing helpful actions when unneeded, and cooperation points, for working alongside others. Your cooperation with Shoji Mezu and Kodai Yui, alongside assisting others on occasion, earned you an additional 20 points, bringing your final score up to 65 points. That would be more than enough to guarantee entrance to either heroics class, but that not what you were aiming for, was it? A small clip played, depicting Toguro slicing the zero-pointer clean in two, dramatically scoring victory at the last moment. Embarrassingly crashing into a wall immediately after was less cool, but the clip cut off before that, so who was counting? The destruction of the zero-pointer by your hands has shown your desire to be a hero beyond others. Thus, you have gained entrance to our new class, Class 1T. Young Kamakiri. This is your Hero Academia. It would not be synchronous, but over the course of that day, 12 students would cheer to various degrees at their success, more jubilant than they had ever been before. Izuku had been to UA plenty of times before. He did it when he needed to visit Nedzu-sensei, when he needed to take the exams to pass middle school, and when he had to take the theoretical portion of the entrance exam. Despite this, preparing to enter what was now his high school, as a student this time, was positively nerve-wracking. Izuku, dear, you be fine. If those kids in your class are jerks to you, Aizawa-kun will kick them out anyways. Izuku blushed as his mom fussed with his uniform. Aizawa-sensei had been over for dinner once, one of the times he had accidentally stayed at UA for too long, and his mother had gotten upset about his now teacher poor health. Now the poor man had to come over for dinner at least bi-weekly, lest he incite the anger of the Midoriya matriarch. He was happy to see his mom getting her groove back, even if it was a natural consequence of weekly tea with Nedzu-sensei. The two got along scarily well now the Inko wasn't afraid of him. Dear, if you panic for much longer you miss the train. Quickly, he snapped back to reality, dashing out the house. Love you, Mom. You too, dear, show your stuff. The train ride over to UA was nerve-wracking, with people he barely knew complimenting him on getting into the area most prestigious high school. Most seemed to assume that he got into general education, not noticing that his uniform marked him as a hero student. Finally, after a nerve-wracking ride, he arrived at the bulky UA tower. He took a deep breath, walking in for the first time as a student. Winding his way through the Hero Course Tower, he spotted various faces he had seen over the 10 months, even if he had avoided them out of anxiety. The third and second year classes were lower down within the building, which meant that he got a few looks at various members of UA-S finest. He would need to look closely at them, after all, if he wanted to help Yagi-san pass down his quirk. Eventually he made his way to the floor for the first years. Politely scrambling past the A and B classes, he made his way to the end of the floor, where a large door, albeit smaller than the massive ones of the A and B class, labeled with a red T, stood proudly. He was amazed that the school had gotten the class built so quickly. If memory served, the area where the class sat previously belonged to 2 interconnected storage rooms, so they were likely retrofitted for their class. Breathing nervously, Izuku walked in. Instantly, he was met with a rush of noise, 11 others sitting around a small circle near the middle of the room, bantering. And then, once I hit ectoplasm, the giant bird fell and crushed a bunch of other robots too. If they counted for points I would have been rich. It saddens me that by the time the robot fell I had already been rendered unconscious. I am sure it was a grand display. Izuku looked nervously at the chatting group, not sure how to make his presence known. Greenie, you made it. Dashing forward towards him, Kamakiri smiled sharply. It the man of the hour. And you finally managed to get that tie right for once. He blushed nervously, politely not mentioning that his mom ended up doing the thing for him after he failed it for the umpteenth time. Hello, I Midoriya Izuku. It good to be working with you all. Looking over to his classmates, many suddenly flashed in recognition. Awase, rocking his bandana even in his uniform, smirked. "You're number 9. Thanks for that training plan of yours, boss." As Awase broke the ice, the others looked equally excited. "It's good to be working with you, Midoriya-san. A support hero is a valuable asset." From the stoic Shoji, Shinso, all but hiding behind Jiro, smiled slightly. "It's thanks to you that I got in at all. So thanks, boss." As praise was repeated by most of the remaining class, he found himself blushing again. "Thanks, everyone. I'll do my best to help you all out." Before anyone else could say another word, Jiro, who had elsewise been fairly quiet, spoke up. "Sorry to rain on your parade, guys, but someone's coming." Quickly, weary of whoever was going to teach them, the class scrambled to find their desks. Izuku found himself on the leftmost of 3 rows, thankfully next to a window. He sat at the front, which was always nerve-wracking, but considering he had to bubbly Hagakure behind him and the blunt but kind Kaibara on his left, he didn't feel too bad. A moment later, the door slid open, and Aizawa-sensei walked in, moving to stand in the front of the class. He looked to the quiet class, smirking lightly before reverting to his standard face. "Not bad, Jiro. Don't warn your classmates next time. Noticing people is a useful skill. Nonetheless, it's good that you're all ready." Quickly, he turned to walk out again. "I'm Aizawa Shota. Call me what you want. You all know that this class will be serious, so getting started quickly. Get your exercise uniforms on and get to the PE grounds." Don Dawdle. And just like that, their teacher was gone again. Everyone was silent for a moment before Izuku regained his wits, shooting up. "Aizawa-sensei hates being kept waiting. See, come on." Quickly, his classmates followed, scrambling out of their desks. Kyoka quickly ran onto the field, panting. Behind her, she spotted the rest of her classmates running after her. Thankfully, Midoriya seemed to know the way, and most of them simply followed him. On the large sprawling field, Aizawa-sensei stood in his full hero regalia, including a strange scarf that she wasn't quite sure about. She spotted Shinso, the purple-haired boy, seemingly having a crisis where he was standing, so she supposed he was someone of some importance. 10 minutes. Good, but not great. Now then, we be getting started quick, so I hope you are all ready." Nervously, Hagakure raised a hand-arm. Sensei, what about the entrance ceremony?" The teacher looked to her, face neutral. "The ceremony is a waste of time by design. Do you want to listen to Nedzu prattle on about meaningless ideas that will be in your introduction leaflet anyways? You can come to me after class if you have questions, but there shouldn't be many." Kyoka snorted under her breath. She was simultaneously liking and disliking this guy already. Time would tell whether or not he was really an ass or not, she guessed. "Now then, Kaibara, come over here. You did pretty well in the entrance exam. What was the furthest you could throw a ball in high school?" The black-haired boy scratched his head nervously. "Yua." The green-haired girl, Asui if she remembered correctly, answered for him. 34 meters. Their teacher, to his credit, didn't really react. "All right, throw this ball, but use your quirk to its fullest." Kaibara's eyes widened before he smiled. "That, I can do." Quickly, he began to spin up, starting in his legs, transferring momentum into his arms almost like a tornado, before executing the same move he had pulled during the entrance exam, this time without quoting its name. The ball soared across the field, coming to a stop a fair distance away. A small machine beeped. 400 meters. As various students oohed and awed, Aizawa-sensei smiled. "There are some interesting constraints in our society regarding quirk use, but here, you will use them to their fullest extent and set a new baseline for each of you." Many of 1A cheered in determination. Kyoka smirked. Even if her quirk didn't have many physical uses, her exercise meant she wouldn't do terribly. "Do not get overconfident." Instantly, the class quieted down, looking to their teacher. "I will be blunt with you. I have higher hopes for this group than most, but if you slack off, I will not be afraid to expel you from this school." Many classmate eyes, with the exception of Midoriya, widened. She heard someone mutter about unfairness under their breaths. Aizawa seemed to hear it too, as he smiled darkly. Natural disasters, crime, villains. The whole world is unfair. I will not be willing to teach someone who would become a hero only to die within the year, thinking themselves above the rest. That managed to sober the class up, at least. Aizawa nodded to them. You understand. Good. Now show me what you are all made of and go, plus ultra. And just like that, the tests began. 50-meter dash. 2 students lined up at time on the large course, ready to run. T interrupt each other and you will both be fine. Go. Hitoshi scrambled across the field as fast as he could, hoping to get a decent score. He was saving the Eraserhead as my homeroom teacher, crisis for a later date, preferably out of the man_'s sight. Meanwhile, boing boing boing. In a few seconds, Asui made it across the field. Looking back, she smiled. Hero. Asui Suyu. Quirk. Frog. This mutant quirk grants the user the abilities of various frogs, including a massive tongue, lounge jumping abilities, sticky hands and feet, and more. Asui is a movement titan, especially in water, but her combat skill is no slouch either. Asui smiled at Hitoshi as he crossed the line a little later. You didn't do too bad, Shinso-kun. Did your preparation involve working out? Hitoshi groaned. Yeah, and a lot of it at that. It was hard, but it got me through the entrance exam, so. Thanks again for your help there, Asui. Call me Sue. You helped me against that robot, so we re-friends now. From the back, Kaibara and Awase smiled. You T have a choice, bro. She LL have all of the class by the end of the day. Grip strength. Huh, haven't seen someone do that before. Good job, Awase. Awase cheered loudly as Aizawa-sensei noted down his massive score, the 2 ends of the pressure sensor welded together. Awase YOSETSU, quirk, weld. Awase combined 2 things he s touching together at the atomic level. Unless he focuses super hard, the effect is only temporary, but he can make it permanent. Try to move when your shoes are bound the floor in your socks. A few feet away, Yui smiled. She was happy to see the success of her classmate, but she had to show off herself. In her hands, the measuring device shrunk to the size of an eraser, and she pressed down. The device broke underneath her fingers, but not before racking up a sensor-breaking score. As Awase gawked at her, Aizawa simply shrugged before noting down infinity. Kodai Yui, quirk, size. Kodai S observant, sure, but she really takes sizing things up to the next level. Making things grow and shrink, her quirk will deactivate if she loses focus or keeps it going for too long. With a lot of exertion, she can even scale size without making the object heavier. Yui smiled, remaining quiet. Sometimes actions spoke louder than words, in her opinion. Standing long jump. There we go. Sen leapt over the line with a twirl, just about crossing the sandbar. How's that for a jump, Sue? Still not even close, hero. Train for another 1,000 years. Ah, man. Kaibara Sen. Quirk. Gyrate. Kaibara puts a new spin on getting around with his bizarre quirk, allowing him to rotate any part of his body. Apart from being a great defense mechanism and being fun at parties, Kaibara can use it to build up momentum across his body, releasing it in the form of fast projectiles or long jumps. Not far away, Hitoshi took a deep breath. If anyone s rude, Jiro LL beat him up. Hey, Yanagi. The white-haired girl, standing off to the distance, looked to him. What do you require of me, Shinso-san? I need your help on this part. May I use my quirk on you? Of course, Shinso-san. Do what you need. A moment later, Yanagi snapped up, now standing next to Shinso, who smiled. You only live once. Throw me across this pit. Wordlessly, Yanagi complied, stiffly activating her quirk, launching Shinso across the field. Crashing on the other end, Shinso breathless looked to Aizawa, who looked confused for a moment, before noting the score. Worth it, Shinso Hitoshi. Quirk. Brainwashing. Shinso can take control of you with just an exchange of words. Pretty damn cool if I do say so myself. If the target gets jostled, they LL snap out of it, and Shinso can't order them to execute higher functions, like speaking, but it S still plenty useful. Yanagi quickly ran over to Shinso, helping him up. The purple-haired boy scratched his head nervously. Sorry for doing that to you. I don't mind if you don't want to speak to me again. Yanagi eyes widened and she quickly began shaking her head. Nonsense. In fact, could you do it again? The sensation was unlike anything I've felt before. I must transcribe it into prose. Side steps. In the middle of the field, dust was rapidly churned between two spots on the field. Look, sensei, I am doing it. Shota looked to where Hagakure was, sighing. I suppose I have no way of telling whether or not you are actually jumping. Good job, Hagakure. Hagakure flashed a smile, getting up from the ground before patting off her hands. Her scheme was successful. Hagakure Toru. Quirk. Invisibility. Hagakure is invisible to the naked eye. How does she even see? In truth, her quirk extends to some degree of light manipulation, although without practice, doing so drains her faster than a tap. Her quirk actually extends slightly above her skin, meaning her sweat and any dirt that sticks to her is invisible too. With proper tuning, her hero uniform can take advantage of this effect, allowing her to wear clothes while remaining hidden. Aizawa looked back. Next time, Hagakure, watch your knees. They leave an imprint. Looking down, Hagakure blushed, kicking the dirt beneath her. You saw nothing, sensei. No I did not. Ball throw. Deep breath in. Deep breath out. Deep breath in. The ball is slammed down, bouncing into the air. Deep breath out. Deep breath in. The ball begins to fall again, before reaching his height. Wham! The ball is slammed by his tail, flying across the field, reaching further than most of the class, rivaling the most powerful of projectile throwers. Mashirao smiled at his classmates. How was that? Deep breath out. OJIROUMASHIRAO. Quirk. Tail. While boring on paper, this simple blade of a quirk has been sharpened to a degree that rivals Excalibur. Ojiro fifth limb strikes a balance of precision and power, making him a beast in combat. Kamakiri sweat dropped from his position next to Midoriya. I simultaneously desperately want to fight that guy and want to stay as far away from him as possible. Izuku nodded, looking to the simplistic-looking boy, smile on his face. I think that fair, Kamakiri-kun. I think that's fair. Distance run. Everyone was panting for breath, each having ran for about as long as they could. Many of their performances were admirable, especially Toru, who exercise scheme had perhaps been the most extreme of all of them, and Mashirao was feeling especially proud of lasting for as long as he did. He never worked on being durable, mostly being powerful in short bursts, as was standard for martial arts. And yet, one person was still running, barely looking winded. How the hell are you still trucking, Midoriya? Shinso shouted out, observing the last remaining runner. It the only thing I'm good at in terms of exercise. I have lots of practice. Midoriya Izuku. Quirk. None. Despite having no special power, Midoriya makes up for it in smarts and determination. Able to go blow for blow with most people years ahead of him in terms of knowledge, while having an almost unnatural well of energy, Midoriya not one to be messed with. Kamakiri chuckled nervously as Midoriya once again moved away from them on the other side of the track. We still have about 10 minutes before he gets winded at this pace. Maybe we should start the next exercise, sensei. Aizawa sensei shook himself out of his stupor, nodding. Let's do that. Seated toe touch. Mezu sat towards the edge of the crowd, calmly performing his own toe touch. It was an exercise he had done frequently in the last few months, anyways, as part of training his quirk's ability to make longer appendages. He smiled as his sensei nodded approvingly. Shoji Mezou. Quirk. Dupli arms. Despite being tall and ominous, this gentle giant quirk offers him a wide skill set through the ability to grow multiple limbs. Aside from being able to reach for the cookie jar, Shoji limbs can have eyes, ears and even mouths on them, making him a surveillance master. Don't mess with this guy, lest you get punched more than you bargained for. Hey, hearing buddy, we match. Mezu looked to the classmate sitting next to him. She was sitting in a similar position to him, arms crossed, while the two jacks on her ears performed the toe touch for her. Jirou Kyoka. Quirk. Earphone jack. While looking simple on the surface, Jiro's quirk is super versatile, you dig. Sure, she doesn't need earphones, but more importantly, she has super hearing, so no secrets can hide from her. Her jacks are also great weapons, letting her send blasts of sound into anything she jacks into, allowing her to be a destructive force. Mezu smiled under his mask. I suppose that is true. Mezu Shoji, it is good to meet you. The girl nodded, smiling. Jirou Kyoka, hey, if you hear anything bad about any kids or teachers, hook me up, alright? I need to start my network from middle school back up. Mezu was silent for a moment before he nodded. If it meant helping deal with rude people, he would go along with it. I can do that, Jirou-san. Sweet. When someone inevitably grabs all our numbers, hit me up. Somewhere in a stuffy presentation hall, a small purple boy shivers while listening to his principal *s rambles. He can *t explain it, but he can *t shake the feeling that he is in danger. Sit-ups. Up, down, up, down. Shota watched various students doing the exercises with a neutral face. They were all doing better than he thought they would, in perfect honesty. He had ones he noted to possibly be problems, but they were all doing well. Awase and Kaibara were playful, sure, but Asui kept them under control, and as a result that energy manifested as determination. The shy Shinso who reminded him a lot of a younger him seemed to be on track towards coming out of his shell, but time would tell. As for the last two, does this count for the exercise, sensei? Yanagi was making use of her quirk to quickly move up and down in the movement of a sit-up. Yes, good job in using your quirk creatively, Yanagi. Yanagi Reiko. Quirk. Poltergeist. Despite the spooky name, this quirk does not, in fact, summon ghosts. Instead, she has a pretty darn powerful telepathic ability. Standardly, she can lift just over the weight of a person, but when she focuses she can lift up to 5 times that amount at the cost of being pretty much knocked out afterwards. The quirk is made obvious by its temperature-chilling effect and hazy aura, hence the name. Shota shivered lightly as Yanagi ran out of energy, turning off her quirk. He mentally added heating packs to the list of item *s he would need if Yanagi *s cold quirk would continue being an issue. As for the girl herself, she seemed alright on the surface, but Nezu and Midoriya both encouraged him to keep an eye on her mental health. Unlike Shinso, foster care was supposedly not kind to her. As a ward of UA, she was one of a few students in his class who were staying on their own, having no family to move down to Musudafu with them. He would be sure to look after her if he could. Ha, ha, ha. And that left the last student he figured would be troublesome, yet wasn't proving all that difficult. Kamakiri was smartly making use of his quirk, shooting out dull blades from his hands, pushing him upwards. Kamakiritogaru, quirk, razor sharp. Kamakiri may look like a mantis, but you *t squash him easily. His powerful quirk allows him to create bone-like blades out of any point on his body, both launching him forward and functioning as, well, blades. An agile fighter, you *t want to get on this bug *s bad side. A had received plenty of warnings over the boy's supposed violent tendencies, but Shota had dealt with cases like him before. The boy was enthusiastic, and loved to fight, sure, but as far as he could tell, the boy was unlikely to raise havoc unless someone was treated unjustly, and Midoriya *s testimony for the boy matched. He would keep an eye on the boy, sure, but he wasn't worried. Shota looked to the scores of the class as the remaining few finished up their final exercise. This year looked like it was going to be rather interesting after all. The class stood nervously, waiting for their sensei. Many of them were tired and out of breath, but most were satisfied with their results. Awase, ever the conversation starter, broke the silence. Say, Midoriya, you were really cool out there considering you planning on being a support hero, but what *s your quirk? You never used it. Instantly, Izuku shriveled nervously. Someone had asked so quickly, he couldn't lie, but what if they hated him, or didn't want to work with him, or... He was interrupted by a comforting hand on his shoulder. Looking up, he saw Kamakiri smiling at him while his classmates looked concerned. They ain't gonna mind, alright. If they do, I'll just cut them. Izuku took a deep breath. Kamakiri was right, Aizawa and Nedzu wouldn't allow it. He breathed out, calming himself down. I don't have one. A quirk, that is. The class was only silent for a moment. Dude, you whooped my ass in the running on your own. Hell yeah. Izuku looked to see Awase smiling at him, seemingly unbothered. The rest of the class seemed to follow suit. I guess the world had to nerf you, boss. You DB too scary elsewise. You deciphered our quirks like that without having one yourself. Nice. We will have to spar some time, Midoriya. I would love to match wits with you in at least one field. Izuku was crumbling under the praise, internally celebrating that he wasn't going to have to deal with 10 more Bakugos for the rest of the next 3 years. Good. You all passed the last test. The class quickly noticed the arrival of their teacher, who had snuck in while they weren't noticing. A lot of you were picked out for your unconventional or typically weak quirks. If someone judges you, or you do in return, there will be consequences. All right. Everyone nodded quickly, noting their teacher's serious tone. Now, you all performed admirably enough in the tests for first years, so none of you are going home. Your results will be with the rest of the files on each of your desks. You LL also find your schedules there, alongside the numbers for the teachers. Use the one for the counselor if you feel you need it, he has plenty of open slots. That S it for the day. Stick around. Go home, I don't care. If you need me, I am in the teacher's office. With that, their teacher began to walk away, looking back one last time. And, good job. With that, Class 1T was left in silence, all processing the first day they had. Hagakure spoke up first, bewildered. The next train back to my house only leaves in 3 hours. Now what? Everyone looked to Izuku, seemingly expecting him to take charge. He supposed it was his job as the upcoming support hero to lead them. I can show you guys around since I been here before. Awase cheered. Oh, thank hell, I have no idea where anything is. As the class laughed, Izuku smiled. Perhaps this whole social interaction thing wouldn't be so bad. Shota snuck off, finally able to take a deep breath and organize his thoughts. All things considered, his new class had performed well enough. They certainly had a higher average than most kids their age would, comparing them to his previous years. Personality-wise, he at least had an enthusiastic bunch, even if a few seemed to be at high risk of being overly impulsive. He was grateful that Nimari was looking after 1A this year, though. Dealing with Tensai younger brother, a Todoroki, and the explosive boy Midoriya had described sounded like playing with fire. Personally, Shota wouldn't have wanted to deal with Bakugo at all, but he was also well aware that he wasn't a perfect teacher when it came to student relations. If Nedzu hadn't said it outright, he probably would have just assumed the Firebrand boy was simply competitive. Nonetheless, he was giving up half of his hero time to manage this new project. Sure, it meant that he got a few hours more sleep, but he was still an insomniac, so he had a few more hours to try and get something done. Maybe take a look at the files with a fresh perspective. Aizawa-san, I was just looking for you. Or he could deal with that. Hello, number 1. Shota could admit that he didn't try fantastically hard to hide the acid in his voice. He was never fond of All Might, honestly. The hero at least had the situational awareness to know he wasn't welcome, gaunt face flinching. Sorry, Aizawa-san. If you busy, I can return later, but I wished to talk to you about tomorrow s practical heroics exercise. All Might was trying to prepare in advance. He took a deep breath, doing his best to rein in his biases. Even if he didn't like the guy, he would put up with him if it meant getting his class. Fine, you repaying for food, then. Hazashi is insisting I eat something other than jelly packets, and I know your salary is 8 times mine. The tall man eyes widened, clearly not expecting him to accept. Oh, of course, I know a great place. Shota took one last look back at the field, where his students were slowly leaving, most following behind Midoriya like lost ducklings. No backing out of it now. Lead the way. The location Shota was brought to, in All Might*'s dinky convertible, which was rather small for the large man, was a shockingly down-to-earth American diner with sound-blocking booths. He had to remind himself that Yagi the secretary didn't exactly lead a life that would let him be seen in a high-end restaurant. You what? Yagi laughed lightly at his reaction. It was a lot of work, sure, but I made it happen. Having Nezu as a taskmaster certainly helps motivate you. Shota was quiet for a moment. He was under the impression that All Might was coming into teaching with no credentials, but even an assistant teaching certification was impressive for being earned in 4 months. Thus, instead of running his mouth, he simply took a bite out of another fry. Are you finally willing to take me seriously, Aizawa-san? He flinched lightly, slapping himself internally. Had he been that obvious? Yagi shook his head, smile not leaving his face. Am not too offended, if that worries you. I am well aware that All Might the hero has a certain reputation. One I have never really bothered to refute until very recently, at that. For what it is worth, Aizawa-san, they always thought heroes like yourself to be equal to, if not more admirable than heroes like me. Those who fight in the dark often do shine brightly. Shota took a deep breath, doing his best to leave his biases at the door and only mostly failing. Looking at the hero now, he did his best to look at the man in front of him instead of at All Might. Instead of a pompous hero, he saw Yagi Toshinori, a man in his mid-50s, doing his best to pass down his knowledge before a life-shattering injury killed him. Now he kind of felt like an ass. Before he could apologize, Yagi laughed heartily. I suppose I can still catch even the great Eraserhead out on occasion. Now, shall we get back to our planned discussion? Shota nodded. Right, what do you need from me? Yagi scratched the back of his neck nervously. Well, despite that pompous speech of mine there, admit I'm certainly not an ace teacher, especially considering be teaching a class of students aiming for a different field of heroics than my own. I know you be there as well, but I was hoping for your critique on my lesson structure. The man pulled out a decently thick lesson plan, passing it over to Shota. He set down his fork, giving it a quick look over. Battle trials. In the first lesson, he took a deep breath, recalling his lessons from years gone on how best to work with others. Explain. Yagi nodded, unperturbed. I know that typically, lessons would begin with basic drills. However, your student have already been doing similar things for months now thanks to Midoriya. Thus, I figured it would be best if they had a proper encounter with heroics of the type they are more likely to engage with, let them know what they are getting into. You do a similar thing with your expulsion threats, do you not? He was not wrong. He took a further look at the plans, analyzing each portion carefully. Right, if you want to do that, it would be best to go all in. Switch from 1 versus 1 to 2 versus 2 and switch from outdoor to indoor. Cover inter-hero cooperation and teach them about the majority of conflict occurring indoors, smart. Shota nodded. Elsewise, this plan is solid enough, good work. Yagi sighed, smiling, and returned the files to his bag. That was stressful, thanks, Aizawa-san. Now, how about we get back to our meal and you tell me about some of your class? I know plenty about Midoriya, but am blind on the rest. Shota smiled lightly. I can do that. Shota quietly put his stuff down, looking around his cramped apartment in an effort to find the file he wanted to give to Yagi and get the man out of his home. Yagi stood around, all but twiddling his thumbs. You have a nice home, Aizawa-san. Well used. You can call it dirty. I usually don't sleep here more than twice a week. Right, no rest for the wicked. Shota looked to his full desk, finally finding the file on the layout of Site Beta. He turned, only to find Yagi looking at something else. A large, framed photo stood out on the wall, clean and free of dust, depicting a second-year Aizawa and 2 others that were certainly smiling a whole lot brighter than he was. I do not recognize the one with the blue hair. Is he? Loud Cloud. You know full well why you don't recognize him. Yagi nodded silently, taking hold of the offered file, face blank. Did Nedzu tell you I was the one who recommended Midoriya to him? Shota raised an eyebrow at the man but gestured for him to continue. The boy is smart, efficient, and will certainly be an excellent hero, and he certainly has helped me realize some of my flaws, but, every time I see him, I have the same thought in the back of my mind. That encouraging a boy with no power will inevitably lead to his unfortunate death. Yagi turned to Shota. His face looked far more tired than it had been before. But I will not allow those thoughts to overcome my faith in the boy. Now that I am teaching him and others, I will do my best to ensure they do not enter the greater world unprepared. I have seen too many good men and women die not to. Shota was silent briefly, before he nodded, face as blank as he could make it. I suppose that *S as good a motivation as mine. *S, a pleasure to be working with you, All Might. Yagi smiled. The same to you, Eraserhead. I swear, is it just me that keeps forgetting that half of being at UA is just normal high school? *S so boring. I think *S just you, Toru, and maybe Awase, hey. But *S the first day. You *LL get used to it eventually. Masharao smiled at his invisible friend's antics as she sighed dramatically. I knew. *S just, you see pro hero present Mike, think, whoa, that *S cool as hell. And then he *S just an English teacher. The group of students had decidedly chosen to avoid the crowded lunch hall, so they collectively sat around a large tree in the nearby courtyard, each eating their lunches in small clumps. Midoriya smiled, hands filled with a home-cooked meal that Kamakiri was stealing pieces from when the boy wasn't looking. I am desensitized to it by now. Seeing Yamada-sensei and Aizawa-sensei arguing about cheese at 7 in the morning erased most of the fear I had of Yamada-sensei. It did manage to make Aizawa-sensei scarier though. Toru perked up at that. Midori, you been here for a few months now, right? Then you must know who our heroics teacher is. Tell us, please. Midoriya shook his head nervously. It meant to be a surprise. I promise it be worth the wait though. Kamakiri scoffed. The jerk wouldn't even tell me, his best buddy. How cruel. Nay. Shinso, who had remained silent for most of their conversation, chuckled. Bug boy, I known you for 2 days and I can tell you can keep a secret to save your life. Oi, you wanna go, Brainiac? Absolutely not. I know full well you LL kick my ass. Yeah, that S what I thought, coward. Kamakiri S gloating was abruptly cut off by him freezing in place. A moment later, Shinso released his control, and the boy scoffed. Point taken, Brainiac. I LL kick your ass whenever we get to spar. Masharao smiled at the newfound rivalry that had begun to form between his two classmates. A certainly had a different culture than the dojo, but he was looking forward to it, nonetheless. Before Midoriya could interject, he looked behind the arguing pair, before a confused look appeared on his face. What exactly are you four doing over there? Looking to what Midoriya was staring at, Masharao saw a rather strange scene. Awase stood confidently underneath what appeared to be a large fry assembled out of many smaller welded together ones, actively being floated by Yanagi. Kaibara, face nervous, was holding his friend steady. Kodai had her phone out, recording the activity, face completely flat, presenting a singular thumbs up. Quirk training. Asui, who had been quietly talking to her family on the phone, sighed wearily. Hiro, I swear, I look away from you for 5 minutes. Jiro simply held her shoulder, shaking her head. Let it happen, Sue. It *LL be natural selection. The chip amalgam did inevitably fall into Awase open mouth, leading him to choke, but thankfully, having 6 arms made Shoji excellent at performing the Heimlich. Izuku made his way towards his next class alongside a few of his classmates, a small smile on his face. He was grateful for his classmates choosing to eat outside. Confrontation with Bakugo was inevitable, but he was currently hoping to delay it for as long as possible. His thoughts were broken by a very impolite series of noises coming out of Shinso. Gah, what the hell? Apologies, Shinso-kun, but I need to borrow your classmate for a while. Walking to the front, Izuku spied a large rope hanging out of a ceiling tile, Principal Nedzu smiling cheerfully at the top. Good afternoon, Nedzu-sensei. Hello, Midoriya, would you come with me to my office? I've gotten permission from your teacher already. Midoriya grabbed hold of the rope, nervousness of the many prior times he had done the act lost, smiling to his classmates. Alright, guys, see you later. As the rope automatically brought him up and out of the room, he heard various remarks, ranging from, "Why does UA even have that?" to, "What do you mean Midoriya gets to skip math?" Nedzu grinned at him as the tile closed behind him, locking out sound. Right then, Midoriya-kun, shall we get going? We have much to discuss. Did you have to pull the rope card so early, Nedzu-sensei? But of course, it's best to keep hero students on their toes. Izuku followed behind Nedzu in a series of winding halls, shimmying between gas and liquid pipes, occasionally hearing snippets of dialogue as he passed. It is an undeniable fact that to be the principal of a school as vast as UA requires a certain kind of mania. It is to Nedzu's great shame that the credit for making UA's many walls navigable does not go to him, but the high-specs hero had certainly taken advantage of the many passageways, mostly to scare the life out of the unaware. Eventually, they made their way to Nedzu's standard office. A few steps past that, they popped open the roof to the supply closet that never seemed to be open, arriving at Nedzu's main office. Hidden in plain sight, Nedzu had told him, once. Crawling into the homely room, Izuku placed himself into his standard chair opposite Nedzu's desk. What did you need to talk about, Nedzu-sensei? Flicking on the small electric kettle, Nedzu pulled out a file on his computer, depicting Izuku's schedule. Now that you are officially a student here, Midoriya-kun, I can begin teaching you properly. I can seize a few lessons here and there, but it would be wise of you to test out of a subject or two in order to offer us more personal time. Perhaps history. Izuku pulled out a notebook, quickly writing barely legible chicken scratch, as was his standard for any time spent with the principal. That's a good idea. I still need practical heroics due to the setup for the next 3 years and the support heroics licensing system, so, maybe mathematics. History, I think I can cram that in about a month, but that's for later. What else? Why, but your first lesson, of course. Now, as I am sure you are aware, a support hero like yourself must be knowledgeable in many fields, but the one that is most important to you now is understanding the concepts of management. Perhaps it might be strange that you to start with a topic mostly left to another course, but in order to prepare you for this afternoon heroics lesson, I'll be teaching the first blade of the Hero Economic Management Group Arsenal, the after-action review. To most people, the idea of learning about bureaucracy would seem about as dull as possible, but to Izuku, Nedzu had finally offered him a glimpse into heroics Library of Alexandria. The Hero Economic Management Group, or HEMG, was the section of the greater HPSC responsible for tracking the actions of every hero, providing them with pay, and overall assessing their performance. To be able to understand how they functioned would grant him an overview of heroics like never before. It almost made him salivate. Nedzu laughed faintly. I see that you are excited, Midoriya-kun. I shouldn't be surprised. Shall we get started? Izuku nodded, face determined. All right, so you got to skip math, but you did more math. Wow. I mean, when you put it that way. Yo, this guy is going to be the one who tells us how much we suck. Maybe Don antagonize him. Ah, right, damn. Hey, Midoriya, did I ever tell you you're the best? Shota smiled from his position under the podium. While he had never been fond of the antics of high school students, he was grateful that this group was getting along well enough. The hope for the project was to create a synchronous team, after all. That teamwork would be tested today, however. He grunted as he emerged from his hidden spot. That enough lollygagging. It's time for your first practical lesson. Giving the students a moment to get the surprise out of their systems, he looked at the clock. He had about 60 seconds before his assistant would be making his entrance, ever the dramatic no matter how well-meaning he was. Now then, Today lesson will be your first real taste of the next 3 years. I suggest you take it seriously. If you're not up to this, I doubt you can handle heroics as a whole. Ojiro raised a hand, ever diligent. Sensei, have plans changed? I was under the impression that you were not our practical heroics teacher. Unfortunately, of the 4 teachers available to teach practical heroics, the primary one for your group is inexperienced. Thus, I'll be here to observe the lesson in case something goes wrong. He should be making his entrance. Ha ha ha, right about now. The door slid open with dramatic flair as the number 1 hero made his typical entrance. I am coming through this door as your teacher. All Might. While half the class reacted in the expected shock and awe, many of them turned to Midoriya, scornful looks on their faces. Kamakiri looked his friend up and down, seemingly betrayed. Dude, you got to meet All Might and you didn't tell me. Not cool. Midoriya at least had the dignity to look unperturbed. It was a secret. I couldn't exactly go about screaming, All Might teaches at UA, could I? Yagi smiled at his students. And I am grateful to young Midoriya for not doing so. My entrance was certainly swag, no. Instantly, the class paled. All Might is trying to be hip. Unperturbed, the man smiled. Now then, I'll be teaching you practical heroics with help from Eraserhead. For now, I'll be covering hero basic training, covering the fundamentals. For starters, however, I'll be throwing you in the deep end. Yagi grabbed the remote that sat on the podium, dramatically pressing it, revealing a series of cases on the walls. And here's the grand reveal. Our costumes. That's right. Get changed, and I'll see you there, newbies. Yagi dashed out of the room, forced to be mindful of his time limit. Thankfully for his sanity, Midoriya was in the know because of course he was, but it at least meant the boy could help wrangle his classmates in an emergency. What are you waiting for? Get going. Yes, sensei. They say the clothes make the man, and by donning those outfits of yours, you become heroes. Toshinori looked over the crowd of students, smiling brightly. This was truly the part he was excited for. Great work, everyone. You all look cool as hell. Aizawa looked his students up and down with a neutral face. Not bad for a first go, but I see plenty of places for improvement. Don't get attached to your outfits just yet. The 2 teachers nodded, giving the students a moment to take in the feeling of wearing their costumes. Hagakure marveled at her costume, a thick cloak covering her body, color matching her boots and gloves. I never thought of putting on a cloak like this. Midoriya nervously raised a hand. That was me. I figured even with the suit layer, you would get cold, and it lets you stand out during meetings. Thanks, Midori. Your outfit is super cool, too. Toshinori had seen the design plans for the boy's outfit, but it certainly worked well on the shy boy. The dark green trench coat stood out, with more pockets than Toshinori had ever thought possible, but was accentuated by thick steel-toed running shoes, a gift from Toshinori himself from an old connection, so as to skip having the things be bright red, and thick white gloves. Underneath, the boy wore a simple dress shirt, clearly padded. Thanks, Hagakure. Most support heroes go for suits or formal wear, so I wanted something unique, and the trench coat was super practical. He would need to tell Naomasa about the boy's outfit. Change the color and add a hat and you had a match. It was respectfully down to earth. Now then, it's time to put those outfits to the test. Today, you will be conducting a test of your ability to handle hardcore heroics and perform indoor battles. Aizawa pulled out a small projector, displaying a hologram of the test building. Despite most of the news reports regarding heroics depicting the big fights, most of the time, heroic action occurs out of sight, indoors. That is what we will be testing today. Unlike a spotlight hero like myself, most of you are aiming for careers in Twilight or Underground heroics. House arrests, back alley deals, in other words, these places will be where you act the most. Toshinori was grateful that Aizawa was assisting him in this class, at least. One for All in its current state didn't exactly allow for subtlety, so there would always be a need for heroes who fought in the dark. Today, you will be performing a series of random 2 versus 2 indoor battles. We have enough time for 6 matches, so each of you will go twice, so try not to overdo it. One group will play the villains, guarding a bomb from the heroes. Other than touching the bomb or waiting out the clock, either team can win by wrapping the opposing students in this capture tape. Ojiro, ever studious, raised a hand. Sensei, why the random selection? Surely there are better options. Oh, he didn't have an answer for that. Savior of his teaching, Midoriya, answered for him. Due to the unpredictability of hero availability, it's good to get better at fighting alongside those you don't know, right? I see. Apologies, Sensei. It is always good to ask questions, young Ojiro. Now then, shall we proceed to the station and start the first match? Yes, Sensei. Round 1. Hagakure and Shinso vs Awase and Kamakiri. Alright, where the hell had those two hidden the bomb? Hitoshi sprinted through the hallways, on the run from his classmate who refused to respond to his insults. I know you said you D get me, but this is getting ridiculous, bug boy. Instead of responding, Kamakiri continued chasing after him like a horror movie villain, rags and all. Seriously, the guy's outfit screamed messy. At least it was reinforced to hell and back at Midoriya's insistence, not that his bulky outfit that was not a copy of Eraserhead of course was much better. His problem would be solved if Hagakure could just find the bomb, but nope. Suddenly, he was forced to skip to a stop as the looming figure of Awase, construction ensemble cutting a far more intimidating figure than expected. He would rather not be kicked by those boots. At least this one would be easier to trick, he figured. Did you really get a different headband specifically for your hero outfit? Damn right I did. This one has stripes. Get the other guy. As the brainwashed Awase crashed into his teammate, Shinso dashed up the stairs to the top floor, the only floor he hadn't checked. He arrived at the large room where the villains would have started in, desperately searching for his objective. Hagakure, where the heck are you? It's hopeless. Turning to the empty space where he heard Hagakure's voice, he only saw an open window. Poking his head through, he saw, to his amazement, the bomb, welded to the side of the building. Oh, you they gotta be kidding me. Round over. Villain team wins. Izuku rapidly typed into his laptop, face bewildered. How did he even do that? Kaibara chuckled nervously, so you know how goats can practically climb 90-degree walls. Well, Asui was sick for like a week, and we were really bored. Round 2. Asui and Jiro vs Ojiro and Kodai. The room that the two stood in, as typical for Kodai, was silent. Mashirao looked to his classmate, face calm. Before we start, Kodai, I've been meaning to ask. Do you perhaps know sign? Kodai nodded, tilting her head in confusion. Mashirao smiled. Would this make talking easier? His classmate S eyes widened. When did you learn? I started after the week you visited last year. I figured it would be a useful skill. I am not the best though, so it'd be best if you use it and not me. Kodai smiled, emotion leaking out of her quiet face. Thank you. Talking has always been difficult. It is simply a fact of life. Toru has been learning as well, although she is a little behind. I know Midoriya knows too. He mixed it in with his muttering during English. Kodai nodded. Green hair knows all. He is scary, but also fluffy. That is an apt description, I suppose. Now then, the heroes should be arriving soon. Shall we prepare for siege? His classmate braced, ready for combat. Tsuyu leapt from side to side, rapidly making their way through the hallways towards where Jiro had located the two villains. While the duo always had the option of simply shrinking the small bomb and placing it in a pocket, both had explicitly stated that they would not do that in order to maintain integrity, which Tsuyu could respect. Her dash towards the bomb was interrupted by a beige blur, forcing her to leap back. Ojiro, Asui, Su, LL be honest, I don't know. The latter, Hiro, both nodded, before charging forward, preparing to clash. Tsuyu had the mobility advantage between the two heteromorphs, but she couldn't muster much fight against the boy S strong tail. Jumping over a tail swing, she landed a solid kick to Ojiro S chest, forcing him back, flinching slightly. Good kick, but not enough. Ojiro jumped forward, a mess of punches, kicks and swipes, forcing Tsuyu back. You fight well, Hiro, but I won't give up either. Ha, Hia, round over, Hiro team wins. Both of them crashed to the side, barely dodging a collision. Quickly sprinting into the next room, they found Jiro breathing heavily, grasping the bomb, having dodged Kodai's attempted defense. Never, Fu, underestimate, running really fast, ha. If Tsuyu had to carry the other girl back to the waiting room to recuperate, no one would comment on it. Midoriya looked to Jiro, as he finished his notes for the match, preparing for his own. Wait, if you have super hearing, does that mean you know about what's in that room? Jiro nodded, face set. Nedzu cut 2/3 of my school fees in exchange for taking that to my grave. Izuku groaned. He would find out what Nedzu was hiding in that secret room eventually. It was where the teachers hosted game nights. Nedzu just liked to make people suffer, and Jiro wasn't going to argue with that. She was being dramatic about the fee cut, though. It was only a quarter. Round 3. Midoriya and Yanagi vs Kaibara and Shoji. Sen paced through the halls of the building nervously, eyes frantically snapping around. Shoji, in all his big guyness, had gotten to stay by the bomb, but that meant that it was up to him to try and find the two opponents who were trying to sneak into the building. Normally, he'd be okay with this. Sure, he had a bit of a disadvantage against Yanagi, but she wouldn't be able to grab onto him without a few seconds unless she risked quirk exhaustion, so he could go in for the knockout, so honestly. The reason he was actually afraid was because of Midoriya. As he paced through the hallways, his mind looked back to a moment in the changing rooms. Opening parenthesis. Hey, boss, why have you got 2 suitcases while the rest of us just have the one? Sen looked over to the Midoriya and Shinso, who had left the individual changing stalls, and were throwing on various armor pieces. Oh, this is my stuff box. Midoriya finished sliding on his coat, cracking open the hinges on his second case. It s to store all the stuff that goes in my pockets. Buckshot, fire starters, shank 1, lockpicks, shank 2. Sen shuddered. He didn't want to be on the end of Midoriya bag of tricks. Closing parenthesis. But because of course, here he was. Suddenly, he heard the quick thudding of boots, and considering Yanagi outfit certainly weren't steel-toed. He braced, spinning up his legs in preparation to leap forward. Pocket sand. Gah. Sen quickly reached for his eyes, attempting to get the dust out of his eyes, but before he could respond, he felt the feeling of capture tape looped around his arms. Kaibara Senator has been eliminated. Get back here. Midoriya, as quick as he came, dashed off. Sorry, Kaibara-kun, I knew that one old show mom likes had good ideas. It also turned out that no matter how many limbs you had, they didn't make you immune to the intimidation effect of a short boy running at you with a furious-looking face that didn't match the baby fat. Following that up with 2 separate tasers tends to cinch it. Round over. Hero team wins. Yanagi smiled lightly as she helped Sen out of his bindings. It was an excellent match. It lasted like 5 minutes. You didn't even do anything. I made the logical choice to simply not impede the path of a determined Midoriya. Should that provide me with a victory, I will not complain. 3 matches later, Toshinori took a deep breath as the group of students reconvened in the meeting room. The remaining few matches had all gone well, and he would have plenty of All Might time to get his remaining work done. He would just need to be careful about it. You have all done excellent today. I have high hopes that you will all be great heroes someday. Most of his students responded to his cheer, with a whoop of their own, although it was weakened by the low amount of remaining energy amongst the crowd. Aizawa looked to his students. All Might is correct, you all performed well. It s the first lesson of many, so get home and rest. The next practical exercise is on Friday, so you have 3 days of time off. You re-dismissed. A few minutes later, all of the students but Midoriya had left, allowing Toshinori to deflate. Phew, practice doesn't prepare you for the real thing. Aizawa snorted. You're in it for the long haul, Yagi, so get used to it. Midoriya, how did your analysis go? Midoriya finished up typing on his laptop, folding it up. It s so nice to see so many quirks in action. They got so much data. Toshinori smiled brightly at the boy. That great, Midoriya-kun. We LL make a second Nezu out of you yet. I would rather have Midoriya become literally anything other than that, thanks. Midoriya noticed the time, smiling before getting ready to run off. Bye, Aizawa-sensei, Yagi-sensei. Mom wants you both over for dinner soon. Unbeknownst to Midoriya, both men flinched. Midoriya Inko was not above blackmail to get what she wanted. I guess I'll have to free my calendar after the USJ trip this Friday. That sounds like a good idea. Izuku slid open the door to his home, rubbing his eyes. Heroics had been satisfying but also tiring. He still had to compile his notes, but he could rest for a little while first. Mom, I'm home. Oh, Izuku, come say hi to our guest. Izuku raised an eyebrow in curiosity, walking into the living room. Ah, I would say hello, Midoriya-kun, but it has only been a few hours. Nezu-sensei, what are you doing here? His teacher and principal smiled, taking a sip of tea. Oh, your mother invited me to visit, and how could I refuse? Her tea is simply excellent. Izuku smiled. He wouldn't complain about spending more time with his mentor, and if Mom was getting more outgoing, it was a win-win. Oh, Izuku, Nezu tells me today was the first time you got to wear your hero outfit. Did you take pictures? Please tell me you did. Now he was embarrassed. Mom, no, Nezu smiled. I can provide you with some if you supply me with your tea recipe, Midoriya-san. Inko smiled, shaking her head. Nice try, Nezu-san. LL pry them out of my son eventually. Nezu chittered lightly. Well, it was worth a try. Not too far away, in a derelict bar, a young man sat, slouched over, scratching his neck with wild fervor. News would get out soon about the fact that the #1 hero was teaching at UA. There was no doubt that within the week, the media would be scrambling by the gates. It would be the perfect time for a little bit of information gathering. And then, he chuckled darkly. Your days are numbered, #1 hero. Wednesday. 1 minute to midnight. Today, you will be making a decision that will affect the remainder of your years here, and possibly beyond. The class tensed. Was it some kind of test? You will be picking a class representative. Instantly, the tension left. A relatively normal school activity. Aizawa-sensei quickly slouched on the podium. Well, go on. am not doing it. Most of the class first turned to Midoriya, who simply shook his head. am sorry, but I have T have the time. Hagakure patted the boy on the shoulder. S okay, Midori. You can be vice. Most of the class nodded, and Izuku nervously flashed a thumbs up. Oh okay, I can do that. Aizawa-sensei grunted. Alright, Midoriya S the vice. Now pick your leader. The class looked to the only other moving people, which were Kaibara and Awase, who were, to no one's surprise, making various dramatic pointing gestures at Asui, who sat silently behind them. Aizawa-sensei sighed. Very well. Any complaints? Asui shook her head, croaking quietly. I would be happy to help. No sir. I think Sue is one of like 4 people here without anxiety. Girl representative. Whoop. Good. Asui, you're the representative. Midoriya, vice. Now, on to more important topics. Asui smiled to Midoriya. Happy to be working with you, Midoriya. Midoriya flashed a nervous thumbs up. Right. So, Midoriya, why do you say no to being the representative? Izuku looked up from his meal towards Ojiro, who was sitting opposite him. He scratched his neck nervously. Well, I could have done it, but being the representative requires a lot of time, and I got my projects from Nezu-sensei, and I got to test out of history and math, and their the extra analysis of the other classes. Hagakure whistled. Sheesh, Midori, when do you sleep? Kamakiri laughed gruffly. Greenie sleeps enough, relax. I met his mom, and she keeps him on schedule. Still, he the only guy our age that you wish did less work. Shinso raised an eyebrow, sitting on the edge of the small cluster. You giving analysis to the other classes. The betrayal. Izuku shook his head. S not as much as anything am doing for you. And it won T be ready for a long while. Not until after the sports festival, at least. Hagakure cheered from where she sat. Good. We keep our advantage. Anyhow, Midori, tomorrow. Nedzu calmly finished brewing a new cup of tea as his student set himself up. He hadn't been able to teach for so long, he almost forgot how exhilarating it was. Now, Midoriya-kun, today, we will be extending your knowledge of UA. Midoriya raised an eyebrow at him, pulling out a notebook. Does this have something to do with the exercise this Friday, sensei? Of course. Nedzu pressed a small button on his desk, revealing a decently large holographic display. Knowing the one who invented the things personally got you some pretty good benefits, of course. On Friday, your class will be making a trip to an external building. It's a complex marvel, and one that is used by not just UA, but as owners, we are privy to its internal operations. And today I'll be teaching them to you. Behold, Midoriya-kun, UA_SUSJ. Izuku looked the display up and down, marveling at the building. A disaster simulation area, rescue training. How did you afford this? Nedzu nodded. For the latter question, blackmail and fraud are part of your second-year lessons. As for the first one, correct. Tell your classmates, of course. We want to ruin the surprise. Now, how about we take a look at the inner components? Right, good. Now first, as a standard, the USJ has a variety of entrances and exits. Thursday, 30 seconds to midnight. Excuse me, how are all my S classes? What S it like having the number one as a teacher? Just a moment of your time. Izuku looked to the entrance of the school, nervously trying to think of a solution to the large mass of reporters by the door. A boy with bluish hair was giving an impassioned speech, but it wouldn't work for long. He stood alongside a group of various students, just out of view of the reporters. Shoji, who had arrived a moment after he had, looked to the crowd with a hint of disdain appearing on his masked face. All Might's new career was leaked faster than UA anticipated, it would appear. Izuku nodded. 1A had their first lesson with All Might yesterday, so someone must have leaked it to the media. How are we going to get past them? Getting on the news would be troublesome. Izuku looked to the crowd of students who were waiting alongside him. Most were from his own group, but a few people from other classes were nervously waiting in the same spot. He had yet to put research into much of UA_'s other students, but amongst the crowd, he spotted a face he recognized. The tall girl stood fairly calmly, seemingly making the decision to wait the reporters out. The girl's name escaped him, but he remembered her quirk, simply because of how incredible it was when he got to view footage of the recommendation exam. Looking to the remaining members of the crowd, he managed to formulate a basic plan. He quickly walked up to the ponytail girl, a curious Shoji on his heels. Excuse me, I am Midoriya from Class 1T. Could I ask you for a favor? The girl turned to face him, smiling. Of course, I am always happy to help out another member of UA. Your quirk is creation, yes. Could I ask for a sheet of cloth, about half a square meter? The girl's eyebrows raised, but she complied, pulling a piece of red cloth from her arm. Here we are. Might I ask what you plan on using it for? Izuku smiled nervously. You LLC. Yanagi-san, Kodai-san. The two girls, who had been standing away from the crowd, quickly walked up to him. Yanagi looked to the cloth in hand, before looking to the crowd of reporters, who were beginning to grow impatient as their group had not yet approached. I believe you have a plan to free us from the burden of reporters, Midoriya. Izuku nodded, passing the cloth to Kodai, before mustering up all the courage he had. All right, everyone, get ready to run. The shout got a few curious looks, notably from those not in his class, but most seemed to understand, bracing. Now, Yanagi-san, Kodai-san. Quickly, the small cloth swelled in size, nearing the limit of Kodai's ability. A moment later, Yanagi grabbed the cloth, seemingly realizing his idea, forming a solid wall. All right, go. Quickly, the various students ran, obscured by the makeshift wall. Hey, you can T hide from the news. My headline. A moment later, they were in UA walls, out of reach of the reporters. Various students who had traveled with them cheered. A hero course student with bright red hair clapped him on the back. Good job, bro. That plan was totally manly. Izuku nervously scratched his neck. Gee, thanks. It wasn't my best, though. Another boy, taller than him by a massive margin, whistled. I suppose that what to be expected from the class with all the secret people. He blushed under the praise, but thankfully, most of the students seemed to decide to make their way over to class. Kodai finally shrunk the cloth down, huffing lightly, before passing it back to the ponytail girl. Izuku smiled at her. Thanks for your help, you saved us a lot of trouble. The girl nodded, still seemingly slightly bewildered, folding the provided cloth on autopilot. Eventually, she regained her senses, smiling. Right, that was a very excellent idea. Are you perhaps the support student for Class 1T? Izuku nodded. Not very common information, though. Midoriya Izuku, the Vice Representative. Yaoyorozu Momo, Class 1A Representative. The person who recommended me is a UA teacher, so I hear a lot about internal projects. In any case, Midoriya, hopefully we can work together soon. Have a pleasant day. As the girl walked away, Izuku unsubtly pumped his arm. Social interaction with a stranger complete. The small group, now consisting only of 1T students, began walking to their class. Out of sight, Aizawa smiled. He had planned on intervening, but it seemed not to be necessary. Nonetheless, he stretched, smiling darkly. He always did like scaring away the press. The Class 1T students made their way through the halls of UA, chatting quietly. Hitoshi quietly followed next to his slowly blossoming group, listening to passing conversation. You have a pro-hero as a relative, Kodai-san. Kodai nodded. My big sister. She became a hero not too long ago, though, so she couldn't recommend me. Ojiro's eyes flashed in recognition. Mount Lady is your sister. Kodai once again nodded, continuing to sign. We only share a father, so we do look pretty different, which helps our anonymity. We talk over the phone a lot. Midoriya, whispering in the back as usual, pulled one of his notebooks from Hammer Space again, adding the newly provided information to his dragon's hoard. Such different application of similar quirk concepts. The primary factor of size modification, the effect of the mother quirk must inflect upon internal synapses regarding manipulatable structures. Hitoshi chuckled. Boss, I don't think anyone gets what you're saying, but I'm sure it's interesting. Try and dumb it down, maybe. Midoriya blushed, seemingly only then realizing that he was speaking out loud. Ah, sorry, Kodai-san, what I meant to say was. Whatever Midoriya was intending to say was quickly interrupted by a blaring alarm. Awase looked up from his phone, eyes wide. What the hell was that? Alert, Level 3 security breach, please exit the building in an orderly fashion. Hitoshi looked to the area around them, which was slowly building up with panicked students. Well, that not good. Midoriya seemed to agree, quickly looking around. Everyone, into that side hall, before we get swallowed. The group complied, quickly shuffling away from the oncoming horde of students. Not a moment later, the group previously occupying the lunch hall leaked out, panicking. Hitoshi finally managed to get a peek out of a window, attempting to observe the problem, only to instantly become disappointed. The media. We re-running like headless chickens for no reason. His classmates turned to Midoriya. Boss, you got any ideas on how to stop the horde? Midoriya quickly seemed to do some variation of mental math. Who can shout the loudest here? Awase grinned. That me, boss. The green-haired boy nodded sharply, turning to Yanagi. Can you get him into a good spot, Yanagi? The girl nodded, taking a deep breath, before activating her quirk on the boy. Damn, that cold ga. Awase shouted out, shot towards the front of the crowd. Spinning rapidly, Awase screamed at the top of his lungs. Hey, assholes, the press. You re in a hero school, stop acting like idiots. Instantly, the horde came to a stop, slowing down, all eyeing Awase with various looks of confusion. Someone, a first-year hero student Hitoshi didn't recognize, huffed. If anyone's the asshole at _su, flailing guy. Awase glared, finally, upright, before sticking out his tongue. Well, it got you to stop, didn't it? The blonde boy scoffed, leaving as the crowd dissipated. Fair point. Eventually, Yanagi finally managed to bring down Awase, who sighed deeply. Ah, man, I am gonna be flailing guy forever now, huh? Hitoshi chuckled. It not like your representative was ever going to be high to begin with, Awase, what with that motor mouth of yours? Hey, I LL have you know, my mouth moves at a perfectly respectful pace. Guys. Both groups turned to Midoriya, who was pointing to his phone. If we T get to class quickly, we LL be late, and even if that was a false alarm. Awase instantly sobered. We have English after this. I T want more homework for the language I can't speak. The headband-wearing boy sped off, other classmates on his metaphorical, it was the wrong classmate for literal tail. Left in the dust, Hitoshi sighed. He was certainly stuck with an interesting bunch, but as he had to remind himself every time, it was still better than wallowing in Gen Ed. Midoriya nervously slid open the door to his apartment. Mom, I am home. While they waited, Toru got a good look at the inside of the Midoriya household. It was certainly well lived in, filled with photos of Izuku and his mother. They showcased her classmate at various points in life, although there were few from the most recent years. Hello, Izuku, how was your we have guests. Come inside. As the group slowly made their way in, sliding off their shoes, Midoriya looked to his mother. Sorry, Mom, it was super impromptu, and... Oh, Izu, relax. I am sure you will all be going somewhere, and I am happy to see your friends. Now, I haven't met most of you. Mashirao, as was typical, bowed deeply. My name is Ojiro Mashirao. It is a pleasure to meet you, Midoriya-san. Shinso thankfully balanced out the normalness scale by simply nodding. Shinso Hitoshi. Hello. Toru smiled. I am Hagakure Toru. Your house is super nice. Kamakiri meanwhile simply grinned. Hey, Miss Midoriya, sorry that we dragged these guys with us. We LL be out of your hair in a minute. Midoriya-san smiled. Of course, dear. Now, how about you all go up to Izuku room before you head out? I LL pack you some to-go meals. Kamakiri whooped. Ah yeah, I knew bringing along you guys was worth it. Is that our value to you, bug boy? Meal tickets. A-flat so Lutley. You one T blame me once you taste Miss Midoriya cooking, Brainiac. Blushing, Midoriya, the small one this time, brought the group of 5 over to his room. Pushing open the door, Shinso was the first to say what Toru was certain the rest of them were thinking. Huh, that a lot of hero merch. Midoriya room resembled an office more than anything. A large bookshelf covered a wall of the room, covered in figures, notebooks, and textbooks with titles Toru couldn't comprehend. Posters of various heroes dotted the walls, even more figures and books covered his desk, and in the corner sat a bed with, what a miracle, plain black sheets. Kamakiri laughed. Would you believe me if I told you he had way more merch than this? He downsized by like half. Midoriya blushed as red as a strawberry. Meeting heroes in person makes having merch of them feel way weirder, and I needed space for my new books. Toru pranced over to the bookshelf. Ah, come on, Midori. I think your room is perfectly cool. Heck, I barely know what half of these books say. Mashirao chuckled quietly. That s enough, Toru. Now, where exactly are you going to drag us, Kamakiri? The large boy smiled sharply. Oh, they're a gym a short distance from here. I want to see what you guys have got before our next exercise tomorrow. While Toru whooped, Shinso groaned. I should have seen that coming. Is it too late to duck out? Toru snapped her head to face Shinso. Absolutely not. I heard you beat up robots to get in from across the entrance exam site. I want to see that in action. The purple boy buried his head in his hands, sighing deeply. Fine. The promised food better be good. Midoriya nodded, smiling. Of course, Mom_'s cooking is the best. The green-haired boy finished putting down his bag, moving to head to the bathroom. I_LL only be a minute. The room was left in silence as Midoriya quickly ran out. Filling the silence, Toru decided to ask a question she_D been curious about for a while. So, Kamakiri, why don't you call Midori by his first name? You_they been friends for a while, no? Kamakiri_'s face quickly darkened, sending a look in Toru_'s general direction. You know how quirkless people have to go through a lot of, well, shit. Imagine that, but in middle school. Toru sobered up at that. She forgot that Midoriya must have dealt with a lot. Oh. Yeah, the idea of friends is about as foreign as you can get with Greenie. As far as I can tell, he_s afraid that the rug could be pulled from him at any moment, so it takes him a lot longer to get attached to people. I_LL give him time.
Ojiru nodded sternly. It_s a defense mechanism he shares with many people with heteromorphic quirks. The world is on occasion cruel. Shinso nodded, smiling darkly. I guess that_s the common denominator, huh? Being treated like ass. Toru now felt a bit terrible for prying, but she was now more motivated to befriend the shy boy than ever. Well, we_LL just have to be the best friends we can be, right? Kamakiri smiled. Hell yeah, oh, sorry, what did I miss? Gah, Friday. Midnight. You beat the Kamakiri and Shinso? How? Oh, you know me. I simply outmaneuvered them. Don't fall for her lies. She can lift twice her body weight. She just suplexed me. Togaru chuckled at Shinso_'s out of character shout, choosing to politely ignore that the invisible girl had also kicked his own ass. Greenie showed me Miss Invisible_'s training regime once. It was about as intense as you can get. Awase raised a finger to his chin, miming some old statue he vaguely remembered. Hagakure is buff. I can add that to my worldview, maybe? Kaibara sighed. Oh, shut up, Yosetsu. The group was fairly spread out on the bus, considering it had been designed for 20 kids rather than 12, but if it meant no one was moaning about getting in the way, freak, or whatever it was every time, Togaru wouldn't complain. That_s enough messing around. We_they made it. As the bus came to a stop, Aizawa-sensei was quick to hop out, his students on his tail. Togaru wasn't entirely sure what to expect, except for the fact that they were doing rescue training. The giant dome was not very high on his list. Holy hell. Where does UA even get the money for these things? Someone muttered, Togaru not entirely bothered by being too distracted to notice who. Government support and Nedzu being simply excellent at blackmail makes it fairly easy for UA to acquire its funding. Togaru snapped himself out of his awe, looking to the new arrival. Ah, but that_s not important to you all. I have been waiting for your arrival today. The tall figure stood out in front of the building, puffy suit covering up any identifiable features of their appearance. Nonetheless, even someone who didn't care much for heroics could recognize them. Hagakure waved wildly. Whoa, that_s 13. Aizawa stepped forward, looking to the class. 13, aside from being a rescue hero, is also an excellent example of a Twilight hero. Most of you probably know who they are, but they aren't_T on the rankings, have next to no merchandise, and information on their identity is kept a secret. So that_s why my parents could never find any merch of 13. The space hero flashed a quick thumbs up. Thanks for the compliments, Aizawa-senpai. Now, let_s go inside post-haste. Stepping inside the dome was even more awe-inspiring than seeing the outside. Togaru spotted a variety of structures, each depicting what he guessed were various disaster zones. 13 raised her hands, gesturing to the area as a whole. Fire, floods, storms, this is the training megalopolis I have designed to bring about a new generation of those who would save the lives of others. Welcome, students, to the unforeseen simulation joint. Like the theme park, Aizawa-sensei sighed. All Might is, unsurprisingly, late. I_am sure he_LL make his presence known eventually, but for now, you can do your speech. 13. I_LL go figure out where the big yellow yield sign is. 13 flashed another thumbs up. Now, I suppose I should say a thing, or three. Well, the number doesn't matter. Midoriya-kun. You know my quirk, yes. Greenie smiled, hands gesturing for a non-existent notebook. The creation of microscopic bond cessation areas in the fingers in combination with attraction of objects through vacuum force, in other words, black hole. The perfect quirk for rescue. I would say that *S quite correct, but you should also know that my quirk, along with most, has the power to end a life in an instant. Instantly, many members of the class sobered up. Togaru nodded, knowing full well that being made of sharp objects meant that he could kill without much difficulty. Our society is strictly regulated to prevent events like that, but to leave those powers wallowing within you would be a waste. Over the next 3 years, our goal will be to turn those swords into plowshares. In other words, you will learn to save lives. 13 followed their speech with a dramatic bow. Thank you for listening. 13 is cool. Aizawa sighed, zipping up his phone pocket. All right then, first on the agenda. His speech was interrupted by a loud spark coursing through the building. A moment later, Aizawa's eyes widened, some sixth sense getting his attention, and he turned to face the center of the dome. A large thriving purple mass seemed to appear out of nothing, and out of it appeared a person? Togaru glared. Sensei, is this? Everyone, get back. 13, protect the students. Those are real villains, we re under attack. Everyone snapped to attention as a group of various people emerged from the mist. A real villain attack, now? Out of the swirling mass, 2 large yellow eyes emerged, and a deep voice appeared out of nothing. Eraserhead, 13, and students, the documents we seized stated that All Might was supposed to be here as well. Strange. Aizawa-sensei strapped on his yellow goggles, looking to the horde. So, these people were responsible causing the media break-in yesterday. The pale man standing at the back of the crowd, with a titan of a beaked individual standing behind him, raised his arms. All this effort and number 1 isn't even here. Perhaps he *LL show up if we kill some kids? Shoji glared at the crowd. That spark likely disabled the alarms. Unless we can get a signal out, we re on our own. Aizawa stepped forward. All of you, get out of here. Contact UA if you can. Go. Midoriya looked to their teacher. Sensei, you can't handle that horde all on your own. Your style is built around smaller groups. The teacher smirked, preparing to leap. You underestimate me, Midoriya. You can be a hero with just the one trick. Go. In a moment, Aizawa leapt forward, colliding with the horde, and Togaru quickly turned around, following his classmates to the exit, Midoriya nervously on his heels. Before they could get out, however, the purple mist that let the villains into the building appeared in front of them. The voice from before spoke out, ominous and quiet. Good day to you, children of heroics. You may call us the League of Villains. Forgive us for being impolite, but today, we have arrived at UA High School, grand bastion of heroism, in order to end the life of All Might, the symbol of peace. What? Has there been some kind of change? Nonetheless, the plan shall not be effected. The shadowy specter's speech was a waste of time. Togaru dashed forward, slashing at the figure, forcing it back. As if we let you, idiot.
Kamakiri-kun, no. Togaru snapped back, spying 13, braced to use their quirk. His eyes widened as he realized his mistake.
The figure laughed dully. You. Is truly full of golden eggs. Nonetheless, it is useless. My job shall be done. Now, be scattered and die. Misty tendrils shot forward, and their group enveloped in a thick fog. A few moments later, Togaru fell to the ground, leaping up, before suddenly realizing that he was not where he was supposed to be. Instead, he found himself in a dense cityscape, rain pouring. Teleporting, damn it. I *LL get that. He was forced to leap back as a bull-horned man charged towards him. Sorry, kid, but this job pays big bucks. Stand still, it *LL make it easier for both of us. Togaru grunted, preparing as many blades as he could within his body. Without warning, he was in the thick of things, but he wouldn't go down without a fight. Flood zone. One moment, Yui was enveloped in a thick fog, and then next, she found herself falling through the sky towards the water. It will take about 5 seconds for Yui to land in the water, 5,000 milliseconds. The average human has a reaction time of about 300 milliseconds. She likes to consider herself a little faster, so we can bump that down to around 200. Add on about 2000 milliseconds of fumbling out of the portal, and an extra 1000 of thinking the thought that it would be a good idea to brace for the splash, and she only had 1800 seconds to get herself into an optimal position to splash. Needless to say, landing in the water hurts. It takes a whole lot of willpower to not immediately panic and fill her lungs with fluids, but she manages. She got a peek at the flood zone at the entrance. If she can swim up to the ship, she can. Sorry kid, it s nothing personal, but stay still. The shark-like man is on her in an instant. She braces, readying to try and aim the best kick she can, but she LL likely fail. Kiro. Asui lands a kick to the man's head, knocking him to the side. A moment later, she feels the rather strange sensation of a tongue around her chest, and is quickly placed on the surface of the ship. A moment later, as she is rather impolitely coughing her lungs out, Asui lands on the boat as well. Are you alright, Kodai-san? Finally hacking the final bits of water out of her lungs, Yui manages a meek thumbs up. Asui sends a glare to the water, where villains were poking their heads out. A villain attack to kill All Might. It's idiotic, but if they are so confident. Yui looks to the center plaza, forcing words to come out of her throat. The words come out raspy from underuse, but she doesn't really have the time to care now. Underestimate us, phew, flood, frog. Asui raises a finger to her chin, nodding. Right. They saw a group of kids and didn't bother researching us. If they knew I was a frog, they would have dropped me in the fire zone. Asui thinking was interrupted by a crashing noise as a blast of water crashed into the ship, causing it to shake. A villain with sharp teeth and a watery claw laughed. Could you hurry up, brats? I need my paycheck so I can get out of here before the booze wears off and I think about this too hard. Asui scowled. We need to get across the water, but they LL snipe us out of the air if I jump us across. Do you have any ideas, Kodai? Yui looked to her pockets. She hadn't brought much, but she did have a single cube of concrete sitting in a pouch. She thought for a second, judging her ability. Knock out, carry me. Asui nodded. I am strong enough to carry you the rest of the way to the exit, Kiro. She nodded and pulled out the small cube, looking inwards to find her quirk. She remembered once, talking to you and Dad about their quirks. Dad always described swell, a weaker version of her quirk, as similar to stretching. You always described gigantification as breathing out, letting go of built-up pressure. Sighs came to Yui from deep within. It came to her the same way one could feel their own beating heart, or their swelling lung. Sighs flowed through her bloodstream, from some unknowable origin of density, into her fingers. She had spent many nights over the last year gaining an innate understanding of that transfer. How it came from within, pulling matter from somewhere within herself, a dense core she couldn't ever truly find. One thing she learned was that the transfer was not immediate, it was malleable. She began the transfer, forcing every ounce of her quirk into the small cube. Before it began to grow, however, she threw it as high into the air above the water as she could. The deed was already done, however, and the cube swelled, spiraling into a colossus of mass and volume, before falling down, crashing into the artificial lake below them. The last things Yui felt before the consequences of forcing the core of herself into something else knocked her out were the splash of seafoam, a grasp from Asui, and the feeling of her quirk returning to her like a gentle embrace. Ruins Zone Kaibara screamed, slamming spinning hands into another creep, who was flung back with a yowl. Phew. I think that should be the last of them. Toru huffed, looking to the group of dazed and on occasions completely unconscious villains. These damn creeps thinking they could come and mess with us. Kaibara nodded, thinking. I saw Shoji grab hold of 13 Sensei, but the rest of us were spread out. We should head back to the entrance. Toru flinched, looking at the villains surrounding them. Sure, she had managed to get the jump on most of them and knock them out, but she could feel her bruised rib. But there are more villains there. The villains are everywhere. If we want to get out of this without anyone dying, we need to fight. Toru groaned. Gah. It's our first week. I signed up for stuff like this to happen eventually, but not now. Schlink asterisk. Ow. Toru's anger was interrupted by Kaibara quickly slashing his hand. landing a perfect drill chop to the neck of a chameleon man. We can let our guard down. These creeps might be bad at fighting, but they still were confident to decide that they could invade a hero school. At least a few have to be a little good. The rest of the mooks are probably gonna start getting up soon, too. Toru gulped. Fine. Let S get out of here before even more guys show up, then. This is nerve-wracking. Kaibara nodded, face set. Hi. I hope the others are doing better than we are. Downpour zone. Get him. Togaru leapt back, slipping through into another alleyway. He had taken out a decent number of the bastards by now, but it was starting to feel like a hydra. Whoever hired all these mooks must have been real damn charismatic to get so many of them. Unfortunately, Togaru's lucky streak seemed to run out as he ran into another set of villains. The other group caught up, and he found himself surrounded on both sides. I don't like the idea of killing someone of the same type as me, but considering you decided to become a hero brat, the leader glared daggers at him, his many-eyed fly-like face cutting an intimidating figure. PSH. As if I am like you, asshole. Oh no, I got treated badly. Time to go murder some kids. Grow up, idiot.
The villain's face turned beet red, and he snarled, charging towards him. Togaru braced. He wouldn't go down without a fight.
Weldcraft, improvised special move die I guess. The villain was interrupted by a figure crashing into him from above, forcing the other villains back. What the Awase? His classmate smirked at him, shoving the now unconscious villain out of the way. Hey, Kamakiri. Fancy seeing you here? Awase looked a little worse for wear. His outfit had been torn in various spots, and he sported a nasty cut on his arm that had been poorly and rapidly bandaged. His weapon of choice was perfectly functional, however. His fists were wrapped in a thick layer of welded water and rocks, making a pair of buoyant gauntlets. Huh. I didn't know you had it in you, glue stick.
Thanks, it the anxiety. The villains seemed to regain their composure, preparing to go at the pair again. Awase smirked, suppressing his nerves. You have a plan to get out of here.
Fight our way out of the zone and get revenge on that missed asshole to make up for my screw-up? The boy smirked. We would have gotten thrown into a portal there like 30 seconds later, I am sure. Let's go. Togaru matched Awase's smirk with his own, preparing to fight once more.
Conflagration zone. Kihon Teki was going to ask for a bonus, that was for sure.
All he was told is that he would be dropped somewhere, he would kill some brats, the main guy would apparently kill All Might, and they D leave and he D get paid. The brat apparently being a demon was not part of the deal. Gah! Another scream was let out from somewhere in the fire-filled area. This kid was taking them out left and right. As far as he could tell, they were barely dishing out anything in return. He braced, charging up the fire in his arms. His quirk had never been great, but it would be enough to roast some snot-nosed kid. Come out here, brat. I can do that, sure. You LL regretted, though, the last thing he saw before he woke up in a police car was a spinning tail coming in from above. Mashirao took a deep breath, attempting to maintain his composure. He was almost certain one of his arms was broken, but he had always been good at suppressing pain. That S12 now. Reasonably there should only be a few more. He muttered, only to himself. He had done the mental math, and considering Shoji and 13 seemed to escape the mist, and he had been separate from the crowd, even if everyone else had been dropped into the various zones of the USJ, he was probably on his own. He took a deep breath as he had the stomping footsteps of another villain. He couldn't die just yet. He hadn't even gotten to start being a hero yet. He kept running, hoping with all he had that his classmates were faring better than he was. Landslide zone. Kyoka heaved, trying to regain her breath. She had been pumping noise out for a solid period now, and it was starting to wear her out. To her left, Midoriya wasn't seemingly doing much better. He had thrown out enough weird and wonderful objects from his coat, but at his point he had to resort to going for solid kicks. Bless the poor boy heart, he was ferocious, but he certainly wasn't a strong man, so it meant that the villains eventually got back up. Bringing herself back up, she looked to her classmate, who had continued winding through the various jagged areas of the landslide zone where the two had been dropped. Are you sure you know a way out? Re-going deeper into this place?
She was forced to send out another blast as villain as the one with the spear that kept getting back up leapt forward again, shouting. Midoriya flinched, but he continued running. Nezu-sensei taught me the ins and outs of this place. It should be here. Turning around a rock, Kyoka found nothing. Midoriya smiled, pulling out one of his few remaining objects in the form of a small key. He slipped it into what appeared to be a random crack. A moment later, the rock shook, before sliding to the left, revealing a small hatch.
The underhalls of the USJ were constructed long before the actual building, before quirks were a thing, even back when the grounds were used by some old university. Nezu retrofitted them for navigation of the various zones, but to prevent students from using them to skip lessons, he kept them hidden. Come on, before the villains catch up.
Kyoka didn't have to be told twice, quickly running over and sliding the hatch open, Midoriya following behind, not before quickly sliding the key into another slot, causing the rock to close behind him.
Kyoka laughed, briefly out of danger. At this rate, you have something for every problem, Midoriya. Vei got a sword or something? Midoriya smiled, chuckling nervously. My stuff box is prepared for anything, Jiru-san. The sword is in the second box that isn't finished yet. Come on, I know the way to a control room from here. We just have to hope someone managed to break the signal blocker. Kyoka tried to not to dwell on that statement, following after Midoriya in the dull gray halls, above which her classmates were fighting for their lives. She only wished they could call for help fast enough. Entrance Mizo rubbed his eyes as the mist dissipated. Looking around, he saw that his classmates had all been grabbed. He had managed to grab 13 sensei and keep them where they were, but the others. It appears that 2 people remain. Unfortunate, I had intended to distribute you all within the USJ grounds. 13 and Mizo stood up, looking to the mist villain. Mizo quietly extruded an arm to near 13's head, whispering. I will do my best to stall for time, 13 sensei. Please prepare to defend should he choose to go on the offense. He may try to turn your quirk against you, so be prepared. 13 sensei did nothing, but remained quiet, indicating her confirmation. Mizo stepped forward, taking a deep breath from his normal mouth, before growing a new one in order to talk to the villain in front of him. You seem awfully composed to be a villain. On top of that, you possess a very powerful ability. Why are you using it this way, sir? The mist villain seemed to flinch, yellow slits sharpening. It is my duty to serve Shigaraki Tamura. The man-child down there? Surely that is below your pay grade. I cannot do anything else. This does not concern you. Mizo contemplated the words the villain was speaking. He didn't have a choice in the matter. Was he being blackmailed, brainwashed? If you are being blackmailed, we can help you if you surrender. The police can always lower your sentence or even find you innocent. The figure was silent for a moment. I know nothing but serving Master Tamura. It is my duty. But that is once again not your concern. Suddenly, the villain let out a massive burst of mist, attempting to teleport Mizo again. 13 jumped forward, not so fast. 13 activated their quirk, rapidly absorbing the mist, revealing a figure from within. So, the villain did have a corporeal body. You are truly an excellent hero, 13. However, you lack the skills necessary to defeat me. A misty portal began to form behind 13. Before it could reverse the space hero S quirk and harm them, Mizo braced. Now, 13 quickly shut off their quirk, and Mizo dashed forward, getting a hold of the villain's body by grasping onto their neck brace. If you have a corporeal body, you can be harmed. I am sorry to do this, whoever you are, but I cannot allow you to harm others. Mizo threw the villain, causing them to crash into the door with a loud thud, seemingly winded. With the mist villain temporarily dealt with, Mizo and 13 turned to the plaza, where the fight between Aizawa-sensei and the hordes seemed to be raging on. 13 winced under their helmet. I hate to send students into battle, but the status of your classmates is unknown. Come on. Mizo took a deep breath, bracing, before preparing to charge into the fray once more. Mountain Zone. Thunk asterisk thunk asterisk thunk. Hitoshi ducked as another series of stones was flung over his head, landing solid hits on the heads of 3 villains who had attempted to sneak behind him. He stood back up with a spin,
landing solid hits on the villains with his batons, knocking them out of the fight. A fair distance away, Yanagi glared at the villains, face contorted in fury he hadn't seen from the girl yet. Fools who have violated our sanctuary, be gone. Hitoshi smiled at the girl, unsure how much of her fury was genuine in comparison to an act. Keep it up, Yanagi. They almost got the rest. There was no response from his classmate, but two more villains were pelted with projectiles, so he figured she got the message. He took a deep breath, continuing to fight against his enemies with brute force. He was biding his time for the perfect moment to use his quirk. His opponents may have been foolish, but they probably wouldn't fall for the same trick twice. As he charged forward towards the final able villain, knocking him out with a solid, albeit dishonorable, hit to the nuts, he heard a scream. Yanagi. His classmate had been grabbed by a hulking villain who had appeared from who knows where. Move a muscle and I blow this little missy s brain up, alright. Hitoshi stilled, raising his hands in surrender. Okay, you win. The skull-headed man smiled, sparks coming out of his hands. Hey, now, I am gonna take this girl and get out of here. This was supposed to be a simple signal jamming job. Hitoshi eyes widened. This was his chance. He stabilized his face, putting on as confident of a look as he could. So that your job. Pathetic. The man eyes widened. Hey, Don T disrespect the guy with the hostage. A moment later, the man snapped still. Yanagi took a deep breath, slipping out without breaking Hitoshi control. Excellent work, Shinso-san. My apologies for getting caught. Hitoshi smiled at his classmate. I think you underestimate how helpful you just were. Stop any effects of your quirk. A few sparks came out of the villain hands. Hitoshi groaned. Alright, now we just have to pray someone gets out a signal. I have to keep this guy under my control, so he doesn't restart the jamming. Yanagi nodded. Very well, I shall guard you with my life. Please without the last part, thanks. Nedzu took another sip of his tea, calmly composing another email to the commission to clear up the umpteenth legal trouble of the week. An alumni had requested assistance in a legal battle over a supposed murder charge, and asked Nedzu to perhaps recommend a lawyer. Thankfully, the principal had solved the case quickly enough that it wasn't even necessary, so there was no need. Nonetheless, it meant paperwork, which despite his high specs, was never something he loved. He was grateful Midoriya-kun would grow up to be someone who did. Perhaps Midoriya Izuku Plan 73 get himself a principal successor should Shota-kun say no, would be an option, but he was keeping that in the back. He supposed it was a good break from dealing with All Might. The poor man was trying his best, but overusing his hero time to solve problems other heroes could solve wasn't the right choice now that he was teaching. Having not passed on his quirk yet, he was still in the safe zone, but it was getting precarious. Nedzu and Midoriya were slowly filtering down the list, but options that were good were slim. Perhaps he could pick Mirio, but Nedzu couldn't deny he was never fond of Sir Night-Eye, and he was worried what the relationship between the man and his student had become. Thankfully, the man was on his way to his class now. And then, of course, there was the case of the news catastrophe yesterday. He had properly noted every media outlet that had attempted to break in, of course. He would have dealt with each of them personally, but there were only so many hours in the day, even if he never slept. He deployed his lovely third-year management classes on them. It would be an important lesson for them. The part he was worried about was how the media had bypassed their barrier. Bond cessation quirks that worked by temporarily developing objects into a state of nothingness didn't show up in any relevant search. Decay was a concept that existed in a few quirks across the globe, mostly in Central Europe in which the genome developed more often, similarly to the common nature of fire quirks in Japan, but no one in the country at present had the exact criteria to cause the specific kind of damage dealt to the gate, meaning their quirk was undocumented. There was the one member of the Shihasaikai who had a similar skill set, but they had reportedly never left their home. Which left the villain as an unknown. Something that Nedzu loathed. His ruminating was interrupted by a loud beep he barely recognized. He moved over to a scarcely used area of his office, pulling open one of the drawers to reveal an old laptop that hadn't received a signal since, when the USJ had been built, before the managers of the area made use of the newer system. The message was simple: villain attack at USJ. Requesting immediate ASSITANCE. Nedzu fur bristled. A villain attack, within his walls. He quickly went through the list of various emotions he was viable to feel. Apathy, excitement, cheer, envy. Oh, anger. That's what it was. He quickly extracted his phone from his pocket. Sliding over to his custom-made app, he calmly pressed the button that had previously been unused. Across the school and the surrounding area, many heroes received notifications. UA had sent an alarm for an invasion. Plaza. *SCRAAAAPPPPEEEE. Izuku winced at the noise made by the vent cover. He hoped and prayed that they wouldn't be noticed, and slowly climbed out of the ladder, gesturing for Jiro to follow. Izuku found himself in a set of trees close to the plaza. A scant distance away, he spotted Aizawa-sensei, still clashing with villains, alongside Shoji and 13, who were helping where they could, although that mostly involved keeping their distance. Shoji certainly cut an imposing figure with somewhere between 8 and 12 limbs, especially since he was definitely holding his own. Jiro murmured, "Man, I hate to say it, but Aizawa is cool as hell." Izuku nodded, almost enraptured, but doing his best to keep an eye on his surroundings. Aizawa-sensei was clearly Eraserhead, a mass of red glares and twirling cloth. Izuku shook his head, stress repelling his rampant nerves. Neither of us are heavy hitters, and you collapse the moment the adrenaline coursing through you runs out. Come on. Before they could sneak out, however, the pale man, who had elsewise remained an observer, dashed towards Aizawa, face rabid. Aizawa attempted to leap back, but he was forced to blink. The man charged forward, placing his hand on Aizawa's elbow. A moment later, Aizawa screamed out in pain as his elbow seemed to rot away, revealing flesh underneath. He landed a solid kick to the man, forcing him back, but he only laughed. "I figured out your tell, Eraserhead. You have to blink every few seconds." Aizawa growled at the maniacal man. He continued to fight, continuing to take out villains despite being down a limb. The man growled, "Man, you really can still fight, huh? Well, Eraserhead, there's something important for you to know." Aizawa-sensei got a solid hit in at the last villain anywhere near him, the remaining ones having stuck to the edge of the plaza, mostly being peppered at by Shoji and 13, who also looked to the villain. "I am not the final boss." The man laughed manically, before pointing to their teacher. Numu. Boom. The large hulking figure, Numu, apparently, leapt forward and grabbed hold of their teacher's arms with a sickening snap. Izuku gagged violently, with Jiro doing the same. "Sensei." Izuku shook his head. "There is nothing we can do. 13 and Shoji, come on, before that hand guy decides to go for us." Jiro did her best to suppress her fear, sneaking off towards the entrance. Not far away, the misty villain appeared next to the pale man, who was glaring at Eraserhead in the arms of Numu. "Shigaraki Tamura, my apologies for the delay, but signal has returned to this area. It is likely that the hero's backup is on the way." The pale man, Shigaraki, growled. "And you didn't even manage to deal with 13 and the monster team. If you were in TR Warp Gate, Kurogiri, I dust you here and now." Shigaraki began to rapidly scratch his neck, mumbling, "Oh man, it's really game over now. Sensei gonna be so disappointed in me. Well, if it's game over, we might as well go for a high score before then, and crush the number 1 hero pride by killing some brats." Izuku snapped back, seeing the pale villain rapidly charging towards them with a manic face. Shigaraki reached out with 5 fingers, towards the face of her classmate, stunned in fear, and Shigaraki grasped his hands around the head of the brat, but no decay ever came. The villain face gains a confused look for a singular moment before he turns to face Shota, glaring. "Oh, you really are cool, Eraserhead. Saving those brats even when you should be convulsing in pain." Shota grunted, feeling blood in his mouth. Fortunately, Midoriya seemed to regain his composure first, pushing the villain back and grabbing his classmate. 13. 13 seemed to understand his intentions, unleashing their quirk on Numu. While the bulky man, was it a man? It certainly didn't act like one, was strong and heavy. 13's quirk had pulled in more with less difficulty. For a moment, 13's force caused its grip to loosen, and Shoji swooped in, gently containing him in a multitude of limbs, keeping him facing Shigaraki. Shota was grateful for it, as a moment later, Jiro seemed to regain her composure and released a blast of sound, forcing Shigaraki back, while Midoriya dragged her out of the way, both clearly on their last legs. Shota finally allowed himself a moment to breathe, closing his eyes for a second. Meanwhile, Shigaraki screamed, "How? You brats were supposed to be easy pickings. You must have cheated." The group coalesced at the stairs, looking to Shigaraki, who had gotten up now, and was throwing the equivalent of a temper tantrum. Shota felt his consciousness slipping. Shigaraki glared at the group. It still not over, you brats. Numu. Behind them, the door slammed open. Shota couldn't turn his head to look, but judging by the excited gasps from his companions, he had a feeling he knew who had arrived. Villains who dare attack the young within UA, I am here to stop you. Shota smiled, vision fading quickly. Took you long enough, number 1. Izuku never took his eyes off of the villain in front of him, but internally, he was simultaneously jumping for joy and panicking. All Might was here. That was great. He would save them. All Might was here. Supposedly the villains had a way of killing All Might, and the man was probably low on time if he ended up here so late. The few remaining upright villains all seemed terrified. Shigaraki, meanwhile, gained a rather maniacal look on his face. All Might, we Vegotana continue. Boom. In a burst of sound and movement, the number 1 hero quickly made short work of many of the few remaining villains roaming around the field. I ran into some trouble earlier, which made me late. As I was making my way here, however, I got a rather concerning message from the principal. To think that a villain had attacked my class, to think of the fear that they spread, it sickens me. All Might glared at the villains in front of him, his standard bright smile missing. Why are you here, villains? Shigaraki laughed, red eyes almost glowing from behind the large hand covering his face. Oh, it's simple, All Might. To kill you, Numu. The bulky man let out an inhuman screech, leaping forward towards All Might with an unnatural burst of movement and a winding punch. The hero blocked the leap, parrying the punch with one of his own. His opponent, however, seemed to barely flinch. How do you like that, All Might? Numu shock absorption makes him unbeatable. All Might smirked, not showing any pain from the impact. Thanks for showing your hand, then. If I can't beat it with punches, I simply have overwhelmed him. All Might grabbed a hold of the villain in front of him and pulled up, preparing for a slam move. Izuku's eyes widened, realizing that the villain had played him. All Might, wait. Before All Might could stop, however, he was successfully caught in a portal, halfway through the ground, Numu grabbing onto his weak point, unaware of the effectiveness of the move. Kurogiri's yellow eyes thinned in a motion similar to a frown. The feeling of gore within myself is an unpleasant one, but if it means completing the goal of Shigaraki Tamura, I will do it. As the portal slowly began to close, Izuku looked to the people around him, desperately looking for a way to save the hero. Shoji and 13 were busy guarding the unconscious and bloody Aizawa-sensei, and Jiro was rapidly beginning to fall unconscious herself, be it thanks to shock or exhaustion. Out of answers, Izuku braced to sprint. Rather him than All Might. Not so fast. It was not a clean jump from either of them. Togaru's skin was beginning to itch like crazy, razor sharp kicking up a fuss, and Kaibara's torque was beginning to slow. Nonetheless, it got the 3 necessary people onto the field, so it was better than nothing. Togaru took a small breath as he jumped across the field, getting closer to the objective. I regret this later, but he brought forward as much of his remaining keratin as he could pull from his bloodstream, bringing out a blade in his palm that was as sharp as he had yet been able to make. Guillotine, and cut cleanly through the arm of the weird bulky guy. Crashing into the floor after a brief continued flight, he groaned, before looking up. Kaibara, Awase on his back, crashed into Kurogiri, knocking him down. Awase quickly grabbed a hold of the man's neck brace, binding it to the floor below him. "Ha, how's that for a weak quirk, Dad? Your dad great, dingus. It sounded cool and that what mattered. Quick, before hand guy gets to us." The duo of Kaibara and Awase quickly scrambled away from the now convulsing figure of Kurogiri and bewildered one of Shigaraki. Hagakure, who had remained hidden, dashed forward, grabbing Toguro by the shoulders on the way. "Sheesh, for such a big guy, you re light as a feather. I LL take that as a compliment." Heaving, Toguro looked to the crowd they joined, noticing that Midoriya was alright, if not battle-worn. "Hey, Greenie, good to see you made it out." Midoriya seemed to be near tears, but he was seemingly doing his best to maintain his composure. Hey, Kamakiri, that was a good move. Thanks, I learned it from your notes." The group turned to face All Might and the villains, safe, for now. Taking advantage of the chaos the trio's arrival had caused, All Might made his way out of the unfortunate grip of Numu, leaping back. "Thanks for the backup, children. Now stay back." Before All Might could go on the offensive, however, Numu stood up. Toguro got a good look at the stump where his arm was supposed to be. It was a clean cut at least, and the big guy didn't seem to be in much pain. Toguro guilt was interrupted by a series of tendons and skin bursting from out of the cut, slowly forming another arm. Moments later, the Numu stood, looking no worse for wear, bar some scarring by the cut area. Izuku's eyes widened. Though their quirk was shock absorption. Wait, no way. Shigaraki laughed manically, as he was seemingly wont to do at this point. Did you think shock absorption was Numu only quirk? Nope. This masterpiece was bioengineered to create the perfect counter to All Might. Super regeneration, shock absorption, agility boost, bulk, perfect. Both Izuku and All Might's eyes widened at that statement, but neither could respond to the statement before the figure burst forward again, wailing at All Might with a series of punches. All Might seemed to flinch as a punch clipped his stomach, but instead of shouting out in pain, smiling bright, the hero laughed, parrying each blow with a punch of his own. "Very well, this is truly a threat devised to defeat me at my best. Well then, it's simple. I LL simply have to do even more." Shigaraki laughed, barely flinching as he was flung back by the launch. "Are you stupid, hero? I just told you, Numu is unbeatable." All Might suddenly grabbed that the possibility that there were more of the things, now no longer a person, was perhaps more terrifying than the thing itself, Numu by the hands, and spun, throwing the creature, before jumping after it as it crashed into a batch of trees. Blasts of wind were sent out by the action, forcing Shigaraki and Kurogiri, now unbound from the floor, back. "I cannot reach him." All Might continued wailing on the Numu, face set. "There a distinction to be made here, you know. This thing quirk is shock absorption, which means it isn T nullification. So all I have to do is keep going until it can T take any more." All Might followed up the statement with a series of wild punches and slaps. "I may be past my prime, but don't think you could waltz into here and take me out." Toguro winced as the Numu began to slide back from the many punches the hero was throwing at him. He turned to Midoriya, who had a bewildered look on his face. Such power, to think. Suddenly, the Numu was thrown towards the center of the plaza in a loud crash. All Might smirked, landing next to it. "This school I teach at has a saying I am quite fond of. They politely borrowed it from a pre-quirk nation, but I am sure you can trace it back to the beginning of time. It means to go beyond." All Might launched a dozen rapid punches, faster than Toguro could comprehend them, before pulling back. Plus, ultra, boom. The loud crashing noise seemed to cover the entirety of the USJ, and the villain was shot up into the air, bursting through the roof of the building. Toguro was awed by the power of the number one hero. He took a deep breath, realizing that perhaps now they were finally safe once again. All Might stood, slouched over, breathing heavily. Toguro could tell that despite putting up bravado, the Numu had pushed the hero close to his limit. "Do you feel it, children? The feeling of relief, of the knowledge that you are safe. That is the power of a hero. Hold on to it, and perhaps one day you may provide it to others. In that moment, he was filled with something akin to understanding. Of why so heroes stuck with the job, even through pain. All Might turned to the villains, breath heavy. I suggest you surrender now, villains. Perhaps the court will lower your sentences. Shigaraki's eyes were still wide, shocked at the defeat of his weapon. All Might was supposed to be weaker. Sensei said so. He cheated. The man quickly dashed towards All Might, who seemed to be on his last legs, unmoving. Toguro winced, hoping that All Might would move. Bang bang bang. Shigaraki was launched back as multiple bullets collided with his shoulders and knees, disabling him. Toguro turned to the entrance. There stood a large group of pro-heroes, Snipe and Nedzu leading the charge. Sorry for our tardiness, students. I brought as many heroes as I could muster. The heroes shot forward, disabling the few remaining villains with haste. Kurogiri seemed to understand that they had lost, and reached to Shigaraki, grabbing him for an evacuation. Shoji raced forward as the mist seemed to dissipate, covered in wounds but still standing tall. Kurogiri-san, wait, if you are like that Numu creature, we can help you. Let us save you. The mist seemed to hesitate for a moment, slowing, but it still dissipated. Shoji looked to the floor, face neutral, covered by his mask. Toguro looked to the dozens of villains, all being arrested one by one. They had won, but it certainly didn't feel like a victory. Waking up from anesthesia is hard to describe. In some ways, it's instant. You were suddenly brought into consciousness, memories of the before flooding in. In other ways, it's a slow cascade, mind comparable to slurry as it processes chemicals it's not supposed to. Mashirao wakes up over 20 minutes, thoughts repeating in his head of bashing villains left and right, until eventually, a hero arrived. After that, he was dragged into an ambulance, but then. Eventually, he returns to something vaguely akin to consciousness. He sits up, slowly observing where he was. He guessed he was in a hospital, dull white walls and thick cots making that clear, but past that. Mashirao, you're awake. Turning to the cot on his left, he saw a floating medical gown, indicating the presence of Toru. Toru, what happened while I was unconscious? Toru winced lightly. The heroes managed to bust most of the villains, but the mist guy and weird hand guy that was probably the leader managed to escape. And everyone else, Kodai, me, Kamakiri, Jiro and Yanagi are in for quirk exhaustion. Boss, you, Hagakure, Shoji and Awase are in for general injuries. Su and Kaibara are fine, but we all being kept in the hospital in case the effects of going through that portal had any consequences. Mashirao looked to the other side of the room he was in, spying Shinso. The boy looked all right, but he sported a nasty bruise on his head. Shinso nonetheless smiled at him, although he looked dead tired. You were the only one on your own, Tailman. That s worth a whole lot. Mashirao chuckled quietly. I wish it was, but it doesn't make me feel much better. He looked to his arm, which was firmly secured in a sling. Recovery girl would likely make the healing process easier, but it still certainly wasn't pleasant. I suppose this was going to happen eventually. Shinso shrugged. Still sucks. Now then, thankfully, none of us are tied down. Boss came to say hi while you were still out. Says the police are going to interview us and then we get to go home. I intend to sleep for a week if I can get away with it. Toru chuckled lightly. I don't blame you. Do you think we still need to finish the English homework for Monday? Mashirao snorted as the darker tension seemed to break a little. I hope not. This is interview number 1 of Incident UA2-4, codename, Unforeseen Simulation Joint Invasion. My name is Detective Naomasa Tsukauchi, and I be recording this as the incident primary investigator. Subject is student number 1 of UA High School Class 1T. Please state your name. The boy scratched his neck, rubbing against bandages strewn across various parts of his body. Hi, I am Awase Yosetsu. I D make a joke but I'm not sure now is the time. Naomasa nodded. Due to the recent nature of this event and our limited time, I stick to asking relevant questions. What can you tell us about the presumed leader of the group, currently believed to be named Shigaraki Tamura? Awase looked to him, face set. Well, I can at least say he s probably not the boss. Why do you say that? He flexed his hands, muscles sore from both injuries and excessive use of his quirk. Well, apart from the fact that the guy was unstable as all hell, he referred to some kind of sensei a few times. It D explained the weird science far project of guy with multiple quirks. Do you think I'm gonna be told how that was done? Naomasa shook his head with a sigh, knowing he D have to cut this part out. The can of worms that All for One was possibly still alive was something he didn't T want to consider yet. I am afraid not, Awase-kun. The boy smiled nervously. I suppose I probably shouldn't T be complaining about that. What else do you need? You were noted to have quite a few interactions with the villain Kurogiri. What could you tell us about him? Naomasa looked to the large boy in front of him. Wearing a rather large medical gown, he sported a large bandage across his chest. The wound wasn't T life-threatening, but it would leave a rather nasty scar. The remainder of his injuries were delegated to the boy's many arms, but due to his quirk, they would disappear as his arms regenerated. The boy S scarred face was clear of his standard mask, but it was likely to return when the meeting ended. I believe that Kurogiri should be noted as either a hostage, a victim of brainwashing, or as something similar. Naomasa S eyes widened at that. Why do you say so, Shoji-kun? Shoji closed his eyes for a moment, formulating his words. As 13 will corroborate, I attempted to stall for time upon my initial encounter with him. When I asked him why he, one with a quirk such as his own, served a villain, he simply quoted both that he could do nothing else, as well as knowing nothing else. Personally, after seeing the Numu creature, I can be fairly confident in that theory. Naomasa scratched his chin. If this was truly All for One, the man had plenty of brainwashing quirks, but it meant they couldn't take Shigaraki Tamura out of the running for a similar treatment. The age of quirks that affect the mind made proving guilt a constant mission, but thank you, Shoji-kun. We keep your statements in mind. Naomasa watched the boy in front of him. He was likely bone-tired, but from the speed at which he was transcribing notes, you could barely tell the boy was affected at all. Finally finishing up his notes, the boy looked to the other occupants of the room. Toshinori sat in his own cot, face set. The incident would set his time back a little, but he would live with a little time off. Nedzu had placed himself near the end of the hero S bed. The mammalian hero had seen better days, messy and flustered, but as usual, he would bounce back. The last occupant, Chio, quietly went over the notes on the injuries of S students. No long-term damage was dealt, but there would be plenty of literal and figurative scars. Naomasa broke the room S silence, pulling a packet from his coat. We gotten the blood samples back. The blood of the Numu mostly matches one figure, but within the genome lay the information for multiple quirk factors. Until we get a brain scan, we can be sure, but Toshinori clenched his fists. All for One may still live. Midoriya nodded, quickly turning through his notes. Naomasa didn't know how to feel about such a young boy taking part in the All for One case, but he was here, so he would help. Do the results match those of other people who have received multiple quirks from All for One? Naomasa shook his head. Yes and no. Of the multiple quirk factors we managed to read within the sample, some matched those of other multi-quirk users, appearing to be fused together in a larger string of data. But other quirk factors manifested alongside them, isolated from the rest. Midoriya flipped his notebook to another page. That means that someone has likely devised a method of providing quirks to someone without the use of All for One S quirk, and likely used it to finish his work. Chio grabbed a hold of the file. Such a process has been considered impossible for decades now, but it always been an idea within the minds of radicals. If such a process were to exist, though, it would still likely rely on the use of a quirk like All for One to extract the core information of a quirk factor. Which brings us back to the original problem. Toshinori nodded. Whether or not this is the work of All for One, someone with a similar quirk, or someone carrying on his legacy through science, we can determine it. Nedzu hopped off of the bed, pacing. So we cannot be certain of the identity of our enemy. It means we must prepare for any possibilities. Having the power of your quirk made today s battle easier, Yagi, but, you have held it s power for 40 years. If you were to pass it on, you may just kill whoever holds it. All eyes went to Midoriya, who s filter seemed to have disappeared alongside his nerves. Flipping through pages of what looked like gibberish, he arrived on the page that likely represented his research into One for All. I've been considering how One for All works since you told me about it, All Might, Nedzu-sensei. But it really two quirks. Toshinori nodded. One for All was formed by the combination of the original holder's quirk and a quirk that stockpiled power. So that makes One for All a genetic error. Perhaps the original holder s quirk transferred knowledge, or skills, or even quirks like All for One, but instead, it was bastardized. Turned into a battery to store energy far beyond what one person could hold. Research has been done for decades as to where most kinetic quirks draw their energy, what it is, how it could be harnessed, but the point is that the transfer from that source has grown larger and larger for years now. If we try and transfer it again, Toshinori's eyes widened. It could kill whoever received it outright. Midoriya turned to a page that showed some of the few available pictures of the previous users. All the previous holders aged at a rate far faster than they should have. Yagi-san, you were quirkless before you received One for All, right? Toshinori nodded, face looking guilty, but Midoriya simply continued. One for All has molded itself to fit you, to the point at which it s likely how your body was able to stabilize at all after your fight with All for One. If you transfer it, you likely survive, but whoever receives it will have to hold on to a massive well of energy, even larger than it is for you, while also having their own quirk. The room was silent as Midoriya finished his speech. A moment later, awareness seemed to return to the boy, and he blushed beet red. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Nedzu laughed as he patted Midoriya on the knee. Nonsense, Midoriya-kun, you brought a unique perspective that none of us had considered. You make a fine analyst one day. But still. Toshinori clenched his fist. That means One for All should end with me, lest it bring about someone unfortunate end. Midoriya nodded. Then you need to prepare to fight All for One again. Tsukauchi-san, how difficult would it be to assemble a task force to prepare for war against an SS-class villain? Naomasa considered for a moment. It will be difficult to keep it under wraps, but Madam President does owe me a favor. Toshinori's eyes widened. Naomasa, no, this is my fight, Nedzu shook his head. Unfortunately, Yagi, it isn't anymore. You are old now, no matter how you try and deny it. If All for One is truly our enemy, he is gathering forces. It is only right for us to do the same. Toshinori winced, but he didn't complain. I suppose you are right, Nedzu-sensei. I will have to contact Sir as well. All eyes once again turned to the elephant in the room. Chio coughed. I suppose having a child in an investigation like this is difficult. Midoriya's eyes widened, before he sheepishly scratched his neck. Oh, I forgot about that part. Nedzu chuckled. Sorry, Midoriya, all we can ask of you is to prepare for the future, should this conflict last longer than we wish, and to look after your group. I have a feeling that, unfortunately, your class's role in this conflict is not yet over. The young boy, much too early to be in a conflict but nonetheless present, nodded sternly, packing up his bags. Right, thank you, sensei. To you as well for your help, Midoriya-kun. I look forward to continuing our lessons again. Midoriya smiled, closing the door behind him, heading in the direction of the ward his class had been placed in. Once the boy had left, Nedzu smiled. Right, then, who's ready to prepare for war? Tamura sat up quickly, looking around the room he was in. His arms and legs pulsed in pain, but they were lacking the bandages he expected. What had? Hello, Tamura, it is good to see you are awake. Tamura looked over to the middle of the room, where he spotted Sensei, sitting in his medical chair, like always. He seemed to be in a cot that had been placed in front of the chair in place of his standard desk, however. He shot to attention, looking to his sensei. Sensei, the heroes defeated you completely, Tamura. Tamura scratched his neck. Sensei. His teacher placed a calm hand on his shoulder. It is all right, my student. If anything, it is my fault for not preparing you adequately. The heroes are certainly strong. But, there is always another chance for you, Tamura. Tamura nodded, looking to his sensei. Those students and heroes, they were too good. It was almost like they cheated. Sensei nodded, scarred face showing little emotion bar a faint smile. Of course, they have assembled elites. It appears that we will have to do the same. What do you mean, Sensei? A strategy of hordes is a valid one, sure, but clearly it failed. Instead, we will prepare, bringing together a much smaller, far more skilled team to do the job of 100, if you will. He nodded, understanding his teacher. Right, Sensei. Bring together a party to slay the dragon, it perfect. His teacher simply smiled at him. I'm sure you will, Tamura. I am proud of you. Now, how about you get some rest? Tamura suddenly felt tired once again. He blinked slowly, looking over to his teacher, sitting next to him, smiling gently, and fell back asleep. He did not see the gentle pulsing of his teacher's hands, indicating the use of a quirk, nor did he notice the angered scowl on the man's face. Class 1T sat in a circle within their classroom, all talking quietly, the middle row of desks pushed to the side in order to allow them to convene. How are your injuries, glue stick? Awase grinned, flexing his bandaged arms. I'm as cool as a cucumber. It take a little more than some cuts to take me out. As Kamakiri laughed, rubbing his own still sore skin, Izuku smiled. They had all suffered, but the weekend had done well to release stress. They had all avoided talking over group chats, instead each resting on their own. Izuku personally had spent most of the time watching old movies with his mother, equally consoling himself and her. Hagakure gave her chest a gentle rub. Mom and Dad considered pulling me out of UA after the scare. Asui nodded in agreement. It was a close thing, but it would feel like surrendering to the villains, no. Most of the class nodded at that. Yanagi clenched her fists. It is a challenge we must overcome. To show the world that we won T back down. And you LL have an opportunity to do so pretty soon. The battles aren't T yet over for you. The class quickly turned to the door, seeing their teacher. Not even Jiro, too distracted to pay attention to her surroundings, had heard him enter. Izuku's eyes widened at the sight of his teacher. Sensei, you back so soon. But your injuries. Aizawa Sensei had seen better days. One of his two arms was in a cast, and the other was nonetheless wrapped in bandages, his head receiving similar treatment. Instead of standing at the podium, Aizawa waltzed into the room, sitting down and joining the circle of students. My injuries will heal. Not like all of you are in much better health. The class looked to their teacher who didn't resemble the tense man they had seen at only a week ago. The man, crouched over, looked to each of them within the small makeshift circle. Each of you has gone through hardship beyond compare, and I'm sorry it had to happen to you all so soon. Shinso, sitting next to Aizawa within the circle, smiled gently. It wasn't your fault, Teach. Besides, you kicked ass there yourself. Aizawa smiled subtly, mostly hidden by bandages. Thanks. Now, normally I order you to fix your desks, but you can have the next 2 periods off. I cleared it with Yamada and ectoplasm. We LL chat, you can play games, whatever. Just take a breather. The class cheered at that. Despite the weekend off, Izuku could tell many were nervous about the idea of getting back to class so quickly. But first, there an event coming up quite soon, the UA Sports Festival. Aizawa looked to his class as they took the fact in. Jiro was the first to speak up. Right after a villain attack, Sensei. Aizawa nodded. I agree with you in some ways, but Nedzu says it to show the world the UA can hold up even under crisis. It also important for your careers, as it allows heroes to notice you, and you only get 3 shots at it. Their changes plan to ensure your anonymity as Twilight students, of course, but that preparation is still underway. For one, Participation is optional this time. Anyone planning on not participating? 2 hands were put up at that announcement. Izuku had his own up, of course, and he wasn't surprised to see Shinso up as well. The purple-haired boy scratched his neck. I am going underground. Best to keep documentation on my quirk a secret, you know. Izuku smiled, nodding. Nedzu-sensei has me working on a project during the festival. If that is still happening, that plan is still on. Aizawa smiled again, nodding. A good call on both of your parts. Then you be helping everyone else train. You have a lot to show the world now. Everyone in the class nodded, each determined in their own way. Ojiro, who had been silent for most of the morning, nodded, his one arm now sporting a series of crackling scars as a result of Recovery Girl treatments. The rest of UA hasn't gone through an attack like we have. This be our chance to show them that we ready to take on the world, and that they are in T. So how about we win this thing? Hell yeah, 1T represent. Nice speech, Masharao. It be tough, but we can do it. Aizawa smiled. Good. Keeping up your motivation is always important. I be running each of you through the ringer during the next 2 weeks. But for now. The class looked to their teacher, who scratched his neck with his good hand awkwardly. Shota was clearly new to the whole, down-to-earth teaching style thing, but he was trying his best to connect with a bunch of traumatized children. Sue him. Surely at least one of you has a cute cat, right? Shinso raised a fist, tears welling in his closed eyes. I have been waiting for this moment my entire life. The class laughed at the brainwasher's expense, and soon, conversation devolved into meaningless, childish, and perfectly pleasant chatter. The time to prepare would come later, sure, but for now, they would be able to spend time as teenagers with the spirit of determination in their hearts. Wednesday. 9 days to the sports festival. Earlier in the week, during lunch, Midoriya and Kodai had sign on one side, but everyone in the class was learning bits and pieces, rambled on about quantum computing for most of the meal. In perfect honesty, Sen understood none of it, but he found that the dual-state stuff worked great for metaphors. Aizawa-sensei was a quantum particle. Or something. Sue him, it was Yosetsu's job to be the creative one. On one hand, Aizawa-sensei had warmed up to them quite a bit over the last 3 days. After the impromptu bonding session when they got back to school, their teacher had clearly been doing his best to ensure his students were doing all right emotionally. Hagakure had wrestled the man onto a group chat, and he had so far used it exclusively to live the cat-owning dream vicariously by extracting cat pictures from his students. The poor man's schedule was so unstable that owning one for himself was unviable. A grand tragedy, but he nonetheless had begun to feel like a reassuring presence. At the same time, though, Aizawa-sensei looked down at Sen, who was currently face down on the mat, muscles burning. Up you get, Kaibara. Your form is doing better, but you still leave your legs open when you go on the defensive. Spread your attention to your whole body. Next. Sen winced as he stood up. When Aizawa-sensei had told them all he be running them ragged before the sports festival, he hadn't been kidding. As Kodai swapped places with him on the sparring mat, Sen took the moment to look around the room. Each member of his class was exercising in some way or another. Midoriya led his crew in a rather intense series of exercises, even including a begrudging Shinso, who was clearly out of breath. Ojiro, Kamakiri and Hagakure, meanwhile, were taking it in stride, all motivated to secure good placements in the upcoming festival. Sen couldn't deny that the feeling was rather infectious. Gyrate was always looked down upon, but he had made it into UA and kicked a bunch of villain ass, so he felt a little more confident than before that he could maybe show his stuff. He looked to his own friends, who were sparring. Yosetsu's injuries had mostly healed by now, and the event had lit a hell of a spark in him. Asui too, although her fires had always burnt subtly. He raised a hand to his chin, thinking. Who could he train with? Sorry to interrupt. Sen turned to face the new arrival, spotting Yanagi, standing ramrod straight as usual. After the entrance exam, they had exchanged pleasantries, and she was able to include herself in group conversations well enough, but she never really tried to talk to anyone individually, bar Shinso. Hey, Yanagi, what do you need from me? The girl nodded blankly. I was wondering if you wanted to perhaps try to combine forces like we did during the entrance exam again. Sen's eyes flashed in recognition. Their series of stares had been monumental in securing his win. It would be excellent to have team-up moves for the festival, but... Looking closely at Yanagi, he spotted the girl's nervous face. He nodded, smiling. It's always good to have more teamwork, but what brought this on? Yanagi flicked her fingers nervously. My quirk has a problem, sometimes. When I get overly scared, or angry, or any other kind of overreaction, I lose my sense of self, a bit. It's part of why the doctors called it poltergeist. Sen frowned lightly, remembering Shinso's recap of his experiences at the USJ. Yanagi had apparently gone on quite the rampage, only really returning to awareness when she was grabbed by a villain. So, you want to get more control? Yanagi nodded, clenching her fists. Correct. I believe that if I gain further control of my quirk, it will become more difficult for it to seize control over me. Sen smiled, spinning his hands into a strong clap. All right, no time like the present, then. Yanagi seemed to agree, but instead of moving over to find a place to begin, Yanagi simply grabbed a hold of Sen with her quirk. Feeling himself levitate into the air, Sen gulped. That's not what I meant. Thursday. 8 days to the sports festival. The class was nervous. Aizawa-sensei had told them during homeroom that a special activity would be happening during their heroics period, and this time not even Izuku knew what it would be. When he had prompted Nezu during their lesson the day before, the hero had simply chuckled, saying that, this one has to happen naturally. Eventually, Aizawa-sensei walked in, standing by the podium. The class quickly went silent, and Aizawa-sensei looked to them with a neutral face. Today is an important day for you all. Even with your current life paths, the choice you will be making now is all but fundamental to your futures as heroes. Many students looked nervous as Aizawa-sensei gained a small smile, before, as usual, flicking a small card out of his pocket. You will be picking hero names. Instantly, the class erupted in simultaneous dread and excitement. Hero names were fundamental to your identity as a hero, but if you made the wrong choice. Aizawa-sensei raised a hand, silencing the murmuring. Of course, you can always change your name later, but it's often not a good choice. Your actions under whatever name you pick may just stick to you. Shoji raised a hand. Sensei, are hero names not typically chosen after the sports festival? Their teacher simply nodded. Correct. However, UA is putting great effort into protecting the identities of students, so code names were the best option to prevent people from simply looking up your identities. That means you LL need to be careful about your naming choice, since they LL be used on the broadcast. So, pick carefully, or you LL be in a whole lot of trouble, ya dig. Aizawa-sensei sighed as the door slid open to reveal Present Mike in his almost full hero regalia, although he was lacking his signature hair styling, considering it was so early in the morning. Yamada-sensei. Hi, Present Mike-sensei. Oh god, kill me now. That last one came from Aizawa-sensei as Present Mike laughed. Shota here can judge names for whack, so it's my job to make sure none of you name yourselves silly. Aizawa-sensei sent a light glare to his friend. I would recommend not trusting his judgment. Who do you think came up with Eraserhead? As the class laughed quietly at their glaring teacher, Izuku quickly began thinking. A hero name, he had thought of many before. Sure, but even the ones that didn't rip on the name All Might didn't fit in his new role. As excitement began to rise in the class, Present Mike flashed a smile, before pulling a box of whiteboards out from under the podium. Write your names on these. Feel free to talk to your buddies about this, alright. Their ideas might be better than yours. Aizawa-sensei sighed once again. If only I didn't ask you. Awase confidently made his way up to the podium, face smug. He proudly turned his board around, showing it to the class. Bow to my greatness, for I shall be the constructing hero, welder. Pretty sweet, huh? Instead of the impressed reaction he expected, however, Hazashi simply shook his head. Now, Awase, am sure you tried, but, that name kind of sucks. Try to avoid just plain nouns or jobs, alright. Awase instantly deflated, pouting as he left the pillar. Ah, man. Thankfully, no one noticed Sen quickly rubbing off, Spiral, from his own board. After that, a few names were passed with a smile. Su Rainy Day Hero. Froppy and Shoji S Armament Hero. Tentacle both passed Hizashi S tests. Ojiro S Martial Arts Hero. Tailman was applauded for it S down-to-earthness, which was what Ojiro was aiming for, while Kodai S Size Hero. Rules synergized well with her serious appearance. Juro S rethought name came with cheers as well. Originally, I was going to tie it to my hero name, you know. Call back to my roots. But then I realized that it meant someone could find the name of me and my mom pretty easily, so I had to make a new one. She flipped her board, smiling nervously. The Soundwave Hero. Beat up. Pretty cool, right? Receiving thumbs up from Shinso, Hagakure, and Hizashi himself, she walked off the stage with a smile. Following her, Hagakure walked onto the stage. Instead of leading with a speech, she immediately flipped her board, revealing her name. I am the hidden hero, Invisible Lady. Hizashi smiled at the girl S enthusiasm. That S a very strong name, Hagakure. Could I ask why you picked it? Hagakure presumably grinned, punching her fists together. I was gonna go with Invisible Girl instead, but then I thought, wouldn't T that make villains think I'm not scary? And if the villains aren't T afraid of me, then clearly, I am not selling my image properly. Hizashi looked closely at Hagakure. Despite being invisible, her physical prowess was clear. Hizashi could think of a few heroes who would be interested in fueling the girl S rising determination. Heck, if the girl didn't get any internship requests after the fest, he would have to hunt them down himself. Good name. You pass, Invisible Lady. I am the welding hero, Constructee Man. You just swapped the prefix in the name then added man, you hack. Hey, Don T diss my creativity. Hizashi sighed, but the name wasn't T actually that bad. You pass, Awase. Awase grinned sharply at his victory. Ha, take that. Kaibara sighed, stepping up himself. It won T be hard to top Yosetsu, but here we are. I am the torque hero, Centrifugal. Pretty good, nay. Hizashi smiled. Good job with the spinning theming. You pass. Kaibara and Awase continued to bicker lightly as the latter stepped off the podium, but they quieted down as Yanagi walked to the stage next. Hizashi looked to the girl with a kind face as she gently flipped her board. I was told first draft for a hero name was too creepy, but I want not to be scary. The few remaining members of the class quickly turned to face their classmate, who was smiling lightly. My quirk makes me perfect for the role of a force of vengeance against the cruel. I wish to be a hero who people would look to save them, and for those who they were being saved from to look at me with dread. Thus, I shall be the shrouded hero, Phantomime. Yanagi bowed deeply, smiling. I hope my name is satisfactory. Of the dozens of villains Hizashi had seen being arrested at the USJ, many of those pulled out of the mountain zone had a series of bruises and welts across their faces. A few of the up-close fighters also appeared to have muscle damage similar to what occurs when one S limbs were physically stretched. Hizashi simply smiled, knowing the name worked perfectly for the girl. An excellent choice, Yanagi. Shinso simply walked forward, flipping a blank board forward. Whoever picks a name that isn T terrible first gets it. Go. Instantly, the class erupted in uproar. Purple, guy. Purple guy. That was copyrighted like a century ago. Clearly his name is Brainiac. Hypnotizer. Eventually, the crowd quieted down, one by one. A few moments later, the class was completely silent. As the students that had remained quiet did their best to stifle their laughter, Shinso simply looked on, vaguely smug. Shinso smiled, releasing the effects of his quirk and looking to his teacher. That S the kind of hero I want to be. I am an asshole, and my whole motivation to be a hero is mostly born from spite, but I can still catch people by surprise. Shinso quickly scribbled his actual hero name onto the board. LL be the mystery hero, Slackjaw. LL leave people bewildered in my wake. Hazashi smiled. The boy was truly on track to be a second Eraserhead. Good work, Shinso. Hey, Shota, have you considered messaging Joke? Shota sighed from within his sleeping bag, propped up against the corner of the room. Yeah, I told her about him once. She hasn't shut up about wanting him since. Shinso looked to his teachers, confused. Should I be afraid? Shota smiled stiffly. Absolutely. The clock for the end of the period was finally beginning to near its end as Present Mike called the second to last student to the stand. Kamakiri walked up, face set, and took a deep breath. Izuku had known his friend and wasn't that weird to say for long enough to tell that he was nervous, but he wasn't worried about him. Kamakiri smiled, flipping over his board. I'm happy to admit that razor sharp is a tool for combat. I'm quite literally made of knives, and be lying if I said I don't enjoy using them. Combat is in my blood, but I can use that force to help people. LL be a hero the creeps can be proud of, and save as many people as I can, even if not directly. LL the sharpest hero, Jack Mantis. Izuku smiled as his friend got a seemingly positive response from his classmates. Present Mike smiled at him as well. Good job showing your bravado, Kamakiri. A perfect blend of intimidation, intrigue, and subtlety. As Kamakiri walked off the stand, smiling, all eyes suddenly turned to Izuku. Ah, right, he had to present his name too. Kamakiri flashed a toothy grin at him. You LL be fine, Greenie. Whatever name you picked will be perfect. Izuku took another breath. Kamakiri was right. He nervously walked up to the podium, holding his board close to his chest. Present Mike smiled subtly at him. All right, Midoriya, end us off with a bang. Izuku smiled nervously as he flipped his board. When I was younger, I wanted to be a hero like All Might. Someone that could save people with a smile. As someone without a quirk, I got berated for the idea, constantly reminded of my inadequacy, or mocked for my very existence. Somewhere along the line, my father vanished to some overseas job. Teachers marked me down whenever they could. And the students, weren't kind. He saw the concerned looks from both his teachers and classmates, but he carried on anyways. Eventually, however, I learned of another possibility thanks to meeting a hero. A different path, one that was perfect for me. My dream changed that day, although am still striving for the same goal. If I can be the hero everyone sees, I can make sure those heroes succeed. I am the hero s hero, guidance. The class remained mostly silent, processing his words. He blushed, nervous. Had he said something wrong? Awase spoke up first. When we get our licenses, does that make us the hero s heroes? Instantly, tension left a large portion of the class as they sighed. Damn it, Awase. Present Mike simply smiled at him. It s a great name, Midoriya. Is there anything we need to talk about? Izuku shook his head. Thanks, sensei, but I am fine. The school I went to doesn't exist anymore, anyhow. You can thank Nedzu sensei for that. Shota knew that it was not in fact dealt with in its entirety, but his opinions on Bakugo and Midoriya opinions on Bakugo were very different things. Besides, there was a school-sanctioned brawl coming up, so. As Izuku returned to his desk, Aizawa sensei took the stage again. All of your names are good. Present Mike, you're dismissed. Aw man, Shota, getting rid of me so soon. I thought we were best bros. Your next period is in 5 minutes, idiot. Despite his harsh tone, Aizawa sensei at least seemed to be smiling. Ah, right. With that, Present Mike quickly sprinted out of the room. Aizawa sensei sighed but looked back to the class. With that, the first challenge of the festival has been dealt with. You mean yesterday s training wasn't supposed to be a challenge? Aizawa sensei smiled at his now anxious class. Tomorrow, we will be training again. I hope you enjoyed your rest day. The class once again paled as their teacher snorted quietly. Izuku sat, smiling subtly. Oh, sensei, I am not here for tomorrow's period. I have a lesson with Nedzu to prepare for my project. Instantly, any favor he had garnered with the class seemed to evaporate as they looked to him with mostly overdramatic scorn. A moment later, the bell blared. With practiced ease, Izuku was out of his chair with his bag on his back in under a second. Oh, would you look at that, the day s over. See you guys tomorrow. As Izuku was, for the first time in a while, the first one out for the class, he only heard snippets of the jealous shouts of his classmates. It cost him being heckled by the classmates that shared his train ride home, but was it worth it to skip an entire Aizawa-sensei held training session? Absolutely. Friday. 7 days to the sports festival. And thus, in 2XXX, the death and later revival of Pro Hero Windblade contributed to the development of the necropsy laws, which are still in practice today regarding the execution of post-mortem opponents. Aizawa-sensei's droning speech was interrupted by the blaring bell of the period ending. He quietly slipped his reference book closed, looking to the class. I suppose we re out of time. LL see you all at Practical Heroics. Yosetsu stretched, grateful for the end of the period. Finally, am so hungry. Sen shot a light glare at him as he stood up from his own chair. That s because you overslept, idiot. Yosetsu pulled his best mock look of shock. You snitch. Aizawa-sensei finished packing up his own supplies, but before he could slide open the door. Sensei, hold on a moment. Aizawa took a step away from the door, looking to Jiro, who was listening intensely to something. Soundproofing had been adding to the walls in order to let her focus in lessons, but she could still hear through it if she focused. There a bunch of people gathering around the entrance. For once, the lack of windows in their dinky class was beneficial. Yosetsu scoffed. What do they want from us? To bask in our greatness or something? Shinso sighed, hoisting his own bag. I mean, yeah, probably. The secret class with the mystery students, came out of a villain attack, etc. Probably want to scout out the enemy before the sports festival. As all eyes looked to their tired classmate, he shrugged. What? Like I said, I am an asshole. I had a 12-step plan to get in through the fest. This was, step 7. Shoji walked up to the wall, manifesting an ear to it. Without training, someone without an offensive quirk would have next to no chance of getting through the standard exam. Shinso would be correct. I recognize most of the voices, but there are a few students from 1A and 1B. Yosetsu sighed. Well then, what do we do about it? Do we bash straight through? I think we can take advantage of it. Everyone turned to Midoriya, who had, of course, pulled a notebook out of the ether, this one simply called, Sports Festival Strategy. Hagakure and Shinso both took the opportunity to peek at Midoriya's notes. Shinso raised an eyebrow. What the heck is a nuclear option in this context? Midoriya raised a hand, walking towards the podium. As had become a habit for the boy, he spaced out as he explained his idea, all the typical Midoriya nervousness leaking away. Using management to make every other kid look terrible. Not important right now, we have one major advantage in the upcoming festival. As you said, Shinso, 1T has a very particular reputation. Shinso nodded. No one knows who the hell we are. Midoriya nodded, crouching next to the podium. Exactly. If the class is a mystery, no one will know to mess with you all or not, giving us ample opportunity to surprise them. He unhinged a panel in the podium, revealing a button. Aizawa simply sighed. I knew I should have looked there harder. Midoriya smiled nervously, pressing the button. Instantly, a ceiling tile slid open, and a rope fell down. Well then, who want to dodge the crowds? Yosetsu took a moment to finish gawking, closing his jaw. Midoriya, I don't know if I can call you scary or cool. Midoriya blushed, nervousness returning. Thanks, Awase. One by one, each member of the class made their way into ceiling. It was a bit of a tight fit for Shoji and Kamakiri, but they made it. Midoriya looked to their sensei, who had sat himself back down, marking papers. Sensei, will you be coming up with us? Aizawa sensei shook his head. It's my job to scare the life out of some brats. I am out of practice. Just don't be late for whoever has you after lunch. Yosetsu chuckled as Midoriya closed the tile behind them. I almost feel sorry for those kids. Almost. Everyone else chuckled before looking to Midoriya, who pulled out his phone. Sure, the room they had found themselves in was cramped, but there were also motion lights. Because of course there were. Now, who wants to go contribute to our image? A moment later, everyone's phones ringed. Yosetsu flicked his own, definitely not cracked from being used as a projectile once. What are you talking about out, looking to what Midoriya had sent. He found a map of UA's various hidden hallways, roof accesses, and various notated spots that people used often. He, and many other members of the class, smiled sharply. They got it, Midoriya. Eijiro stood nervously as some of his classmates stood around the door, doing his best to try to convince them to back off. Come on, guys, isn't this a bit much? The student from 1T I've met are super nice. Most of his classmates seemed to practically ignore him, continuing to crowd. Mineta simply shrugged. If they are so mighty to handle some villains, they can handle this, right? Eijiro did his best not to react, as usual, but internally he was seething. Did they not think about how terrible that must have been? Hey, that Eijiro attempt at getting his classmates to back down was interrupted by the classroom door finally sliding open. Immediately, most members of the crowd turned to face whoever opened it. Only to find the rather dissatisfied face of Aizawa-sensei. The man only taught Eijiro hero ethics and law, but he certainly had a reputation. The name brought fear to the slackers and cowards alike. The man had a rather blank face, but Eijiro could tell he was angry. Kirishima, Kendo, Wakiaku, Shiozaki, Omoshiroi, to the side. In future, try to be more assertive, but I can applaud your attempts at peacemaking. Kirishima quickly listened as the rest of the crowd fell to silence. A general ed student with a peculiar face went to the side, and one of his classmates stood next to him, scratching their neck. He didn't recognize the two students from 1B, but they both looked nervous. Wakiaku stood next to him, their face quite literally. The magic of their mirroring quirk matching his own, scratching their neck. I think I know what about to happen. Aizawa turned away from their group. As for the rest of you, would any of you mind explaining why you came here to bother my students, who, might I add, aren't even here? No one was brave enough to answer. The tired teacher simply snorted. That was about what I expected. Now then, you, Tetsu, tell me why you here. The gray-haired boy sputtered, taking a step back. To see the 1T students. Wait a second, how had the 1T students even left? It wasn't like there was another exit. The man's face darkened. Right, somehow I feel like, see, and, heckle, are different words here, and you reusing the wrong one. Aizawa gestured to his arm, still covered in bandages. Would any of you enjoy seeing someone's arm broken? To almost die, to be told that they should not get a big head for surviving a traumatic incident. The crowd went mostly silent. A majority of the crowd at least had the dignity to look like they felt at least a little bad, while a few kids from 1B and Gen Ed seemed to only scoff. Eijiro was immensely grateful that Bakugo seemed to want nothing to do with 1T. The boy was already a pain to deal with normally. Whatever Bakugo had against the group wasn't his business though, and it made this whole incident less unpleasant. Aizawa-sensei simply turned around. Dealing with all of you would be a pain. I am going to close this door, and if you're not gone by time I open it again in a minute, or if I ever see you causing problems for anyone, let alone my students, you learn that your positions in this place of learning are not as secure as you wished they were. With that, the man simply closed the door, and the students scattered. Kendo sighed, shaking her head once the crowd had cleared. What a pain, sorry about that. Both Eijiro and Wakiaku smiled sharply, making for what in retrospect was probably a rather off-putting image. It no worries. Trying to mellow out students is a nightmare. The Gen Ed student nodded. Right, we should get going too. Scrape. His ramblings were interrupted as everyone looked up to see a close-by roof tile slide open. Hiro, there we go. A moment later, a student came falling out of the roof, landing on the floor with a quiet thud. They patted off their pants before looking to the group with a faint smile. "Good morning, Hiro. Thank you for trying to help, although it wasn't tea needed. See you at the sports festival." With that, the figure walked away, perfectly calm, as if they hadn't tea just jumped out a ceiling tile that was closing behind them. Wakiaku eyes bulged. Those 1T students really are something. Eijiro simply nodded, not entirely sure how to respond. Out of view, Sue snickered quietly. If becoming local cryptids was a method of upping their effectiveness, she certainly wasn't complaining. Monday. 5 days to the sports festival. Hitoshi had thought often about his will and testament. Partly as a joke, sure, but there was also that little bit of him that was passively aware that even as a hero student, he could be dead unexpectedly pretty much whenever, especially after having experienced the fright of a villain attack. He had even written the thing out once. It wasn't legally binding, it left pretty much everything he owned to his cat, and it was written on a piece of scrap exam pad, but it was therapeutic, so who cares? Now, though, as he walked into the office of the principal, he wished he had been more thorough about it. Logistically, he knew that he was in the least danger one could possibly be in. Nedzu was notoriously protective of his students. Nonetheless, the principal had an awfully predatory aura to him when he walked in. "Ah, Shinso, come in, take a seat. Would you like some tea? I am about 50% sure saying no would put me on the fast track to an early death somehow." Anxiety, of course, made him lose his filter. Darn it. Instead of an upset look, however, Nedzu simply chuckled. "Oh, that SA2. I never thought someone would say that one again. You keep track weight, too." Nedzu chittered lightly. "Of course. It SA fun little game. Oh, and to answer your curiosity, the other one to say that same thing was your homeroom teacher, the first time we met." Dang, he really wasn't beating the allegations Hagakure and Awase were throwing at him, huh? How much for that to never be leaked ever? Nedzu grinned. "Well, this project theoretically puts me in your debt, so we can add that secret to what I shall owe you." At that, Hitoshi raised an eyebrow. "So, this is about what I am doing at the sports festival." Nedzu nodded, extracting a small file from a drawer of his desk, pretty much the only feature in the office. Perhaps Hitoshi hadn't earned the right to the proper office yet. "Correct. There is an interesting situation that I will require your help in." Hitoshi grabbed the file, giving it a quick look over. It contained simple credentials for someone who he didn't recognize. Name, quirk, place of work, evidence of blackmail. Wait a second. Huh, that was interesting. No. Nedzu flicked open another file. And then another. 2 more after that. Soon, the desk was covered in cases, names, and identities. I've been gathering these over the last few months. The crimes are, of course, fairly obvious, but not exactly easy to leak without them burning the branch to save the tree, if you will. Of course, with most of them making their way to the sports festival. Hitoshi eyes widened. This would be a hell of a project, but Nedzu eyes seemed to glow as he grinned. "Now then, how would you like to help me arrest some people, Hitoshi-kun?" "What did you need from me, Jiren? I am busy. Go away." As was typical as of late, Jin had found himself in the rather paradoxical room he normally met up with his normal broker in. The couch he sat on was ostentatious, with clean, quality leather, but at the same time, most of the room was vile, covered in mold or rotting away. Thus, if you want to look at muck, you either gotta look straight down or right in the eyes of who you're meeting. Win-win for the big man. The bag Jin was using itched as he looked towards the broker, who smiled, puffing out a fresh batch of cigar smoke. "You been looking for work as of late, twice. A place to belong." Jin nodded, flexing his fingers. "I am tired of being on my own. I am a lone wolf, sawed off." Ignoring me, that asshole Jiren simply continued on. "Well then you got good timing. You see, the big guy is sending out feelers." Jin raised an unseen eyebrow at that. He was a low-ranking villain, but even he could take a guess about who Jiren was talking about. That asshole sent a few snatchers after our quirk back in the day, but he gave up after he realized how fragile the mini-me's were. And, what are you proposing? Jiren smiled through crooked teeth, taking another puff from his cigar. Say, twice, you ever heard of the League of Villains? Dabi looked to the rather ugly-looking bar, simply labeled, closed. He couldn't deny the location worked well enough as a villain base, at least. He sighed, stomping his cigarette against the rotting wood in front of the door. Jiren had vouched that the group he was about to meet had turned themselves around, and were looking for new, skilled blood, or whatever, but he had his doubts. Nonetheless, Stain was lying low at the moment, and he was running out of assholes to torch and steal from, so he figured, oh, what the hell. He opened the door to a resounding squeak thanks to worn hinges. Taking a look inside, he found the expected bar, empty except for 2 members. Instantly, both people turned to face him. The misty guy looked him up and down, remaining silent. Meanwhile, the slouched man simply glared, looking up from what he guessed was some game console. What was he getting into, huh? Crusty dude glared. You're the pyromancer Jiren was bringing me. Tell me your stats. So, the guy was nuts. Who was he to judge, though? He sparked a few flames through his hands for dramatic effect. Call me Dabi. I can throw flames, and I can say I am a fan of heroes. What more is there to tell you? The man continued to glare, but the misty one simply raised a hand. Shigaraki Tamura, remember, you cannot expect someone to work with you right away. Shigaraki, as was apparently his name, seemed to calm down, nodding. Right, gotta do like sensei taught me. I am Shigaraki Tamura. I reduce things to dust. That S Kurogiri, he SR Warp Gate. Dabi scoffed but looked to the group anyways. Right, give me a reason I shouldn't turn around and leave this dinky bar now. I can say this group has much to it. You hate Endeavor, right? Instantly, Dabi snapped his eyes open, glaring at Shigaraki, who was now sitting upright, looking at him straight. The man smiled faintly, eyes almost glowing. Damn, you ever heard of moisturizer, my man? Sensei said I got to learn how to predict plot points ahead of time, analyze things, all that. You said you hate heroes, you have a fire quirk, and you got burns all over. Isn't that a paradox? Oh, and their s been a son of Endeavor dead for years. With a blue fire quirk. As Dabi s eyes widened, Shigaraki smiled. What? I did my own research into my potential party member. Is that so strange? Dabi simply continued to glare. And what are you going to do with that knowledge? The man shrugged. Oh, I am just gonna shout it over the rooftops. Jack shit is what I am going to do with it. While you're not my enemy, I can trust you until we get deep enough into the plot to erase your traitor flags, so I need the leverage. But, the League s goal is to bring down heroes. Perhaps, as Sensei told me, we weren't as ready as I thought we were. But now, I want to bring together a strong raid party. And if one of said raid bosses just so happens to be Endeavor. Ah, so that was this group s game. He was silent for a moment, thinking. Clearly this Shigaraki was inexperienced, but then again, it wasn't like he himself was much better. But if the man could develop himself. Dabi laughed. Well then, Dusty, I think you gotten yourself a new teammate. Smog pulsed through the building. The pink swirling gas pulsed, and he could feel everything within it. The twitching of fingers and pulsing of lungs, the steps of those who could resist his gas, slowly decreasing in volume. Eventually though, it faded into a faint background noise, ignored. He had made sure this batch of gas would be non-lethal. Sure, it would hurt, but in the age of healing quirks, all of their lungs would have no lasting consequences. He knew plenty of people who deserved to die, heck, people he wanted to make die himself, but these were not those people, instead being sheep who were simply living their lives. Snip snip snip, he took another look at the mirror, ignoring the smog flowing around him. His practice meant he and the mirror were at least safe, but his lungs were starting to itch. He need to throw his mask back on soon enough. Damn body making so much hair he didn't even want. Come on, Kasumi, your hair is so pretty. He shook his head out of memories. His classmates always heckled him about his hair, but he would keep cutting it off. It wasn't like any of them would bother tracking him down, let alone thinking about his appearance now. Not even his parents. Sheesh, kid, you're terrible at cutting hair. Instantly upon hearing a voice, he turned around, swapping the scissors he had taken for his revolver. The figure raised their hands in surrender. Whoa, whoa, I am not gonna hurt you. I am not a hero, not a cop, what have you? The figure stood far taller than him, not that it was a competition. They had long red hair, were sporting simple dress clothes, and were carrying a magnet. Alongside that, they were sporting his main weakness, a gas mask. He glared at the figure, gun not moving away. What are you, then? Why do you have a gas mask? The figure simply shrugged. I keep one in my beauty bag. Never hurts to be prepared, and it looks to have paid off. Now, are you gonna let me sit down and get to work on my own hair? The person simply shrugged. You think you're the only criminal who has to break into a barbershop to do their hair. I can applaud the method, though. Usually, I just conk whoever's here at this time of night and get out before they wake up. What s your name, kid? He flinched at being called kid, but when the person simply ignored him, he glared. Mustard. I don t like my other name. The person simply laughed. Hey, me neither. Call me Magna. Lady with the big whacking stick works too, but only if you're running away from me. Mustard looked Magna up and down, reorganizing his blossoming mental image of her. Are you a villain, then? Magna grinned, sitting herself next to him. Sure, if that s the label you wanna use. Ran out of other options when my last boss died. Beat people up for cash, break into barbershops to do my hair, etc. I do performances on weekends, but you're a little out of the age bracket for those. What about you, Bean Sprout? He sat down, no longer considering the lady in front of him a threat. Parent s kicked me out because of, he gestured to the mist surrounding them, that was slowly dissipating since he wasn't paying attention. This, and, well, the other thing, but that s not important. I am gonna try and join a group soon. Magna raised an eyebrow at that, finishing adding curlers to the bottom of the sides of her hair. League. How do you know about that? She pointedly ignored him, continuing to work on her own hair. I got an offer, too. I am gonna go check it out. They seemed like assholes, but since Jiren is preaching that they returning their act around, I figured I might as well see. Mustard simply sighed. That guy s annoying. Magna laughed at that. Damn right. He does good work though, so we gotta deal with him. The pair were silent for a little while. Once he realized that yes, this lady wasn't going to beat him up, he allowed his gas to dissipate. Feeling his breathing become easier, he turned back to the mirror. The people he knocked out would sleep for about half an hour, so he wasn't worried. Eventually, he arrived at the worst part of his hair, which was the back. He took a deep breath, preparing to guess wildly. Would you like some help there? He turned to Magna, who had finished up cleaning her own haircut, as well as dressing the occasional wound and blemish on her face and had packed up her bags. When Mustard blushed lightly, she simply chuckled. I take that as a yes. I couldn't cut my hair at any reasonable speed when I was as small as you are. What are you, 9? I have you know, I'm 14. And that s such as massive difference, Bean Sprout. Getting up, she grabbed a pair of scissors and began cutting the back of his hair. So, where are you staying? He flinched at that, thankfully not getting himself stabbed with scissors. Nowhere. Magna simply sighed. Of course, you're coming with me to my apartment tonight, and we check out that group tomorrow. Deal. Instead of responding with he wanted to say ew, no, go away. He stewed in silence as Magna continued to cut his hair. The lady had done nothing to make him doubt her, and she was cutting his hair with no promise of repayment. I add in some noodles if that sweeten the deal. I know a nice place. His stomach chose that exact moment to rumble. He hadn't eaten something tasty in weeks, even, and his current diet wasn't T exactly friendly. Hey, being thin made you fast. Fine. But don't T try anything, alright. I am not ditching my gun. Magna simply chuckled. A smart choice. Now, how do you want this mop styled? The rest of the night involved Magna talking a lot and him not talking much at all, but for whatever reason, it didn't T feel as bad as it usually did. Not too long after, he would find a new group of people, and while said group would be annoying, he found that dealing with them wasn't T so bad after all. Yoink. Gimme. Don't T mind if I do. Snatch. Etc. Another 4 marbles enter the sack, and another 4 important documents disappear from the Serpentine Hero Agency. He takes the moment to also steal a few priceless pieces of jewelry that really shouldn't be stored in a hero agency, but Uwabami is nothing if not predictable, and neither is Mr. Compress. Jiren had requested the documents in exchange for information on a troop that Seiko had been curious about. Jiren's explanations regarding the League of Villains had made him rather interested, in perfect honesty. To rebuild hero society, even if it was by force, a noble goal, if not rather ostentatious. But more importantly, they were tied to a much stronger villain. Someone he knew was far above his rank, which meant opportunity to spread the legend of his family name. He had his hesitations, but there was no harm in giving them a look, no. Slipping through the agency's front door, triggering the alarms all too late, he checked his schedule. Might as well check them out while he was still up and drop off his haul to Jiren, jewels excluded while he was there. In a building in Hosu City, a tired man meditates, weapons and masks strewn across his floor in front of him. The night is still young, and there is much work to be done. There are fakes to be purged. Not far from there, in back alleys and tired basements, people watch his work through news reports and forums or by foot with sharp eyes. Change was coming at a rate no one could prepare for. While those of Twilight and Daylight gather under the banner of heroism. Those who shout for madness, for the damned. They gather at midnight, preparing for the storm. Crowds storm through the winding paths of UA, jumping from stall to stall, snapping pictures or partaking in friendly or occasionally unfriendly gossip. Students of all ages wandered around, enjoying the fun before they were thrusted into the thick of it in the form of the activities. The third and second years both enjoying their time to unwind before their own coming days. Excitement spread like wildfire, because the sports festival had begun. And yet, we still have to walk around, guarding stuff. Shinji sighed as his coworkers continued to groan. At least we get to observe the festivities at all, lady. Most heroes still have to patrol as normal. Death Arms grunted. Ingenium was kicking up a fuss in the casual chats about not being able to see his kid brother in action. At least you get to see your sister. Mount Lady, as was typical, retained her dramatics. Yeah, still gotta patrol anyhow. It's not like I'm even that good in a fight here. LL just crush civilians. Shinji simply sighed again, continuing to walk towards the food stands which would hopefully placate the heroine. We all getting paid double for this. LL do you good to get out of the red anyhow. Mount Lady S eyes bulged as she glared at him. Hey, LL have you know. You know, I kind of wish I could have worn for my costume for this. Yosetsu looked to Jiro, shaking his head as he secured his own PE uniform. Something fairness or whatever. My costume S revamp ISN T done yet. So I D be screwed either way. Sen turned to face him, face curious but mostly blank, knowing Sen, it was mostly suppressing his nerves. You're getting a new costume. He nodded. Still pretty similar to the last one, but Midoriya helped me iron out the issues. LL be a surprise. Everyone, a few minutes to showtime. Yosetsu turned to the middle of the room, spotting Midoriya and Shinso. What are you two doing here? Shinso smirked, scratching the back of his neck. We came to wish you luck. You won see me in the crowd. Kick butt, alright. Midoriya smiled. I won be able to say it directly, but I LL be cheering for you too, alright. With a series of cheers, Midoriya and Shinso disappeared to who knows where, leaving the remaining members of 1A to stew in silence. Hagakure was the first to speak up as they waited to be called. Gah, this is so nerve-wracking. What if something happens? What if the plan? Ojiro put his tail on Hagakure's shoulder, smiling. Now s not the time for worry, everyone. Standing at the front, face set, the tail-wielding boy smiled. For most students in UA, the sports festival is to make their mark. To establish themselves in the eyes of the world, to have advertisers, businessmen and the common man look at them. We T need to do that. We LL show the world our gusto, sure, but in the end, we re-studying to be heroes to save lives, not to be on the camera, right? So instead of looking at this like an advertisement, we can look at this for what it is, a competition. One we already have plans to win. Silence stewed in the room, but instead of the stress flowing through the room before, the students of 1T were filled with vigor. Ojiro raised a clenched fist, looking to the class. I am not the best at inspirational speeches, but we re here to show the rest of UA that heroism isn't T just a celebrity sport. So let s do our best, alright. Alright, let's do this. MMH. Ah yeah, let s raise hell. As Yosetsu felt his classmates become excited, they heard the raging bell indicated that it was time to go. As Ojiro returned to his position in the group, Su stepped forward, entering class representative mode. All right, hero, let s go. Hey, hello, and what's up, world? Wake up from any stupors, AUIDENCE, and light up those cameras, mass media. It s the UA Sports Festival. Present Mike smiled to the cameras as the crowd in the stadium roared. That s what I like to hear. All right. We restarting this 3-day setup with a bang. Come into the stadium, first years. Masharao flinched as he was blasted with sunlight as his group emerged from the tunnel. There were more camera s than he had seen at previous sports festivals, but he took a deep breath, bracing for the storm. Supposedly, UA had needed to be a whole lot more careful about what groups got recording rights for the sports festival. The threat of, if you leak even an ounce of student information no one will ever find your body, was effective enough to scare off at least some of the mass media. And there they are, Hero Course A and B, our stars of the show, here to show their mettle. Not to be looked down upon are our trio of general ed courses, C, D, and E. Could a surprise emerge from their ranks? Sneaking in with their maddening machines and mouth-watering math, it s support and management F through K. And lastly, of course, we have our mystery group, those WHO got through a villain attack without backing down, it s our class T. What could they be learning behind those closed doors? Sheesh, Mike Sensei didn't T take a moment to breath there, damn. If Midori was here I am sure he D go on about the guy having big lungs or something. Masharao tried not to wince at the roaring crowds, instead looking to his opponents. As expected, General Ed and management seemed to be to various degrees unhappy to be there, bar a few that seemed to simply be in it for the heck of it. Support was similar, although he spied someone near the front decked out in all manner of gear. They would be an interesting opponent. And then there was the hero courses, who were doing their best to look proud while inconspicuously not looking at any members of 1T directly in the eyes, which was a sign that Midoriya s plans were working. Masharao himself had enjoyed the antics promoted by Midoriya, once he got into it. Sure, it felt dishonorable at first, but hearing some of the boasts from 1A and 1B, speaking a made-up language with Toru and randomly disappearing into walls to freak them out did end up being kind of fun. And now s time to meet the rest of the crew. First of all, folks, our umpire. He s rooting, he s tooting, he s snipe. A blank shot burst out of one of the Western hero s many revolvers as he stepped up onto the platform. Pleasure to be wrangling some kids this year. Let s make this clean, folks. Snipe was considered a bit of a wild card in the rankings, an action hero who didn't T patrol, but inspired a whole lot of fear in villains when he made his presence known. Thus, the media seemed all too happy to snap a myriad pictures of the gunslinger, who simply returned his revolver to his holster, crossing his arms. Aside from our umpires, am joined by 2 commentators today. How about you folks say hello? On the screens, Masharao noticed 2 things. 1. The presence of their homeroom teacher, tiredly observing, and a small pop-up display in the corner next to the pair depicting a blank icon. Why did you drag me into this, Mike? I was going to nap. Hi. It's good to be here. The third voice had the distinct sound indicative of a voice changer, but to those who spent time with the boy they knew often, it was easy to see through. Instantly, Masharao and the rest of 1T looked up to the TV in awe. So that what Midori was working on. Talk about cool. That greenie for you. Present Mike sighed dramatically, shaking his head. Since neither of my co-commentators actually bothered to introduce themselves, shoot, sorry. Don T worry about it, I LL handle it myself. On my right is my good buddy Eraserhead. You probably haven't heard of him, but he a darn cool hero who LL give us insightful commentary. And from that little icon you LL hear my good buddy Guidance. He a student, so he can T have his identity screamed out to the world, but he LL be here to help me talk shop about the competitors. Thanks, sir. I LL be doing my best, so please bear with me. While members of the crowd either roared in excitement or listened on in curiosity, Snipe took control again. Now that everyone introduced, there one last thing to get out of the way before we get to the real start, the student pledge. Representing our students is the one with the highest number of combative points in this year's exam, Dynamite. Supposedly, there were quite a few prefixes before that, but they were denied by midnight. As a figure marched forward to the resounding and also somewhat concerning dissatisfaction of quite a few of his classmates, Masharao took a look at him. It took a few seconds to register, but standing at the edge of the crowd seemed to come in handy as Kamakiri quite literally growled. That him. That the guy. Many of Masharao's classmates figured out the boy identity at the same time. He was one of the ones Midoriya had warned them of specifically, after all. That was one of the guys that used to bully Greenie. *PHWING. While on the surface, it appeared nothing had changed, a dark atmosphere quickly began to cloud over Class 1T. Many of them immediately turned to glare daggers at the boy now standing on the podium. Said boy simply grunted, all but ignoring them. He seemed to be angry, with a vein clearly visible on his head. All I LL say is, I am gonna be the number 1 in this competition. As the explosive boy simply walked off the stage, glaring at his booing classmates all the while, Masharao and his classmates simply continued to glare. The poor management students next to them shivered. It helped that the temperature had in fact dropped a few degrees thanks to Poltergeist. Eventually, as Snipe turned to announce the first event, Asui cleared her throat, snapping most of her classmates out of their anger. I know we want to knock him out as soon as possible, Hero, but he important to the plan. Besides, wouldn't it be more embarrassing to knock him out when more cameras are on him? At that, everyone was forced to agree. They would deal with the boy for now. After all, this whole festival was, should things go to plan, organized to the letter. The class sat in a semicircle, all staring at the whiteboard in front of them. In the corner of the room, Shinso sat, observing the proceedings with a faint smile. Midoriya stood at the front, looking to the group. All right, first meeting of Operation Sports Rextival, which is the name ever. Thanks, Hagakure. No problem. Mezu raised one of many hands. How are we supposed to predict anything for the sports festival if we do not know the events? Midoriya nodding, quickly writing onto the whiteboard. Well, that is true, but there are always qualities that we can predict. Namely, the general themes of the 3 events, and more importantly, the other players. Midoriya smiled, paging through one of the 4 notebooks he had prepared. Meanwhile, Mezu watched his classmates pull open their own notebooks that they had been instructed to bring. The first match is usually designed to eliminate large swaths of people, is inherently non-cooperative, and as first winners pass with no time limit. The previous 3 years' events have been a variation of Capture the Flag, King of the Hill, and Secret Hunting, respectively. But those rules mean Mezu stood amongst his group towards the back of the crowd as they prepared for the start of the race ahead of them. He stretched, feeling the weight on his back. LL be damned. This is pretty comfortable, Show Tentacle. Shoji smiled lightly. Thank you, invisible lady. The countdown began to reach its close, and 1T braced. A moment later, a blast was shot from Snipe's revolver, and the race had begun. And we re-off. What's your take on the competition for this race, Guidance? Well, a lot of people will be taken out by the first obstacle. What? We haven't T even started yet. Oh, you see, the first obstacle is *Schlink. A burst of ice flew forward as students scrambled to get past each other through the narrow entrance. The gate, the source of the ice, dashed forward, face set. Sorry, but I have a goal to achieve here. Todoroki Shoto, he widely considered a shoe-in for the school strongest as son of the number 1. For whatever reason, he avoids the use of his fire, which means he specializes in ice. At the start, he LL likely aimed to stop you all, but nice try, idiot. Shoto looked back while running to see quite a few people had escaped his trap. He saw dynamite blast forwards alongside a decent number of his classmates, but more importantly, Class 1T surged forward as one, launching forward in all manner of ways. Mezu smiled as roars of confusion could be heard from the crowd. What? While most people got delayed by the Ice King's lethal attack, all of Class 1T made it out in no trouble. What are you teaching these kids, Eraserhead? Nothing they couldn't have figured out themselves. Shoto, icing the ground is effective until you see it coming, then all you need to do is jump. Did that boy really use his own name as an alias? The initial dash of their group was interrupted by the frontrunners of Shoto and Dynamite coming to a stop at the sight of the first real obstacle. Target spotted. For those who they never seen them, this is the Robo Inferno. These are the bots you a hero students fight in the entrance exam, but ramped up to 11. That's right. Can these students make it past the mighty titans of metal? So, these are the robots the people at the normal exam faced. Very well. While Mezu and his group crashed through the smaller robots, the Todoroki seemed to be unperturbed by the giant robots. Mezu recognized them as the tank-like ones described by Hagakure, Su, and Shinso, simply continuing to run forward. As was already apparent, Todoroki responded with his standard attack, giant blasts of ice. And Shoto eliminates the zero-pointers with practiced ease. He isn't TA recommendation student for nothing, purposefully freezing them while they were tipped over, a tactical move. Mezu was forced to leap back, bracing so as to not knock his passenger off his back. Everyone get back, it set to collapse. A few moments later, the large robots fell over, crashing into the swarms below. A student he didn't recognize crashed through the metal, screaming, followed by another student who looked eerily similar. Hey, Todoroki, you could have killed someone else if they were underneath that. Running past them, Todoroki shouted out. That why it was only you. Oh, damn it, Iceman. Crawling out of the scrap, the two students began dashing over the top of the robots. Asui regained her focus first. Those two have the right idea. Everyone up and over, hero. Prepare the beam as well. Maintaining their lead, Mezu and his group stormed ahead. Most of them had various ways of making their way over the crashed robots. In the case of those who didn't they were quick to piggyback on those who did, while the other students, who had begun cooperating to pierce through, gawked. Awase, very rapidly unwelding his shoes on and off the metal to climb up, grinned. Toodles, folks. Once Mezu made his way up, there were subtle bits of metal built into the robot for climbing. By design, he guessed. He placed his passenger down. Good luck, invisible lady. Hagakure braced, before dramatically spreading her arms out. All right, everyone, look over here. Foolishly, most of the competitors immediately looked up. Meanwhile, most of Mezu classmates dashed onwards. Made you look. Super light refraction beam. A moment later, a bright flash of light emerged, bewildering many of competitors below, forcing many of them to shut their eyes, shouting out in pain. A moment later, Hagakure sagged, but still managed to stay conscious and standing. That practice with Midori really paid off. I can do that without knocking myself out. She quickly grabbed back onto Mezu, and the pair sprinted off to catch up with their opponents. Present Mike gawked as he rubbed his eyes. With a devastating attack, Invisible Lady has revealed a power no one saw coming, and they certainly won. See it now. Eraserhead remained neutral, but his tone indicated a level of pride. Invisible Lady has been practicing that move for a while. It s perfectly tuned to be a flashbang rather than causing any degree of permanent damage. It also doesn't break any rules, since as far as she knows, everyone consented to being attacked when they looked up at her when prompted. Hagakure cheered wearily on Mezu s back as they made their way down the other side of the robot. Hell yeah, I love semantics. Hey, is it just me, or are Class T s students sticking real close together there? Over the loudspeakers, Tsuyu made out the faint laughter of Midoriya. Well, there s no rules directly denying them from working together. I can let my bias show, but they all practiced hard. Well then, let's see how their teamwork can handle our next obstacle, the fall. Tsuyu peered over the edge as the remainder of her class caught up. She could faintly make out protective nets below. Looking over to Shoji, she smiled. Good work, you two. How long do we have before more folks arrive? Shoji nodded as Hagakure continued to sag on his shoulders, tired out by her blast but slowly recovering. Not long. A few people made it over. Alright, Kiro, everyone across. I LL make it across fastest, so I'll stand guard. Tsuyu watched as her classmates used various methods to overcome the large gap, Midoriya and Yamada-sensei prattling on about quirks all the while, with Aizawa-sensei making the occasional comment, albeit rarely. A few people passed by, but none of them made any effort to sabotage, so she prepared to cross the pit herself and catch up to her classmates. URK. Damn Shoto and his stupid ice robot attacks. Tsuyu turned around, looking over to the arrival behind her. The girl had chestnut brown hair, flushed cheeks and seemed to be doing her best not to hurl. Are you alright, Kiro? The girl looked up, eyes wide. Oh, no, I am fine. Just, quirk drawbacks, is all. Ah, she thought back to the notes Midoriya had provided them all. Uraraka Ochako. 5-finger activation quirk that nullifies weight temporarily. A useful ally. I see. Do you have much energy left, then? Perhaps we can cooperate. Uraraka s looked up, curious. Oh, alright. What do you need? Tsuyu turned around, gesturing to her back. Hop on, Kiro. You can nullify gravity, right? Nullify my gravity for a little while and I can get us both over. Then I can help you out in the second round. Deal. The girl remained confused but nodded. All right. She nervously hopped onto Tsuyu s back. The feeling of having one s gravity lessened was strange, but Tsuyu had experienced similar feelings when affected by Yanagi. She quickly hopped over the series of holes, leaping over the various presented gaps with practiced ease. Wow, Class T s Froppy has bridged the gap, forming an alliance with Uravity from Class A. They re-soaring over the course. Froppy. That SA super cute name URK. Thanks for the compliment, Uravity-chan, but maybe keep your mouth closed. A few moments later, the pair found themselves on the other side of the pits. Tsuyu gently placed down her ally gently, smiling. Thank you for your help. Good luck. As she hoped away, she didn't notice the curious look on the girl s face. Maybe those students aren't as bad as everyone is saying. While 1T does their best to catch up, our frontrunners, Shoto and Dynamite, have made it to the final obstacle, the minefield. Midoriya nervously coughs. Don worry though. The mines pack a punch, but they're designed to cause next to no harm, and thanks to Recovery Girl, any injuries won't cause any real danger. Nice save, guidance. Thanks, Eraserhead Sensei. Todoroki and Dynamite both were forced to make their way through the course nervously, not wanting to make a path for the approaching horde from Class T behind them. Said horde gathered near the start of the field, contemplating. Ojiro looked to the mines, pulling one up from the ground with gentle precision. You wouldn't need much force to set these off. None of us are really suited to make it through this at a reasonable speed. Kaibara nodded as well. We could leap over like with the ice, but it'd be a gamble. MMH. All eyes turned to Yui, who had elsewise remained quiet, simply following behind the group, relying on her natural agility and the occasional grown plank of wood stolen from a fence to get across the pits. Kaibara looked to her in confusion. You they got a plan, Rule. She nodded, walked over to Ojiro, taking the bomb. Immediately, the crowd's attention was back on the group, away from the two frontrunners, as Yui walked forward. Present Mike raised an eyebrow. What exactly does Rule plan on doing with that mine? Eraserhead disrupted his all the way through blank face with a wicked smile. Rule is going for a strategy that I am fairly confident is going to pretty much be immediately banned after this is done. A moment later, the crowd roared as the mine swelled, growing to be 10 times larger than it was before. Yui smiled airily, turning to Yanagi, who nodded. I see. It will certainly make quite the show. I shall execute our ultimate move, Grand Phantom Eruption. With exertion from Yanagi, the bomb was flung forward, before landing with a kaboom. Instantly, a series of explosions erupted across the entire mine field as the massive mine caused a spiraling chain reaction. Shoto and Dynamite were quickly knocked to the sides, wincing in pain but not permanently injured. The bombs are gone. Go. Ojiro didn't have to tell them twice. The group surged across the field as fast as they could, overtaking the two frontrunners. Eventually re-entering the tunnel to the stadium. With that explosive, present Mike Sensei, no. Mike. Surprise, our two front runners have been overtaken. As the race nears its end, with the rest of the students catching up, our winner is. Present Mike held the S for a decent long while, before looking up in confusion. Turning the cameras to the one S within the hallway, they found the T class, standing still. Yui smiled as they collectively looked into the cameras. A moment later, Shoto surged forward, overtaking them. Shoto secures first place. What an upset. To the shared confusion and excitement of the crowd, Yui-S group quickly dashed over the line once the boy had taken the first place slot, smiling and, in the case of Awase, making various strange gestures of celebration. Eventually, the remaining students, including a fuming Dynamite, who was seemingly being held back by another hero student, Red Riot, made their way across the line, ending the match. A few Hero Course students were upset about having not made it, but the occasional Gen Ed student and a very enthusiastic support student were dotted amongst the crowd of hero students that had survived the chaos. Yui was happy to see the purple-haired boy that had been causing the school S girls no small deal of problems hadn't T made it either. Class T has made the strange choice of willingly giving up their first place slot, but the show must go on. It's time for our second round. The passing students all looked up to the large screen as the rest returned to the stands. It slowly landed on various options, before finally ending with the cavalry battle. Midoriya-S speaker picked up the rustling of paper as he took a deep breath. Students will split up into team S of 2 to 5 people, with one person being the rider. If that person falls to the ground, they're out. Quirk use is allowed, but if you purposefully injure someone or force them down, you be disqualified. As for earning point S, each member of your team adds to your total score, which will be displayed on a headband the rider must wear. At the end of the game, the groups with the highest amount of headbands will be the winners, with a certain number of students advancing to the final round. Lastly, the points for each headband are determined by your position in the race, with the exception of first place. With that statement, all eyes turned to Shoto, who himself was looking at their group in something akin to shock. Present Mike laughed loudly, so it would seem first place was given away for a reason, because the largest headband is worth 10 million points. The ranking you get in the first round typically affects your starting position in the second round. Flags, headbands, ammo, elimination points, the first place scorer is always a target. Therefore, even if you can reliably get yourself into first, figuratively giving up the win is a major tactical choice. Instead of any of them, someone else had become a target, and the hero students looked to them like sharks who had smelt blood. Yui took a calm breath as her class smiled sharply, preparing to form teams for the second round. Rankings weren't T important to them, after all. Achieving first place at the sports festival and winning the sports festival were very different things. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Please make sure to like and subscribe to the channel, and now we will see you in the next video.